Oh my god, Moshe. Oh, I'm coming.
Really? Awesome. That's great, man.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come. Do not.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, bro.
Alright, I'll get the baby oil in, okay? What? He was exonerated. He's innocent. Come on, leave him alone.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so here's the thing. Do you want to get your laptop or my laptop in there to watch Sure.
Yeah, so I can put the. Actually, no, you would definitely, and then I would.
Or we can both.
Well, no, if you're definitely. No,
No, I'm testing it. I'll still be able to hear it.
yeah.
Oh no, we are. So I'm doing a little bit of a secular experiment here.
Oh, what did you just say?
Did you just say secular? Sure. Give me a glass. Yes, push it loose, push it. I believe the rum accessible. Also the brand.
That's probably.
This is. I was going to say, you can put the other can back for now because it's not too long to either can.
Yeah.
Either of our things. We can access it later. We got plenty of time.
Did you guys get any gay ass comments yet?
I don't know.
Oh, I hope they didn't hear that entire conversation.
I don't care if they did.
Welcome to the age of Aquarius. Well, I mean, it is Pride Month, apparently, according to Mother Nature.
I'm pretty sure she said Friday. Let's be clear.
What?
Let me be clear. Okay, let me post the announcements. Stream begin. Let's see here. Ugh. Okay.
Wait, I just had a terrible thing. We could a terrible thing we could open up with.
Well, I guess we're gonna open. Bring it to
I really hope that didn't pick up on the mic. Ah, shit. Okay, well. I also love Jews. In fact, I'm making love to one right now. Mm-hmm. And of course, I mean Milo Yiannopoulos. I feel like that's the only bitch I can pull nowadays. With my zero swag. I have negative charisma, bro. Ain't no way. I have negative charisma. I am actually de-rizzing right now. and Monkey D. Rizzy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is on Twitch, so we can be as racist as we want, I think. I really hope you put tags saying that this is like for mature audiences only or some shit. You probably should. Okay. What category did you put this on? Just chat. Oh no. Report message text. Oh, maybe I will. God, getting such a huge influx of viewers, this is a hell of a way to treat them to a Moshe Dale stream.
Are we getting an influx of viewers?
Well, I mean, we got a lot of followers. Like, we both got Cicada, I think, and
Yeah, some recently, but so far, according to this, there's only one person watching.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it that shit's delayed anyway.
It's fine. I don't expect a lot of people to watch it.
No, I don't either.
But recording for posterity.
I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. Oh God, no! Cicada's watching this. No. Cicada. Shit. I keep messing it up. I'm sorry.
Cicada, how could you?
Oh jeez, Cicada, you are in for a fucking ride.
Cicada, you made a mistake.
You did. You actually did.
You made a. It was a mistake to come here.
You actually. I don't know if you're ready for this because there's gonna be some shit going down.
Yeah. Make sure I got my Twitch open.
Your Twitch bitch.
Yeah, I'd love so I can.
Yeah, you have 3 people watching.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Stop it.
That's 3 people too many, honestly.
Stream manager.
Yeah, that's the first thing. That's the purple thing.
Turn down. Auto mod queue. Just show me the chat. That's
right
what
there.
I care about. That's what I care about is the chat. Okay, friends.
Chat.
So first things first here. We have to change up the music here to something a little bit more appropriate. Fucking yeah, you get that situated. We're getting ourselves set up here. Stay. Where's the line? Okay, stay on this side of my arm and you will not be seen. Yuck. I don't like it. No, I'm being fondled by Yek. Okay. Bucket, you joined at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, now come over here,
friends,
friends, pucker up, butter.
Friends, I have an announcement to make.
You're gay?
No.
Oh.
This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius,
Welcome to the age of
motherfuckers.
Aquarius, motherfucker. Oh God, why did I sound like the number 13? Number 13 for lettuce?
You don't.
I
Okay.
do. Burger King foot lettuce. What happens if your lettuce was Jewish?
I don't want to think about that.
I don't want to think about that.
This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Disney
Friends.
intro music. Well, yeah, I mean, it pretty much is a Disney thing.
Yeah. Okay, friends. We are entering the age of Aquarius.
Yes.
So, welcome to another fabulous episode of, oh, Correct is here too, welcome.
Oh no.
Welcome.
Correct. No.
So
Buddy.
we need a little bit, there needs to be a preamble here, okay? Editor, preamble. There's not an editor, I don't have an editor. Editor, preamble.
I don't think Emerald's gonna stay far the fuck away from
Good.
us.
I want to thank everyone for coming by. First off, I'm sorry. I want to apologize. So, bit of a preamble. Welcome to Big Boy Broy. I am Moshe Dale at Twitch.tv, and with me is my good friend, Yak Tan. That's Yak Tan's hand. He looks white at this angle.
Yeah. I am white. This is true. I've been lying to you all. My name is actually Reginald.
Reginald, you're not Yak Tan, you're Reginald Pale.
Yeah, Reginald Pale.
So, we are here, and you see, usually here we do video games, or gay art, share music,
or gay games.
talk about trains, or video art. But Yek and I have a little bit of a passion, you could say.
We'll call it an unhealthy obsession.
for a certain YouTuber by the name of WhatIfAltHist. WhatIfAltHist is a alternative history YouTuber who made alternate history videos somewhat lazily and, had a big following because the history community on YouTube was, and in some cases still is, very big. People who like these videos. The analyses weren't that great, the maps weren't that great, but it was, whatever. It's alternative history, you're just having fun. As time has gone on, WhatIfAltHist has come out more and more as a conservative and specifically a very alt-right person. The other alt-hist YouTuber, the one who's less Catholic. Listen, there's 3 alt-hist YouTubers. One of them is Cody from Ohio, who's great. The second one is the second one is Monsieur Zed, who is a Catholic Nazi, and then there's this guy, WhatIfAltHist. So WhatIfAltHist has come out as being more and more alt-right and made more and more unhinged videos. They tend to revolve around Spenglerian theses of the world. Oh God. Oh yeah, no. So Cody from Alternate History Hub, the Ohio one, he's pretty good. He's pretty swell. Yeah, WhatIfAltHist loves his Spenglerian theories. He rejects a lot of historical interpretation that has changed since the post-World War II era, and he advocates a weird kind of semi-spiritualistic return to tradition in several ways. He's a massive incel, and he, he purports to read a lot, but there's been some questioning about that. He's not great with his sources, and his historical analysis leaves, shall we say, much to be desired.
Yeah, no, when people kept complaining that he didn't have a bibliography, he finally, dropped a bibliography, and it was just a list of all the books that were cited. Even though some books didn't even show up. He just put books in, and then claimed they were citations, even though he didn't, quote any of the sources whatsoever. It didn't show up in the video. So I think he's this is the books that I read overall. And then applying his historical thesis to it.
Yeah. He recently had a massive crash out in which he revealed a couple things. Number 1, that his family is insane. Number 2,
also from Massachusetts, so sorry, our bad. Yeah.
Secondly, that he is funded by Peter Thiel and the alt-right tech oligarchs. That he is a severe drug addict and regularly drinks cup after cup of kratom and does ayahuasca. Believes that he has met God and Odin and Hermes Trismegistus. And well, that's all that we can say for now without going off in the deep end. So anyway, so now you know. Now you know. Here's
WhatIfAltHist is starting a new series. So he did the history of Asia, he did the history of Western Europe, and now he's doing the history of Jews.
Yeah, it's great.
Jews in general.
And so full disclosure here, I am Jewish. I am what he would consider a secular Jew.
I am not Jewish, but WhatIfAltHist would probably still call me a Jew.
Yeah, for reasons that will be described in the video. There's these visions from the Planeteer. I'm pretty sure, yes. Is Yek behind the camera? Where in the world is Yektan? Yektan, let the people know where you are.
Hello.
Hello, this is Yektan. I should go grab one of my dildos and have Yek hold it and he wiggles it whenever he talks.
Oh yeah, true, 100%.
So
yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, Yektan's right there. Hi, Yektan.
Hey, how's it going?
Anyway, so anyway, now that we got that out of the way,
make a Yek sock,
as you can see, I am Jewish. I am gay. I am a socialist in the general sense. I have studied international relations and by proxy history and a bunch of other things. So this is a little bit up my alley. Like WhatIfAltHist, I am a fail son. The only difference between me and WhatIfAltHist is that I am not a monster. I am not astroturfed by Peter Thiel. I am not a drug addict, and I actually completed my useless degree. So, you know.
Yeah, at least we finished.
Yeah, I finished my useless degree.
Full disclosure, I have no historical background, but I do like learning history, especially ancient and also contemporary history.
Yes, and Yek is also big into crazy internet crash outs, which I mean, I don't blame him. They're funny. And
I mean, we were watching one earlier, just like ICO.
So anyway, so we pre-gamed this last night, and it was horrible. But we needed to pre-game it because otherwise this would be a lot more unhinged. And let me just say, folks, a couple things. Number one,
it's already unhinged.
It's already unhinged. Number one, WhatIfAltHist does actually get some things right in his videos about the Jews. Sometimes he gets things right. Sometimes he talks about real things that happened. Sometimes his analyses are actually on point. Most of the time, he starts from a certain truth, and his analysis takes him in a direction that is, you know... When you were over there, Bucket, yeah, all we do was watch Columbo and Indiana Jones. You're right.
Nah, we get more freaky when I'm here.
Yeah, we get more freaky when Yek's here. So...
That's why they call me Freak Man.
So we are going... So we're going to watch this shit, right? We're going to watch... I need to adjust my camera. You're a little bit too wiggly, but I won't worry about it here. A line graph of WhatIfAltHist going off the deep end. That's just a downward trend. That's just like a straight downward...
It's a downward spiral.
It's a downward spiral. So we're going to watch... So there's two videos. One is 45 minutes, the other one is 51 minutes. We're going to be interrupting, so assume this is likely going to be a 3 to 4 hour experience.
Grab a snack.
I may try to clip it afterwards, but
grab a snack, grab a drink.
Given contemporary politics, given the rise of the alt-right, given the situation in Israel, and given the fact that I have studied a lot of this, and well, again, in a very informal bachelor's level shit. A lot of international relations and history, the real analysis comes at master's and doctorate level, which I will fully admit I have not done.
You got more credit than WhatIfAltHist.
I do, but we're here, we're having fun. What's the view and dislike counts? I don't know what the dislike counts are. But we're going to go through these. Also, the comments on the videos are almost entirely anti-Semites who are upset that WhatIfAltHist is not entirely anti-Semitic. That's the other thing here. WhatIfAltHist isn't anti-Semitic in the sense of I don't think he hates Jews and I don't think he buys into a lot of conspiracies, but his interpretation of these histories is often based off of anti-Semitic theories. So he gets there unintentionally.
What I can describe best as WhatIfAltHist is that he is a post-neocon.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of like neocon sort of ideals, but he never really prescribes what neocons usually do.
Also,
like he doesn't, as far as I know, he doesn't want to go to war with the Middle East. He isn't particular in supporting Israel. He has a law, quote unquote, or quote unquote, the law of chill vibes, which we'll get into later. But essentially, it just means I don't have to do anything or think about anything.
Yeah. So we're gonna work on getting set up right now. Yek Tan.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you via Discord.
Okay. Almost sexy one.
Yek Tan.
Ah.
Fucking turn that shit off, Nate.
I thought I did. You can't call me that. Sansa hasn't given you the pass.
We're about to get into it, folks. We're about to get into it. Brace yourselves. Pucker your buttholes.
Here we go.
Okay. So I am going to share the screen. Okay. So let me double check here. I'm going to just jump to the middle of the video for an audio check.
Go. Hey guys, it's Joe here at Central Union Mission. Hey, check this out.
What are you doing,
here at
Joe?
the mission, we believe nobody, and I mean nobody,
once went to a formerly entirely
How is
Spanish
this?
Jewish town, which was where the ruins of Troy are in modern Turkey.
I'm
Can't
muted.
mute myself. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, so we are going to. I will leave up closed captioning, but the closed captioning is not great. I'm just going to warn you in advance.
Mm-hmm.
This is also insane. So here we go. This is the first video, which is entitled "Explaining Every Jewish Expulsion and Migration."
This is like the preamble to the history of the Jews.
Okay.
That's his word, not mine, or not his word. That's his titling.
Fortunately, we have some colorful characters to guide us through this. So here we go.
I went to enormous lengths to research the Jewish civilization video I'm about to release after this. I read something like 3,000 pages in a few-month period just to reach the threshold of knowledge in which I felt like I could write it.
For some reason I can't hear it, but I can see it.
This has been. Let me try.
Did you stream
Go.
the sound?
Yes, I should have.
Oh, this is going off to a great start.
Yes. Technical difficulties. Yeah. Okay, so Yak?
Yeah.
So no, so just watch the stream. What are you doing?
I'm trying to
Okay.
deafen.
So what you do is you click on the stream, so you're looking at the screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you should just be able to scroll up, just like scroll up, and it should pull up like the thing for the volume control for the stream.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god. Okay.
This is so. I love Discord.
I love Discord. Let me attempt.
Does it have sound?
I'm deafening myself. It should.
Share stream audio. Okay, so it does have sound.
Yes.
So there we go. Oh, stream volume. There it is. Okay. I got it.
Okay, so we are going to cut back to.
This wasn't a Discord issue. This was, no, I can see the captions.
You're fine. That will help, but you can hear it, right? Let's see if we can hear. We're going to start from the beginning again.
I went to enormous lengths to research the Jewish civilization
let's be clear,
video
he says-
I'm about to release after
Listen to
this.
this.
I read
3,000
something like 3,000 pages in a few-month period.
3,000 pages in a few month period is a lot more pages than you think, especially if you are trying to digest complex philosophical
That's
and
a
historical
lot.
things.
Do you know
That's
how
a lot.
Do you know how many pages a college textbook has?
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to read all of it.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is he doing? He is either not sleeping, not eating, or not shitting.
Mm-hmm. Or just lying. Also,
just lying.
the subtitles, insofar as I know, are auto.
Just to reach the threshold of knowledge in which I felt like I could write it. The way I write these videos is that I keep pushing until I hit an intuitive threshold. And
here's the other thing. If you guys aren't familiar with WhatIfAltHist, this is what he does. Maps that are kind of ridiculous. Like, for
He
example,
sounds like he's the rejected cousin of the Burger King foot lettuce man. Yeah. My name is WhatIfAltHist. I'm gonna.
So this map.
Oh my god.
Islam. Why is there a pocket of Islam there? Why does Orthodox not reach all the way? Why does the West not include the populated areas of Alaska? Why does the West not include Latin America? Why does it not include even all of South Africa? Why does it not include all of Australia?
So here's a big no.
Why are India, China, and Japan separate, but the West is a single thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Here's a big no-no when it comes to map making. You don't want your labeling, and especially for like map graphs like this, you don't want your labeling to be in the map. You want to have a legend, and then a color key to like sort of show you what everything is labeled.
Also, do you want to quickly go grab the paper towel?
Oh yeah.
I'll keep playing this for a little bit as you go. You can still hear. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. We're gonna try to not stop at every 20 seconds, but we just have to get this out of the way. Here we go.
in which I can explain the essence of that civilization in a sentence. There's a concept in the philosophy of alchemy in which after you study a certain topic, you gain enough mastery of it in order to control it.
Yeah,
This was the
history worked out.
origin of the philosophy of science, which has deep alchemical roots. I call this the master key, or the singular intuitive understanding of that thing's soul. People also call it the skeleton key, and I find for researching these videos...
Who calls it that?
The keys. China by master key books for each of the major... So... I like how for the best book on China, according to him, it's a book that is written by someone named John Kay, and someone named Reincourt. Doesn't actually consult a single Chinese person.
Well, I mean, Chinese people aren't.
Yeah. So a master key is basically just. It's not like a. It's a really pretentious way of just saying you read a lot and then you can explain, and you read a lot and you learn how to explain things well.
There's always some author who is better than every other author in that field combined. I wrote a list for each civilization video here, which book I found to be the skeleton key. The thing with Jewish civilization, first of all, is that much like India, I kept finding that this is one of those asterisk civilizations. What that means is that in that I would say the West is marked for the heroic search for the truth, the Greco-Roman civilization by attaining bodily perfection.
So, Spenglerian civilizations. Otto Spengler was a weird German Jewish, and yes, Jewish, historian / I guess sociologist.
You can put historian in large quotation
marks. He had theories about how civilizations rise and fall. He was a supporter of the Nazis and fascism, even though he was Jewish. WhatIfAltHist gets a lot of ideas from Spengler. I don't know enough about Spengler to give you a full, proper debrief, but just to say the sorts of civilizational interpretations of history and life and people and society and culture that these right-wing tech, alt-right bros, whatever, these fucking people, what they have, a lot of it comes from Spenglerian thought.
Is Spengler the guy that created like the civilizational cycles, like strong men create good times.
I mean, in terms of codifying it into the way we know it today, yes.
Mm-hmm. Fun. So he's that guy.
Yeah, and this is just so. This is so.
Yeah, in China. So you have like Faustian. Chinese, it's like he just calls it the Asian land Chinese.
Without it, the Europeans get like a cool word, Faustian, referencing the story of Dr. Faustus, Apollonian in reference to Apollo, but Chinese and Indian.
And considering the fact that China was like going through a huge like culture, there was like a war going on during this time, the Three Kings War. Well, the War of the Three Kingdoms.
Here's the best part. This doesn't even reference a specific time period. It just says... This is where part of this is not a time period. This just says Spenglerian civilization.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's another thing. There's no... there's rarely
the maps are bad.
A time... Yeah. The maps are bad, and there's rarely any, like, sort of timestamp or legend or any way to, like, sort of quantify anything. Mm-hmm. It's just dots and lines on
in China for harmony. For both India and the Jews, probably since both societies were designed by mystic priest classes who naturally deal with paradox and complexity as part of their job, for everything I say about those civilizations, there's always a subtlety and another side of it which is the exact opposite. This is why for India I split it into two videos, and as I tried to figure out how to write the Jewish civilization video, I realized that the contextual frame of fact
This is the premium Garmin duffel.
The premium Garmin duffel is gonna kill yourself.
2-in-1 travel duffel bag.
Let's go.
Needed to understand what was going on in Jewish history at all was so enormous that I had to make just another video explaining Jewish history itself. The thing is, there's so many facts, so much background, and so much history to cover that the only way to understand the actual video is to tell you that.
Here we go. Look at this.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at this one. This one says 1000 AD. Okay, so now we have the year, but what is this showing? Islam, steppe, Chinese, Indic, Japan, Westerners, Orthodox.
Yeah, this is
Why is
so
Ukraine would have
fucking
also been
surface
ortho? Oh, killing myself.
level. Skip.
Skip. Also, like, there's so much missing from this map. Where are where like the Mississippian peoples? Where are the Algonquin peoples, the Pueblo? Where are the different South American societies? It's, like, what is this? This is showing, like, this is vibes-based cultural boundaries in the year 1000 AD.
Isn't that Spenglerian research?
I think it's worse than Spenglerian research. It's Rudyard Kratom-infused research.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking mercury-poisoned research.
History. For most civilizations, that society started in a certain historic context, with a certain ethnic group and with a certain religion. The thing is that was initially true for the Jews, but then what happened was that the Jews kept getting batted around the world. The story of the Jews reminds me of a great epic, how certain stories like Lord of the Rings, Ben-Hur, or the life of Napoleon by themselves cover countless lands, characters, and events over long periods of time. In some ways, those stories themselves become symbolic for their era of history, in that they offer a beautiful snapshot of the inner character of certain places and times with the people who faced it. One of the most blackpilling things I've learned from talking to both dozens of Ivy League people my age, political pundits on both the right and left, and even a lot of professors, is that no one reads a fucking book today. If I can read
No one reads a book today. Rudyard. Who does that remind me of? Who does that fucking remind? I mean, you're right. A lot of people do not read enough books today. This is true, but not enough to read a book. You have to be able to understand the context it's coming from. You have to be able to process the information.
Our recommendation: practice what you preach.
Yeah, amen.
or so books a year, you can read 10. I will take a moment of silence now to shame you into reading more. The worst part of this is that people don't even have a contextual frame of what happened in a specific moment of history. Thus, they say the stupidest stuff. In the next few months, I'm going to make a...
This is a photo from a reenactment. This is a photo from a Soviet reenactment. Is Bucket in here somewhere?
Oh, God.
Is Vlad in here somewhere? Is this Istosnik? Or whatever they're fucking called? Incredible.
That would be great, honestly.
This was from a Soviet reenactment. Look, you see the crowd in the background, the quality of the photo.
This is completely inaccurate. Where's all the kratom?
Time Thief. Welcome to hell.
Yeah, video talking about if the current revisionist narrative on World War II is accurate, and that's something I stumbled into that video as well.
You know what,
that if you read literally any book on World War II, a lot of this stuff is demonstratively and obviously false. However, no one reads a fucking book anymore.
What are you talking? Like what? Like what?
Spangler, of course.
Spangler's
Spangler is the only book he actually read.
What
What
are these things in World War II books from today that are wrong? What is revisionist about it?
I apologize if this comes across as rude and condescending, but this is one of those topics that feels like I'm yelling at kids with power tools who are trying to tear the house down. When people talk with the Jews, they all have some narrative, and they won't let you talk for a sentence before the irrationality seeps out. The way I deal with this is by telling all of you to go to hell, and telling you what I think the truth.
He just edits the entire video in its entirety and not just the audio.
Yeah.
Which is fucking wild, because I'm a fucking idiot when it comes to video editing software, but I know how to do that.
Yeah.
It's so basic.
Yeah, he just talks over it and edits the footage as he goes. It's weird.
We spend too much time trying to please others today and have good optics, and so I won't. This is just a video going through the context and facts of Jewish history.
We'll see how many facts. There are some facts here, I'll tell you that, but oh boy.
Anti-Semitism is flooding the internet today thanks to a...
No, skip.
Ground news. Fuck it. Eat my dick and balls. Anti-Semitism is spreading because ground news. That's what I'm gonna say.
Americans for Prosperity would like to congratulate President Trump and Congress for passing the one big...
Yeah, I don't know if you want to say that. That might not be TOS.
don't
Part
care.
1, Genesis. For a lot of the early Jewish history, we have basically no other sources, and thus indirectly the Bible ends up becoming one of our best sources. The Jews emerged in the...
So, this is a classic example here. I'm going to try not to do this every time. I'm going to fail. Thing he says to start, correct. We don't have a lot of information on the origins of the Jews as a culture community. There's not a lot of records from them. A lot of our records have to come from other weird secondary sources. To then say the Bible emerges as one of our best sources is pretty fundamentally false. Other than saying, oh, Jews and people related to the Jews happened to be in these areas.
Of the dying and degenerate Bronze Age world. Watch my incredible second podcast, History 102, if you're interested in hearing more about the Bronze Age, early Israel, or that time period of history. The thing is that the Bronze Age itself is a poorly recorded society in general, with the only records coming from the wealthiest merchants, kings, and priests. The Jews were irrelevant desert tribes, so we only even barely have any Egyptian records of them at all. The Egyptians were the only major civilization which cared about the Jews, so that means practically nothing's written on the topic. Secondly, that the Jews emerged from the Dark Age period, which came after the fall of the Bronze Age, which had even worse records. The Bronze Age went through its own equivalent to the fall of Rome called the Bronze Age Collapse, in which most of the civilization in the greater Middle East was destroyed in a matter of 20 years for complex reasons I explain in this text.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he also loves doing text drops like that.
Yeah, and
that's a Rudyardism.
Yeah, his explanation of the Bronze Age collapse is very simplistic, and while I don't want to say it's necessarily wrong, because I don't think it is entirely wrong, it's just see where he goes with it as well.
What this means is that since there's so little written, we kind of have to rely on the biblical record up to a certain point, which isn't that bad since the Bible itself isn't that implausible once you get past the symbolic myths and stuff like Genesis. People of Bible derangement and get obsessive over disproving or proving it, well, I stand by the law of chill vibes, a term I've invented for you should maintain calm unless forced not to. According to the Bible, the Jews started out in Uruk in Mesopotamia, the oldest civilization in the world. Mesopotamian civilization was already in decline, with the horrible degeneracies and stupidities that decadence entails. Abraham supposedly lived around 2000 BC, and from genetic analysis, we know there was a person at that time and place who is a shared Y chromosome from those who claim descent from Abraham. So, we've proven the existence of Abraham genetic.
Okay, so let's be clear here. What has been proven by this study that WhatIfAltHist is talking about? Here's what's being proven. What's being proven is that people who are part of a long and ancient tradition who say our ancestors came from this place at this time, there's genetic evidence to suggest that that is true. That's all. It doesn't prove the existence of Abraham specifically. It doesn't prove the existence of any one specific person other than to say that that the general ancestors of these people existed, which is uncontroversial. Side note, do you want to know who else shares very, very similar genetics in that way, who can trace it back to these ancient Canaanites and ancient Mesopotamians? The Palestinians. Okay, tuck that one in your back fucking pocket.
Clay. I explain this more in the video I'm about to release on Jewish civilization, but the Jews were a sort of breakaway from the dying civilizations of the Fertile Crescent region. I've compared them to the Mormons before, or a strongly cohesive, highly strange religious group that moved out into the desert to avoid the old society. The first records we have of a group that could be the Jews were the Hapiru, or an Egyptian term for a class of bandits who lived on Egypt's frontier with modern Israel. They started out as a social social class, and then over time fused into being an ethnic identity. This fits with the biblical narrative in which the Jews muddled around the desert fringes of the Fertile Crescent, ranging from Iraq west to modern Israel, and then ending up in Egypt. Part 2. Exodus. According to the Jewish records, the Jews lived in the Egyptian frontier region as a subjugated nation, which doesn't seem implausible at all.
Here's the thing, it does seem implausible because let's talk about evidence again. There is evidence that certain groups of people who are kind of related genetically to ancestors of the Jews were in Egypt, in ancient Egypt, at some point. We don't know a lot about what they were or what their role was, whether or not they were slaves. So there's not
whether they're slaves or they're just part of the servant class, which is different.
Yeah, or whether they were just general citizens of some kind. Like there's evidence that something related to the Jews was in Egypt at the time, but the implication here is that he just takes Exodus at face value, which, archaeologically speaking, you really, 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 really shouldn't.
Oh, hold on. Let me just read that.
Oh, did Craig send something earlier?
Also, no, he just posted it just now. Also, there's been some work on early Jewish history, how they developed around in captivity. Before that, the Bible was not a good source of what happened.
Yes.
How the religion was polytheistic, where Yahweh was a storm god and major prominence. We're going to get to that.
It's
more in the next video.
It's more, I wouldn't describe it as polytheism, it was monolatry. Polytheism is you think there's many gods and you believe in and worship them all. Monolatry is you believe there are many gods and you worship one and the others are bad.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's sort of like a thing where
Jews were monolatry.
It's a weird thing where Christians sort of have this, and the best way to describe it is that they believe in God and they also believe in Satan, a very powerful being that is close to God but is not the God that they worship.
Well, so
I know it's a little bit different, but it's to get that analogy.
So it's similar to that, but not quite, because the idea is that this is still a being that is below God. It would be a better analysis to say if God and Satan were equal beings, which not quite that.
Correct. Also, there is no record of anything in line with Exodus. While the Israelites, of the late Bronze Age, didn't write stuff down, the Egyptians sure as shit did.
Yeah. Again, the evidence is that people potentially related to the Jews were in Egypt at some point, and that's kind of all that we know of it. But yeah, there's not a lot of evidence for Exodus, and it's
which Mr. Mercury Man kind of states, but that's again.
But yeah, a good point that you bring up as well, King of Things, is that Judaism as we know it today, like. The earliest, if we were to go back as far as possible, the earliest would be the Babylonian captivity, which does come up here.
We're gonna get
because
to that, don't worry.
The Babylonian captivity is what changed the Jews from monolatry, worshiping a local storm god, into true monotheism and the birth of apocalyptic, messianic, and eventually Merkabah and or Kabbalistic Judaism. And yeah, you're exactly right. Before that, the Bible is not a great source. Absolutely.
Given Egypt at this point was a multicultural society with a lot of conquered minorities. According to the Bible, the Jews moved into Egypt to escape famine in the Levant, something which did historically really happen in that era, given Egypt was the region's granary, while the Jewish historian Josephus says that the Jews migrated in under the Semitic Hyksos conquerors of Egypt. Both theories are plausible, but the short answer is that we don't know. The current historiography thinks that the Jews then left Egypt and migrated to Israel before the Bronze Age collapse, which I think is completely insane due to Egypt's complete military dominance of the entire region. What I think happened instead is that after the void in power that came with the Bronze Age collapse, the Jews left Egypt and invaded into modern Israel, then called Canaan. Lots of people today like to say that the book of Exodus is innately unrealistic, which I find silly given how frequent migrations and invasions were by the nomadic desert peoples, of which the Jews were one. This era constantly had barbarian migrations, with dozens pouring out of just the Arabian desert. The Jews conquered and genocided the region of modern Israel, claiming their earlier habitation centuries before justified their right to rule. They ruled the region.
Airport just redeemed blame Yektan.
I do blame Yektan. Yektan, this is your fault.
It is my fault, actually.
Yektan created the Jews, and we have been suffering ever since.
Sorry, my bad.
As a minority, gradually assimilating and outbreeding the local population. I'm going to gloss over a huge era of history now.
Yeah, you've already glossed over a huge era of history. What happened in those areas is that there's a certain amount of conquering and assimilation that happened in the lead up to what would become the Babylonian captivity, but like, holy shit.
Oh yeah, Craig says New Kingdom, I think, Ramses II and such.
I don't remember exactly what the time. I don't remember what the time period is for the supposed like Jewish related people who were there. So big things to consider here. On top of a lot of other things, like it's what he just said about how the Jews kind of grew there it partially takes Exodus for granted, and not just the fact like there were other tribes in the area. They didn't really go away. They intermingled with, merged under, and moved around the area as well.
Wasn't there also, I remember there's certain theological studies that Canaan was actually occupied by a people that was very similar to the Israelites. And then they just went over and conquered them.
I mean, that's... So, there's little bits of that.
Yeah.
But there's like, I don't know, a lot of the assumption here is basically just taking Exodus for granted as a story of what happened.
Well, yeah, because it's in the Bible, and
we
source most of our history about Egypt from the Bible.
Well, there is a lot of, with Egypt specifically, no, Jews, yes, but Egypt, we have a lot of records just from the Egyptians. Mm-hmm. But with the Jews, it's more complicated.
Sorry, I meant Spangler.
True.
Got a lot.
Or a 500-year period, since there were no migrations involved, but the Jews established a unified kingdom under Solomon and David. Said unified kingdom split into two, with the north being Israel and the south being...
And you already see that there are areas here where other people ruled. It wasn't as simple as they came and genocided everyone, and that was that.
Oh yeah, tell me this, Mr. Rudyard. If they were so solidified and cohesive, then how come they split into two?
Judea. Jewish monotheism formed over the course of this time period, which, over the longer durée of history, would turn...
The monotheism really started to form more in the captivity, which I don't even think we've gotten to yet.
No.
Turn into one of the most important events ever. Number 3, the Babylonian captivity. As time passed, the Jews faced the normal civilizational cycle of a society which settles into the land and grows wealthier, but in the process becomes more stratified, bureaucratic, decadent, weak, and stupid. The thing that made the Jews special was the introspection their religion gave them, with generations of prophets saying that if the Jews didn't get their act together, they'd be destroyed by the laws of nature, which are not kind to weakness and immorality. They were correct with the Assyrians and then the Babylonians ravaging Israel. This was in the 7th and 6th century BC, in which the first great powers to recover from the rubble of the Bronze Age collapse were Mesopotamia, or based out of modern Iraq. The Assyrians were the first, being practically the Nazis of the ancient world. They were a...
There's a lot to unpack here. I'm just going to say, you should take a lot of what he's saying about the Assyrians here with a grain of salt. Almost all of it is either A, dubious, or B, traits that equally apply to almost all other people here, including the Jews at the time.
He's Craig said, I got an eye on the chat though.
Yeah,
Craig says he's got a real hang up on the decadence, doesn't he?
Yeah, he made a video on that a long time ago.
You can thank fucking Spangler for that.
Yeah, no, he's talked about that a lot. Decadence, degeneracy, the cycles of history.
We're gonna get to that in the next video, and boy howdy, it's gonna be a
hyper-militaristic, brutal, imperialistic society, which would literally brag about committing atrocities.
So
they were
did the
incredibly
Jews!
harsh to
What do
those
you
who
think half the
resisted, and the
Bible
Jews
is?
suffered mightily
Yeah,
resisting
you
the
know,
Assyrians. The Assyrians
take a baby's
briefly
head and dash it
unified the
against
whole
rocks,
Fertile
like,
Crescent region,
that's,
stretching from
the
Egypt to
wiping out
Iran,
the
before
seed of
collapsing
Amalek?
by making too many enemies and running out of men. Out of
That
the
is
rubble
kind
of the
true.
Assyrian
Again,
Empire came their
he
southern
touches on a
neighbor,
lot
the
of real history
Babylonians,
here.
This
who,
is just
unlike the
Wikipedia
barbaric
shit, though.
imperialism
Yeah.
of
You
the
literally look this up
Assyrians,
on
were
Wikipedia.
marked by their cultural refinement and moral degeneracy. Ironically,
What is the... Yes! That's what differentiates the Babylonians from the Assyrians, that they were degenerate. What does that mean?
Yeah, a citation? It's almost like the ancient world was a brutal and bloody place. Yes and no.
That's the that's the thing too. A certain amount of the bloodiness of the Assyrians is either stuff that we don't entirely know about whether or not it happened, and the stuff that we do know that happened wasn't exactly unique to them.
Mm-hmm.
They were militant and aggressive and stuff, but they certainly weren't the only ones who were. It's just
during that time you kind of had to be, or else no one would take you seriously.
The idea that they were the Nazis of the age is just such a fundamental misunderstanding of how to interpret history in so many ways that I don't even know where to begin.
What, you're telling me that Nazis don't know how to interpret history? You're telling me
Are
that
you
Nazis
suggesting that Rudyard is somehow influenced by Nazis?
they were in fact more brutal to the Jews than the Assyrians were.
No,
when the
I
Jews
mean,
kept
more like everyone
rebelling,
was kinda,
which they had a
into
tendency
that
to
kind of-
do
yeah,
due
everyone
to
was
thinking
violently
of
killing each
themselves
other.
as
Yeah,
God's
yeah.
chosen
A little
people,
bit, but a lot
the
of them also
Babylonians
weren't killing
literally
each other,
forcibly
that's the thing.
migrated a huge part of the Jewish population
This is
out of
true.
Israel to Babylon to break their spirit. This was a common Babylonian practice
It wasn't
in which
necessarily
Babylon
to
became a
break their
cosmopolitan
spirit, that's the
global
thing.
city
That's
filled
what
with
Rudyard
dozens
is,
of
or Spengler,
Yeah,
whatever.
so it's true that they brought people in, but they did it for the same reason a lot of empires do. If you want to better manage a people, a certain amount of multicultural sense helps you to do that, because you cannot be an empire without being multicultural. You just can't. It's why the Romans were so successful. It's why the Mongols were so successful.
Well, the Romans were fucking anything that moved, so.
Yeah. So Babylon was doing it in their own way, but it wasn't to break their spirit. It was to combination reach an understanding, begin a process of assimilation, and kind of a certain amount of it was spoils of war, but it wasn't breaking the spirit. The spirit was already broken. They had been conquered. Israel fell,
conquered nations.
I may have found my dream game. Here's my dream game. You jumping off a bridge.
More Jews remained in Israel than Babylon, but those who went to Babylon were still a very large component, including most of the ruling class or nobility. The Babylonian captivity, lasting about a lifetime, was actually a profoundly seminal moment in the development of Jewish civilization.
Yes,
one of
you're
the
right.
Jews' best traits is that when they face suffering, they use it to improve and learn what they did wrong. For one, we see
I
the
don't know if that's how
codification
I
of the
would phrase
Old
it.
Testament into the singular document it is today, since after the Babylonians destroyed the first temple, the Jews were forced to rely on
say
the
this.
scripture in order to maintain their faith. The Jews also became purely monotheistic, or only believing in one God, removing any remnants of the Old
I love how this contradicts what he said earlier about how in the Two Kingdom period is when the Jews became more monotheistic. That's wrong. What he's saying now is correct, that in the Babylonian captivity they became more monotheistic.
I would be charitable in saying that they started doing monotheism there and then fully got over.
Yeah, but they still kind of had not really.
Yeah,
it was still monolatry. It was just a stronger form of it. It's again a very poor explanation of what was going on, and that whole thing about how one of the Jews' better traits is. That's like
cohesion.
Like but that whole thing about like, oh, you learn from your suffering and figure out what you did wrong. I feel like that's a little bit of projection. That is a trait that many people around the world from all cultures have considered a useful trait, and all kinds of cultures have had that, not just the Jews. And to describe that is why the Jews persisted is not. That is not why Jews have persisted.
It's almost like to suffer is human, to learn is divine.
To forgive is canine.
Yes, true.
polytheism in order to avoid
Inshallah.
gods they shared with the Babylonians.
don't say that.
The Jews were finally liberated by the
Frederick
Persian
wouldn't like
conquest
that.
of Babylon in the 6th century AD, in
Yeah,
which
my
Babylon
boy,
was so degraded they
my
opened the
boy
gates to the
Cyrus.
Persians willingly. The Persians were known as the most humane and enlightened rulers of the ancient world, and their emperor Cyrus was written in the Bible as one.
That is true. Cyrus is the only non-Jewish king mentioned in the Bible,
And Cyrus was actually the name given to the given from the Jews to the.
Yeah.
He wasn't known as Cyrus in the Persian Empire. He was actually Korosh.
Yeah.
Korosh-e-Buzurg, which is essentially Korosh the Great.
Yes.
So because he was the first.
Yek can give us a lot of insight for this kind of stuff because Yek is a little bit saffron-pilled himself.
I am?
You're brown?
What?
You're
Why
mixed
didn't
race?
What? You're what?
One of the
Anytime,
few
dude.
Gentiles
Oh
who
my
got to be
God.
an
If
honorary
Rudyard learns
Jew.
about time,
The
he-
Persians
I
let
think
the
he
Jews
knows.
resettle
He
back in
already knows.
Israel, although a huge component chose to stay in
Russell hasn't
Babylon,
shown
in
yet.
which the Iraqi Jews were the biggest population outside Israel throughout the ancient and medieval worlds. Interestingly, Babylonian mysticism
I
had a
think that's
huge
true.
impact on Jewish mysticism or
That is
Kabbalah,
true.
which
That
was
is
to
true.
become the
Babylonian
dominant force
mysticism
in
did
medieval Jewish
have,
culture. The Jews
influence
rebuilt
on
the
Kabbalah,
temple
but still-
under
but here's the
Persian
thing.
rule.
I'll say this. Do you know what else had a big influence on it? Mysticism from the Greeks and mysticism from the Egyptians. Hermetic mysticism goes back mostly to the Egyptians. And yeah, the Jews, a lot of influence came from the Babylonians, sure, but also the Greeks and also the Egyptians. And for the record, Greek mysticism also largely rooted in Egyptian
It's
mysticism.
almost like if you live in a multicultural state, you're going to be taking up things from other cultures.
Yeah,
Like,
it's...
that's just what
4.
it's
The
not like a
Roman
bad thing, it's just
expulsion.
what
Yeah.
We're going to skip 500 years once again.
Skip.
In the period
Skip.
after the Persian dominance, the Greeks under Alexander the Great conquered the entire Middle Eastern region, stretching out from Macedonia to
Yeah,
India. After Alexander's death, the Middle East was split amongst his generals, with Israel trading hands first from the Egyptian Ptolemies to the Syrian Seleucids. The Seleucids around the 3rd century BC were more oppressive to the Jews than the earlier Ptolemies, trying to ban both circumcision and monotheism. This sparked a Jewish radical revolt called the Maccabees, which also surprisingly worked. This is strange since the Jews are one of very few indigenous populations who were able to successfully gain independence from Greek colonial.
So let's be very clear here about what happened with the Maccabean revolt. The Macedonian occupation of Israel at the time was basically we have conquered this area, but it's still like mostly you guys, and we're gonna kind of put you guys in charge nominally, and we're kind of be off to the side. But
vassal
you
state,
work for us.
essentially.
Yes, it was effectively a vassal state. So it was easy to throw them off because the area was still basically entirely Jews or people related to the Jews. Also, during the vassalage, the Macedonian vassalage, whatever you want to call it, a lot of Jews adapted Hellenistic traditions, be it in their clothes, their music, their language, their worship. Many of them stopped doing circumcision. A lot of this was a lot of Jews voluntarily became more Hellenistic. It is true, during different periods of this, certain leaders, some of who were Jews, some of who were Macedonian, tried to force more Hellenization onto the Jews. That is true, but a lot of it was also just, on some level, voluntarily cultural assimilation. And what the Maccabees did, Maccabees, and I love this phrase because I stroke my dick too much. I love or rather, I jerk myself off too much. That's the phrase. I'm gonna jerk myself off about this phrasing here. God, I love masturbation. Yes, I know. No, they can't see you. They can't see you stroking off.
Shit.
The camera's not on.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, it's on, but it's not showing. Anyway, editor, cut this.
Editor cut.
Editor. So, the Maccabees were basically like Jewish Hamas, right? They were freedom fighters set on trying to, also bring about this super conservative reimagining and return to tradition for their religious faith. And so the Maccabean revolt not only killed and attacked Macedonians and other Hellenes, or however you want to say it, they largely attacked other Jews, forcibly circumcising people, and killing lots of Jews who resisted. So a lot of it was Jew-on-Jew violence, because the Maccabees were upset that the Jews had strayed, and this resulted briefly in, yes, they won. The Maccabees won. This is where the story of Hanukkah comes from. But here's the problem. Here's the problem with the Maccabees winning. Do you know who the Maccabees worked with and were politically aligned with? The Roman Republic. Guess who comes in immediately after this?
Want.
Yeah, it fucking backfired. So.
Yeah, cocooning to the Empress. True.
The Maccabees forced the majority population of Israel to convert by the sword, and most people of Jewish ancestry today are descendants from the forced conversion under the Maccabees.
The forced convert. This again. The implication of this is that all these people were not actually part of the original Jews, and they then were forcibly converted. No, these were people who were Jews formally, had drifted in their faith, and then came back to the faith and traditions.
Yeah, the Maccabees were just the ones that snapped them back.
Yeah, post the Maccabean revolt. This is a very weird framing. There were people who were, quote-unquote, not Jews or not Semitic there at the time, and you had other Semitic groups who were not Jewish who were there, some of whom converted, some of whom didn't. But this is forgetting that the big thing that happened was these quote-unquote conversions were not conversions so much as reconversions. Anyway.
However, like everyone, the Maccabees grew decadent and were conquered by the Romans, who first used puppet governments.
Decadent?
That's not...
They were being funded by the Romans, and then the Romans, they said, we're free, you've saved us. And then the Romans are just like, I wouldn't say saved, more like under new management.
Yeah, what basically happened was, I should correct myself. I do not remember if it was either the Roman kingdoms or the Roman Republic that supported the Maccabees, but either way, Rome then becomes an empire, much bigger, wealthier, with a bigger military, whereas at the time, the Macedonians were splitting at that point. That's why you had all these different mini kingdoms, which, again, that was a pretty good description of what WhatIfAltHist gave there. So it's not that they were decadent, it's that they were a small, hyper-religious cult, the Maccabees, and they couldn't fight. Like, they could fight other Jews and convince other Jews to reconvert. They could force out the already weakened and stratified Macedonians. No, it has nothing to do with decadence. They just could not beat the legions of Rome.
The bear and the bull and the bear and the bull.
The bear and the bull and the bear and the bull. Like there were other groups in similar situations to the Maccabees who were able to defeat or fend off the Romans, but these were ones who were very much so at the periphery of the empire, whereas the Jews, the Maccabees, were already kind of in their pocket.
Just checking back in and pause, and Moshe is rambling now. Off to a good start. Yeah, we were talking about bear and bull. Yeah,
we're talking about the bear and the bull and the bear and the bull and the bear and the bull.
Then ruled Israel directly. The Jews had a natural tendency to rebel due to their messianic belief that they were God's chosen people, and that if they followed God's orders correctly, he would grant them victory against impossible odds. Jewish mystics in the 1st century AD had constant visions that their Messiah would come to liberate them and allow them to conquer Rome. The thing is that they were right, just not how they thought, and they killed that guy. Much like the
They killed that guy. The story of of quote unquote the Jews killing Jesus was created.
That was from Peter, right?
It was created in the Middle Ages, in the early Middle Ages.
Yeah. Well, it's based off of Apostle Peter's notes.
Also, did Jesus even claim to be the Messiah? He claimed to be a prophet. I don't know if he claimed to be the Messiah.
I think the jury's still out on that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of theological debate on that.
Yeah,
but they killed that guy. Yeah, they're talking about Jesus.
Yeah, they're talking about Jesus. This is just fucking...
Or, sorry, the Jewish phrase would be Yeshua, or the anointed one.
You did have... So at the time, again, it's like kind of the solidification of Judaism into a thing post-Babylonian captivity is specifically messianic, apocalyptic, and often either Kabbalistic or Merkaba Judaism.
It's a funny way to phrase that. Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
WhatIfAltHist is
Babylonians
a funny guy.
and the Maccabees
What can I
before,
say?
the radical Jewish fanatics rebelled against the Romans in the 1st century AD. This was an incredibly bloody and difficult war. In fact, the bloodiest and biggest war of the
There's a
Pax
quote that says
Romana
if the Jews
era,
killed
killing
Jesus,
over a
he would-
million
if the
people,
Jews,
which
if
is
the
pretty
Jews
remarkable
didn't
given
kill Jesus, he
Israel's
would die by-
population was
he
only
would die
slightly
by
larger
stoning.
than that.
Or no,
The
if the
Romans
Jews
had to
killed Jesus, he
keep
would die by
reconquering
stoning.
Israel only for a few Jews to
don't know
keep
how to read, I'm
rebelling
sorry.
again and then restart. After a certain amount of wars, the Romans just gave up and mass expelled a majority of Israel's population outside Palestine. The Romans oppressed the Jews, which is kind of remarkable given the Romans were one of the most religiously tolerant empires of the ancient
That is
world.
true.
The Jews saw their
true.
god
Yeah.
as innately superior to the false Roman gods.
It's true. I mean that is how the Jews viewed it. Again,
Mm-hmm.
so this is one of the few points where WhatIfAltHist is cooking. He's cooking here.
Mm-hmm.
He's right. In that the Romans' approach to dealing with other religions was, we don't care what you believe, just toss in a couple grapes on the altar for Jupiter. That's all we care about. The Jews wouldn't do that.
Yeah, because they didn't.
And they kept
only
rebelling.
believed in
Also,
one God.
Jews being moved out of there, a certain amount of that diaspora naturally happened because once Israel was conquered and the Jews were part of the empire, once you're in the empire, when your homeland has been decimated, you're going to go elsewhere looking for stuff. And so they were able to use the rest of the empire, basically.
The roads.
Yeah, they
would use
used the roads, they used the infrastructure, and they used the urban and, well, even not just the urban centers, just let me rephrase that, the population centers all over, and they basically just moved wherever the Roman Empire was. And it's a little bit, I don't know if it's putting the cart before the horse or just attributing the diaspora to the wrong thing, but
Yeah.
Also, yes, we pause these here, but if you watch these in full, you just have to realize this goes by in a single second. He expects
And
you
also
to...
they're misspelled.
He expects
a lot.
you to pause this to read it.
And refused to make any
No, Sumerians
sacrifices
wouldn't
to
do
the
that.
Roman gods. This was something the Romans could not tolerate for complex cultural reasons I explain in this text wall.
It's not complex. I just explained it to you in an
This
instant.
is one of my favorite little gifts to give. It looks so
Well, it took me
simple
5
and
seconds to
elegant,
explain
and I
it.
love how it has
The Jews were about 13% of the Roman Empire's population, or equivalent
Despite being 13% of the population.
Yeah. Yeah.
They make up over 50% of the revolts.
to the modern black
Almost like a
population in
people
America,
like
and
revolt,
much like
like-
Black Americans, they worked
Also, an ethnic
Like
map...
Black Americans,
ethnic
I completely
map-
forgot about that.
Ethnic map of the late Roman Empire.
Everything else is
The
black.
late
because
the
it's
late
a
Roman Empire, you had Germans who were throughout the Latin area.
Yeah,
the
the
Gauls who were over
yeah, the
here.
Gauls, yeah.
Latins being there. The Gauls weren't that different from the Latins. The British, they were. You had Celts, Anglo-Saxons. To differentiate the cultures in this way. Oh yeah, the Arabs are there. They just are Arabs, Egyptians, Syrians. Okay, the Armenian one is true. You got that right. Kudos to you. God bless Armenia. This is just I don't know. My favorite gift is the ads in a grave. I know.
True.
in menial jobs living in their own inner city ghettos. The Jews only became skilled merchants in the medieval period. The Jews had one of the highest birth
Yeah, so it's that is a 1350 statistic, which Rudyard says that like Black Americans.
It is not entirely true.
Yeah.
And B, misses a lot of context, but it is a classic talking point amongst racists.
Oh no, I am Douglas Jones.
Hey, yo, hi, Dougie Jones. We're talking about the Jews.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the Jews.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Jews. So
We're talking about an idiot who thinks he knows about the Jews.
So the same way, Jews worked in menial jobs and then only later became merchants. Some did menial jobs. Most were like your average person, which is to say most of them were poor peasants. Some were craftsmen, and some were eventually able to ascend.
Very few were scribes, which was a pretty cozy job back.
Yeah,
in
the
day.
Jews had one of the highest birth rates. So here's the thing, that I could believe that, but I don't even know if that's true. Did someone redeem a take on the Jews? No. Yektan is visiting me in person, and Yektan and I have a certain affinity for making fun of WhatIfAltHist, and WhatIfAltHist within the last month, released 2 videos on the Jews.
Something
And
Moshe is
as a Jew,
has a passing interest.
As a Jew, you know,
as a Jew with
right in the Roman Empire,
Yes.
due to probably being the most religious people in the empire. Thus, they had been spilling out of Israel, settling across the eastern.
That's not why. You literally just brought up the diaspora. They got absorbed into the empire. They were kicked out, and they spread to whatever population centers they needed to survive. You have just contradicted yourself.
Here's my theory about it. My theory is that he's getting a lot of like factoids from Wikipedia, and then just he's like essentially cramming Spangler into it like a turducken. Like you just have
That's
like,
not a bad point.
You have like all of these contradicting things, or he gets like Wikipedia for like the basic history points, like any good college freshman writing a history essay, and then he just and then it's just like completely cram-fisted with like his own ideals with no citations whatsoever. There's no citations here.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through the first video.
Mediterranean for
Very
centuries
strongly
beforehand. The international, mostly Greek-speaking Jewish population was completely instrumental in
Jews did not
creating
look like
Christianity, which used this diaspora.
Hold up! The Greek-speaking Jews were instrumental in creating Christianity. No!
What?
No, Christianity was a certain specific sect of Messianic, Kabbalistic, apocalyptic, Merkaba processing Jews produced a lot of the philosophical theories that birthed the apostles, and then Rome chose to adopt Christianity. So no, the Greek-speaking internationally spread Jews of the empire didn't spread Christianity.
The Christians did.
It was literally the Latin and Greek Romans, the Latin, Greek, German, Gaulish Romans who spread it because they decided, because one of their emperors decided to adopt it, and then they converted.
Yeah,
the Greek, it's true that at the time, it was mostly Greek-speaking Jews at this time who were spreading throughout the empire and surviving where they could. Again, like, he gets stuff right sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, I am Douglas Jones says kosher-fisted to my ham-fisted thing.
True.
I would agree, but we just had sausages, so yeah, I don't think we can be kosher in this one.
It's fine.
And it's like, also, there's a fact that early cult of Christianity ended up making the choice to discard being a Jewish sect in order to spread. Well,
there is a little bit of that, but again, the key thing here is that what helped it spread at this time was not Greek-speaking international Jews, who were a group that existed, Greek-speaking Jews who were trying to survive elsewhere in the empire. No, it was the Romans who did it.
Also, international is a bit of a misnomer considering the fact that they were all in one nation. The Roman
so I understand that, but I understand what he means by international.
Yeah, it's different people.
He's using the wrong word, but I can translate,
as a way to spread across the entire Mediterranean and known world quickly. The Romans expelled Jews as far across the Mediterranean as possible, settling them intentionally in Spain and South France. Modern Ashkenazi Jews are...
I don't know to what extent that is true. A certain amount of them were kicked out. Some of them left voluntarily because their homeland was decimated after these revolts and the conquering of Israel. Why did they settle in these key areas? What are the major population and economic centers of the Roman Empire?
Interesting.
Coincidence? So this is the part where he gets into, I think, at least a little bit of truth again. The Sephardi Jews were the ones who had settled generally in the Iberian Peninsula, like along the Mediterranean here, and eventually kind of ended up for different reasons, in Greece and other parts of the Mediterranean. The Ashkenaz settled in Ashkenaz, which was their word for what is today the Rhineland. And you had the Mizrahi Jews who kind of stuck around the Middle East, and you had other kinds of little mini groups here and there.
About 40% Mediterranean European ancestry, like Spanish, French, and Italian. Since the Roman Empire fell into degeneracy, lots of local women married into the Jewish community since it had more stable family values and community. Meanwhile, the Spanish and North African Jewish populations are almost identical to the original Levantine Jewish population.
By the way, that meme, works-cited crack pipe, literally originates from a different streamer reacting
One
to.
who really likes horses.
Yeah, Vosh. One of Vosh's like most positive contributions, and this isn't me saying that Vosh has a lot necessarily. One of his more positive contributions to internet discourse was works cited crack pipe. Like, thank fucking God for that. And it started because of WhatIfAltHist. This is where we break out the crack pipe. Vosh, the evil Moshe, no. Vosh is infinitely more successful than I am or ever will be.
Also, Vosh likes being sex pest towards women.
Yeah, I like being a sex pest towards men.
It's true, that's why I'm here.
I'm sorry. Anyway, editor, cut this. Editor!
Jews remain concentrated in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the largest population centers being in Egypt, Babylon, Syria's coastal cities, the cities of Greece, Anatolia, Rome, and Carthage. Basically, if you read the Bible and a city is mentioned, assume it had a large Jewish ghetto population. This era was also completely instrumental.
The large Jewish ghetto population.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
It originally wasn't ghettos. It was the same way it was in many cities. Different groups of people would come together and live amongst each other, generally in urban areas. Yeah. The ghettoization was something that was very much imposed once Christianity really took hold. So there's a little bit of cart before the horse here.
In the creation of modern Judaism, in that without the temple.
So like in New York, a lot of Italians would hang out in Italian communities. Also, a lot of Chinese people would hang out in Chinese communities. Like,
WhatIfAltHist is going to imply here, in the video several times, intentionally or unintentionally, is going to imply that the Jews ghettoized themselves, which is pretty fundamentally wrong. Locking them up in ghettos was a policy of Christian lords.
The Jews had to rely on the rabbis, who became a hereditary ruling caste, as well as the scripture. Part 5, the Islamic Empire. As the Roman Empire fell...
That didn't say the Islamic Empire, that said the Islamic world. Europe in 500 AD. Ostrogoths ruled all this. They were here too. They weren't just here, they were here. Eastern Roman Empire, that's real at least. Mm-hmm. The Berbers, the Visigoths, the Sueves, the Franks, the Burgundians. Yeah, that's cool. So who's here? Who's here? Who's here? I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. I'm circling gray areas where there was definitely other civilizations.
Where's all the gray parts?
God.
You saw the gradual collapse of classical civilization, and until the Crusades, the torch of civilizational dominance passed over to the Islamic world, where under the Prophet Muhammad, the Arabs conquered the largest empire in history up to that point.
Yeah, I don't think you have your mouse.
That's fine. So this implies they conquered the largest empire. This implies that all of this was a single empire. And it basically never was, except under, like, the Romans, basically. Yeah. This, a lot of this would sometimes be under single empires, particularly different varieties of Turks. The Persians had their empires and whatnot, but, like, all of this was never under a single flag other than, like, maybe during the Romans and maybe during Alexander the Great. The idea that this was all a single Arab empire is simply wrong, especially considering how much of this is Turkic, how much of this is Caucasian, how much of this is Persian.
Yeah, you'll notice that WhatIfAltHist will have a lot of nuance when it comes to Christian theocracies and Christian empires, but when it comes to Islam, it's just one gigantic block.
It's one big Islam.
When it comes to Judaism, it will be one gigantic block. When it comes to communism, it will be one gigantic Abrahamic block. We'll get to that later.
Don't spoil them on my favorite part of this.
Stretching from Portugal to India. In the early medieval period, Islam was the wealthiest, most technologically advanced, philosophic, tolerant civilization in the world. This was the golden age of Islam. The Arabs were a desert herder people who, after conquering such an enormous urban empire, relied upon the local populations to govern. This included Greek-speaking...
This is implying that all of this was a single Arab empire.
Al-Afhim was a Persian.
So here's the thing. Was all of this a single Arab caliphate?
No.
I don't think all of this was. Maybe like this was. So here's the thing. I could be wrong here. I'm willing to admit that I could be wrong. Can someone give me evidence? Was all of this ever under a single Arab Caliphate.
King of Thing, I think, is right. The North African and Arabic Arabs areas were, as long as Spain briefly. Persia doesn't end up Islamic until the fall of the Umayyads.
Yeah, so then no, but that's true. But again, this is assuming still that it was all under a single empire,
which it was.
I acknowledge that this all was Islamic, but was it all under a single empire?
No,
was it all
it
under a single
wasn't.
caliphate? And I don't know if it ever was.
It definitely was not.
Not an Islamic one. Like there have been Islamic empires that ruled a lot of this. Ooh, the Umayyad Caliphate. So that was like the one. Okay, and the Umayyad Caliphate had for less than a century.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Okay. So like briefly there was all of this, but then it splintered. The golden age of Islam had a lot to do with all the broken up things as well. Afterwards, like, yeah, it was under the caliphate for less than a century. Okay, so that's okay.
Yeah, but then it started splintering, and then everybody.
You still had. Okay, so so this is the other difference. We're willing to check our sources and see if we're right and wrong. We're correcting ourselves here, but even then, the point is that so much of this, for most of its history, was still different. To treat it as a single thing, and yeah, they conquered it. And then immediately it couldn't last. It was like a worse version of the Macedonians in that way. Mm-hmm. And the golden age of Islam and the golden age of these civilizations continued long after, and not because of the Umayyad Caliphate.
Mm-hmm.
Christians and Jews. Across the Muslim world, the Muslims treated the Jews more favorably than the Christians, since until around 1000 AD, the Christians were a majority of the population of the Muslim world. This was a cause of resentment in Spain, for example, where once the Christians reconquered the country, they remembered how the Jews worked with the Muslims against the local Christians.
So this is another like falsehood about Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, which had the Moors on them, which had its own like mini caliphate. That wasn't the Umayyad Caliphate, by the way. The Umayyad Caliphate only owned it for a brief period, as Krex just said. This other caliphate in the Moors, the Berbers, whatever you want to call them, in Iberia, Spain, Portugal, you had Christians, you had Jews, you had Muslims who existed there. And some of them worked with different groups at different times. There were Christians who worked with the Muslim lords as well. There were Jews who worked with the Christian parts of Spain. It's this whole idea, this narrative. It's the narrative that was used as an excuse to send the Jews out of Spain, which is how you get that expulsion. But you cannot treat that as because that's just not the truth. The intricacies of the relations in Iberia at the time were very different. Jews were not simply, we worked with the Muslims. Many of us also worked with Christians. Many Christians also worked with Muslims.
They were treated favorably so long as they could pay the tithe. Because they would have an extra tithe on top of that. It was essentially a religion tax.
Yeah.
If you worshipped another god,
that wasn't Allah.
That wasn't Allah. Then you would have you would essentially have a stacked tax.
Yeah.
And that was essentially an incentive for people to convert.
So the caliphate the Andalusian caliphate was Umayyad for much longer, just only in Spain. It was the jewel of the Islamic world. Yes, that part is absolutely due to the multiculturalism. So being Umayyad, does that mean that it was a part of the greater Umayyad Empire, or are you saying that
it was after the Umayyad?
Or are you saying that the rulers of it were an Umayyad dynasty? Because there is a difference there. You can be a separate kind of thing while having a related dynasty.
I think it was...
for example, there was a time where Greece was ruled by the Wittelsbachs, but that doesn't mean that Greece was Bavarian.
If I remember correctly, there was essentially spheres of caliphates that all kind of just worked simultaneously. And then one took over all of them, and then it collapsed. Yes, the Umayyads got kicked out of the rest of their empire and remained in Spain.
Okay. So I see. So basically, the dynasty continued there, but it didn't continue anywhere else. That's interesting. Again, see, look, we're learning here. We're getting corrected.
Isn't history fun?
And look, we're getting corrected, and we're not losing our minds.
Christian
That too.
population.
Clearly
The
we
Jews
need more
operated as strong merchants in the Muslim world, learning their
Also in the
financial abilities
also
in this
in the
time
Christian
period.
world.
As an example of this, the Geniza records in medieval Cairo are some of the best records we have of the medieval economy, showing a highly complex system
true.
which stretched out to China in the east and Britain in the west. When I briefly went to college for a single year before dropping out of school,
And he dropped out because
this is
because
such
they were
a self-report,
because they were
bro.
too woke.
Yeah, true.
They were woke
I need
and subversive.
I need to get more of a drink. Holy fuck.
Yeah, Islamic history is fascinating. His comments about it make me hurt. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, Islamic history is fucking great.
It is like you know how European history is so varied and colored and like all these crazy dynasties, kingdoms, nations, duchies, these wars, these back and forths. That same complexity also exists in the Islamic world. Largely because the Islamic world was itself a Western society, in that it was born out of mixtures of Greek. It was born out of mixtures of Greek philosophy and science and Abrahamic religious tradition. So, I mean, I would argue that the Islamic world is arguably just as Western as the Christian world, at least, certainly at this time.
I have a really fun fact. So, the only reason we were able to preserve Greek and Roman artifacts is because of the Islamic caliphates.
Yeah, because they were obsessed with them.
Yeah, they were the only ones that that wanted to preserve them.
Yeah.
So, without the Islamic caliphates, Rudyard would have nothing to whack off to.
Yeah, that's also why that's why Middle Eastern music today is the closest thing we have to ancient Greek music, because they continued the tradition of ancient Greek music and ran with it, whereas the more Western Christianized European world did take certain things from it, but largely the many different musical modes got stripped away and they became more obsessed with harmony, which is still a very cool thing, but again, the focus on ancient Greece, we do owe a lot to the goddamn Muslims.
Your Akkadian fanboying is showing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love them.
We need to watch that after this.
One of them, as a palate cleanser.
Oh yeah, I know why they were.
Oh fuck! I clicked the wrong thing.
No,
Okay.
they're still there.
There we go. Oh,
So
you guys briefly saw my channel.
When the Abbasids rose, they inherited earlier Zoroastrian ideal, gathering knowledge, any and all knowledge. Most famously, the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Yes.
My area of speciality was medieval Islam, and my last essay was on the medieval Egyptian economy. And so
Oh yeah, and how well did that go?
I've read way too much of the medieval Egyptian economy, including. So here's the thing, like here he's showing. Like,
I've read too much. No, I think the exact opposite.
Here's the thing, like you're showing that you actually dipped your foot into actually researching these things, because your commentary on the medieval economy and the importance of Islam at the time is largely actually spot on. He's just right. Like you can tell where he's actually read and done the research. Yeah, the Abbasids were a Persian dynasty.
Yes.
Who booted the Umayyads to Spain.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the whole Sunni Shia split, if I remember correctly.
Or at the very least, making the Arabs not dominant over the whole thing.
Yeah, it was the start of it, because I believe it is because the Saudi Arabia is Sunni, while Iran and Persia was Shia.
So this is a topic I know way too much about, and read this text wall for my milkshake joke. Islam actually drew enormous influence from Judaism early on, with the Prophet Muhammad being influenced by a large community of Arabian Jews nearby. Part of the reason for the current antipathy between Arabs and Jews is that they have much more in common than they'd like, with both being descendants of Abraham, and
I said it. I meant that it started it.
Yeah.
It didn't necessarily form it yet.
Also, this statement about how the reason why there's antipathy between Jews and Muslims is because they're too similar. No.
Huh?
No, that is fundamentally not true.
Wrong,
that is
incorrect buzzer sound.
Incredibly loud, incorrect buzzer. I could go into that more, but I realize we're barely halfway through, and we don't have time.
Both being closer to the other religiously than they are to Christianity. There was a mutual admiration and study between Jews and Muslims early on. Side fun fact, a Turkish...
Also, going back to what King of Things is saying there, so the Sunnis, while that we associate them with Arabia today, they actually came from the Abbasids, so from the Persians, ironically.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is great. Talking about the Khazar milkers, and here's the thing. This is he is about to say something that is 100% true, and the comments hate him for it, because a big anti-Semitic conspiracy is that Jews aren't really the Jews. They're descendants of the Khazars. And he's about, again, you can see where he's actually done some fucking research.
Tribe north of the Caucasus, called the Khazars, converted to Judaism in the early Middle Ages. Ironically, they had practically no relation to real Jews, and made the decision as a way to avoid having to rely on either the Christian Byzantines or the Islamic Caliphate by picking a third religion. Modern Eastern European Jews have practically no Khazar genetic admixture, with the Khazars being practically wiped off the face of the earth.
Right.
First by the Vikings, and then by fellow Turkic steppe barbarians.
Everything he said
I feel
there,
like God.
Everything he said there was fine, but like the genetic admixture, I don't.
Yeah, no, it's weird, but like
that.
the history that he just described that relatively perfectly. Again, you can tell where he's done the research, where he's actually taking facts into consideration,
or just getting them from Wikipedia.
Well, that still falls under the category of doing research to take facts into consideration. It may be the most minimal way to do it, but it is doing it. Like, again, credit where I want to give credit where credit is due. All of that, basically everything he just said was entirely correct.
We don't want Rudyard to fall into the K-hole.
He's gone down below the K-hole.
He's in details like this to see if we even notice how weird they are. Then an event which I call the Islamic Dark Ages occurred, in which after the fall of the Abbasid Caliphate in the 10th century, the Islamic world went through their own event equivalent to the fall of Rome.
Kind of.
I don't know. That
Not really.
Again, I feel like that is... The closer thing to the fall of Rome would be the fall of, I guess what Craig described as the fall of the Umayyad Caliphate, barely a century after they formed. Yeah, this is just...
That is utterly incorrect. Yeah,
no.
The
closest thing to a dark age for Islam would be considered when they were like getting colonized by the European nations. So that's more like 17, 18, 1900s. If you wanted to say, a fall from power and a fall from... kind of being at the bleeding edge of science and tech and everything.
Yeah, when it comes to Islamic historical notes, the Crusades was kind of like a
no, I'm so sorry. King of Things is right.
The end of the Islamic Golden Age is when the Mongols happened.
This specific Islamic Golden Age that he's been talking about, came to an end when the Mongols came through and
started breeding with everyone.
No, but more like just absolutely annihilated people.
Yes,
they did breed with everyone, but they also annihilated so fucking much. Like if
they inserted their genetic admixture.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
The Islamic world saw barbarian invasions, social collapse, revolutions, religious wars, and over the course of centuries.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they did, and so I guess that's why I was saying, like, for me, what he's describing as the equivalent of the fall of Rome doesn't happen till later. The fall of the Golden Age, you're totally correct, and I'm so sorry I forgot about that because I'm a fucking moron. The fall of the Golden Age was the Mongols, but the true fall of the Roman Empire kind of situation doesn't really happen until later, until you start getting the death of the Ottoman Empire over the course of the 17, 18, and later 1900s.
Islam went from the most advanced place in the world to a primitive backwater. By the end of the medieval period, the Middle East had half the population it did at the start. In the late medieval period, the Muslim world became far less nice to the Jews. As the Muslim world lost confidence in its own superiority, it felt the need to take it out
by shifting its focus to European politics post
1066.
When most of the high schools make the change.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Oh
god damn, you're right. Yeah, it's a post hoc justification. Yeah. What he just said,
Bro was just putting his own Crusader Kings map.
Them becoming less tolerant of the Jews is a slower and longer process that. He's claiming it's happening a lot earlier than it actually happens. It does eventually happen, but It doesn't start happening until you start getting, like, the Turkic empires who start to solidify, and they take their own dominance a lot more seriously, and what they do also impacts other groups, Christians and Muslims and Jews alike.
On that map, you can see 2 major Islamic empires that were interesting.
Oh, yes. Oh, the
Timurids
Timurids. Incredible.
The Timurids and the Delhi Sultanate.
You know, the Timurids, like, briefly expanded almost to the edge of Europe, and then Tamerlane got owned.
Oof.
Yeah, so all of this being, like, yeah, we pointed out, or like at a different point, the borders when we were doing our last watch.
Yeah, this is lines on maps moment.
Yeah.
This is a little bit more cleaner.
So I would say this is actually a much better map. In fact, it almost feels like he didn't make it. It feels like he put the labels on himself, but all the carve-ups don't look like they were really done by him.
Yeah.
This is a much more competent map.
And sort of Fuse as a descendant of Mr. Tamerlane ends up ruling the Mughals and the Taj Mahal fame.
So Tamerlane, so the Timurids are related to the Mughals. I actually didn't know that.
On both the Jews and Christians, where in the era around the Black Death, you saw mass genocides against both of those populations.
No.
I think the Black Plague was doing
this had nothing. This had nothing to do to claim.
Found in the Mughals. Yeah, no.
So
it's
to
good.
claim that the Muslim empires were genociding Christians and Jews because of the Black Death. At the time of the Black Death, you saw the year previously, 1383. So that's around the time of the First Plague. The opposite was happening. What you saw was Christian empires massacring and genociding Jews and pagans, and Christians who were in differing views, like the Cathars and the Waldensians.
Yeah, a lot of Christians would actually flee to Islamic.
Islamic places did end up genociding these people, but most famously, that didn't happen until like the 18 and 1900s. It did eventually happen, yeah, but like again, I feel like we're putting the cart before the fucking horse
in the Middle
here.
East. The Ottoman Turks who came after, unifying most of the Muslim world in the early modern period, were actually quite tolerant to the Jews. In fact, taking millions of Jews in after the Spanish expelled them in the 15th and 16th.
That is true, but again, the implication here is that he's putting this period of hatred of the Jews before the Ottomans, when in reality it was under the Ottomans that the condition of Jews started.
Real centuries.
Quick, what do you think the over/under is on whether Rudyard rubs one out on this painting?
There's not enough white or East Asian people here, so probably lower than 50%.
Gotcha. I'm thinking like maybe 45.
I'll accept that.
For most of their history, Islamic empires considered Jews and Christians as Tihrimi, or people of the book. Muslim hated polytheists but they considered Jews and Christians to basically be worshipping the same God.
Yeah. That's and when Yek was talking earlier about like
they got taxed, but that's about it until the 1800s.
Yeah, and this is we're circling around points that Yek, I, and you have brought up here about how like he's getting certain details correct, but he's getting the timeline very, very wrong.
We have a letter from the Turkish Caliph mocking the King of Spain for expelling the Jews, saying he would soon grow much wealthier than the Spanish because of it. Even at the start of the 20th century, there was an enormous Jewish population in the Muslim world. Although due to the Industrial Revolution, the population growth rate in Europe had far outstripped them numerically. I once went to a formerly entirely Spanish Jewish town, which was where the ruins of Troy are in modern Turkey. However, when nationalist governments took over the Islamic world in the aftermath of European colonialism...
Okay, so this is another case of he's actually circling around to being right again, but this contradicts a lot of what he had said earlier.
The Muslims forcibly expelled their Jewish populations, who afterwards fled to Israel. I find it...
Never mind, I forgot about this. The timeline's wrong again. The expulsions of the Jews to Israel from Muslim-majority countries largely happened after 1948, as opposed to the solidification of nationalization, which is around like 50 years prior to that,
yeah.
which did impact the Jews negatively, but this is, again, we're
to quote the doctor from Scrubs, wrong, 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 wrong.
yeah.
Incredibly unfair and shocking that in a Western world that has at different times been obsessed with Jewish discrimination, we've never held the Muslim world accountable for the mass expulsion.
Yes, we have. People talk about it. People complain
Benjamin
about
Netanyahu talked about that shit all the time.
People like these days often, assume that Muslim
people assume that there's
think
no Jews in in Middle Eastern countries except
that there weren't.
Israel.
Yeah,
or that there weren't. A period.
Yeah, it's the
Iran actually has a substantial Jewish population.
They do. Yes, they do.
They just don't have Kurds because we don't hate Jews. We hate the Kurds.
Yes,
it's different.
Which occurred within living memory.
What do soaring auto insurance and inflation have in common? Greedy trial lawyers and fraud. You're paying more because they're bilking the system with fake injuries and bogus lawsuits. President Trump can stop their scam and make America affordable again.
If you're someone who cares about healthy eating and
If I
increasing the
care about-
protein in
hey,
your
if I
diet,
care about
listen up,
healthy eating,
because
I'm
we
gonna
have the
rip off your
ultimate
legs
protein
and
hack,
grill them
Paleo
over
Valley's
a
whey
fire.
protein.
Part 6. Spain. There were Jews in
here we
Spain
go.
pretty early in the Roman period, due to Spain being one of the wealthiest and most important regions of the Roman Empire. When the empire fell, the Germanic
true. I
barbarian
know, but
Visigoths took over
highlighting that
Spain.
little
They were
size,
originally tolerant, but then became incredibly oppressive to the Jews as they tried to forge a unified Spanish identity to combine the many sub-ethnicities.
More so that they tried to it has more to do with the relation to Christianity. That's the thing, because what united them against the more Muslim people was that they were Christian. That's the biggest difference.
Inside Hispania and regional cultures, alongside molding together the local Roman population with the German conquerors. They used the Jews as a convenient scapegoat in this. This meant that when the Arabs conquered most of Spain, the Jews immediately cooperated with them, working.
Some Jews did, some Jews didn't. Some Jews worked for Christian lords, some Jews worked for Muslim lords. Many Christians also cooperated with them.
Okay, again, Rudyard, this isn't a paradox game. These pops are not a monolith. They will do different things.
And there's evidence of this in the Iberian Peninsula.
The Muslims as tax collectors and administrators against the majority Christian local population.
But they worked for Christian lords doing the same thing at the same time. I'm
The
repeating
Muslims
myself. I'm
did
so
discriminate
angry.
against the Jews, but less so than the Christians. The idea that Muslim Spain was some kind of tolerant multicultural state is a lie. Over the course of the medieval...
I mean, compared to everywhere else.
So he's right about... Well, I will say this. He's right about that, and I brought this up last night in the sense that there are certain people who, in trying to fix issues with old narratives, will sometimes overcorrect and portray something like Al-Andalus as being more cosmopolitanly tolerant than it was. That is true. However, simultaneously, your description of what was going on is also off.
Rudyard, not
period, the small barbarian kingdoms which survived in the mountains of North Spain were able to reconquer the entire peninsula from the Muslims. The way to see this more so is as the North Spanish conquering and settling the alien south of Spain. In this process, however, the Spanish made a series of poor decisions that permanently hobbled Spain over its history. The local Muslims and Jews were more advanced commercially and culturally than the North Spanish Christians. Thus, as the Christians tried to colonize the South, they would purposely dispossess advanced Muslim farmers from the countryside and hurt the commercialized economy, which was Muslim and Jewish coded. The Spanish purposely
Muslim and Jewish coded.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder what Rudyard is referring to when he says that.
Makes general vague big nose shape with
what else are you supposed to take from this?
What do Jews and Muslims share in common?
And Italians too.
They like bread.
Mm-hmm.
They like lamb and chicken.
Yep.
They have big noses.
They do have big noses.
Their grandparents are annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually, I like my grandparents.
Their parents want them to be a doctor.
My parents definitely did want me to become a doctor.
God, what's a classic Middle Eastern name?
Your brother's part of the Umayyad Caliphate.
Someone give me a Middle Eastern name. It's not Muhammad.
Why don't you be a scribe for Omar? It's such a good job.
Your brother Omar's a doctor. Why aren't you a doctor? I'm sorry.
Okay, it's hangout time. Monotheism? Wait, no. Yeah, he said that he made them hate each other. Yeah, no.
Did their own economic and social development for this reason, which is why Spain, and by extension Latin America, have struggled so much with science, the Industrial Revolution, and free thought, which kept the Hispanic cultural region in a medieval level of development for centuries past when the rest of Western Europe moved beyond it.
What?
So this is the thing that I was trying to save for. To reiterate, he believes that because the Christian Spaniards kicked out and persecuted the Muslims and the Jews, this set them back so far that they became a backwards people for centuries after compared to the rest of Europe. Now, here's the thing.
Here's the thing. As of this post,
that kind of narrative is one that someone who is kind of, less anti-Semitic would believe, because it's very convenient to say, oh, you kicked us out and therefore you hurt yourself doing so. So he's trying to be sympathetic to Jews, but what he's really doing is also being entirely wrong, because here's the thing. The Spaniards, the Christians, still learned from and took institutional knowledge from the Muslims who were there previously.
And so they also learned a lot from, Greeks.
Yeah, so they didn't kick out the Muslim farmers and then not know how to farm. They kicked out the Muslim farmers and had been learning from them already and read their notes and learned from them how to continue those things. And do you know what happened after they kicked them out? They created the largest empire in the world. They industrialized around the same time as everyone else. If they industrialized later than Britain, it's for the same reason everyone else industrialized later than Britain. Because Britain had a great climate and a shit ton of coal, which not a lot of other people had. So, this is just so fundamentally wrong. The golden age of Spain happened immediately after this. They didn't become a backwards nation. They became the strongest they ever were.
Yeah, colonial Spain was probably the one that got a head start on any other colonial power.
Yeah, the biggest reason why it's largely down to structural and institutional and religious differentiation, plus stuff happening in Europe under those categories during the time that led to other people becoming more powerful later on. But this is just so fundamentally wrong. This is so painfully...
Yeah, Spain was probably one of the first empires to discover the New World.
And guess what they did that? 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. That's also the year that they expelled the Jews.
Yep.
So no, in fact...
It's just that they spent themselves into a lesser state during their golden age.
Yes, that is a more accurate thing to say here. But he's suggesting that they industrialized later and they were weaker and they were more backwards because they kicked out the Jews and the Muslims, which is not true. That's just so not true.
Because Rudyard is stating that the Jews and the Muslims have like a inherent intelligence boost.
Yeah,
this was a paradox.
We had extra stats.
Yeah, exactly.
We min-maxed for intellect and tech knowledge.
The Spanish finally reconquered the final Muslim kingdom of Granada in 1492, or the same year as they discovered the New World. The Spanish government purposely prioritized unity and homogeneity over creativity, creating the Spanish Inquisition to keep track of the former Muslim and Jewish populations. The Inquisition was not as nearly bad as people make it out to be in sheer amount of people it killed, but it throttled the region's creativity in a very profound way.
That is true. Okay, so again, we're circling back to he is like accidentally or on purpose getting things right. The Inquisition, the Inquisition didn't actually kill a lot of people. It did want to kill a lot of people, and it did hurt a lot of people, impoverish a lot of people.
The people that they killed was like in very fucking horrific ways.
Yes. Also, Also, you had different inquisitions throughout the years, and also what he's saying here about how the big thing it did was it did stifle a lot of the creative energy of these areas where the Inquisition existed. Again, the point here is that I'm saying is that he's right. He's right about this, and it's so jarring because he's so painfully wrong about everything we just
Over the course of the 15th and 16th centuries, the Spanish forcibly expelled the remaining Jews, most of whom went to the Turkish Empire, but some went north to the Netherlands or France. The Jews who converted did better than the Christians, which created a culture of suspicion and envy. The Spanish purity spiral...
That's not why. It was because the growth of changing interpretations of Christianity meant that it's not enough to convert if you are of a different group. If you are, so it has more to do with the creation of races and the idea of it's not enough to simply have the same belief as us. You also have to have the same blood.
So wait, what does Rudyard say that they created a culture of suspicion?
So Rudyard is suggesting that once Jews converted, they were still better off than the original Spanish Christians, which is not true. The reason why the suspicion and envy grew is because the perception became less we need you to be Christian. It became more we need you to be European, which wasn't just being Christian, it was also being of a certain quote-unquote blood. This is the birth of modern race theory. And that's why they were suspicious of them, because it suddenly wasn't enough to convert. It had nothing to do with them being better off. It was because they forced them to convert and realized, hey, maybe they're secretly still Jews.
Yeah, this is like the shit of like Kanye West when he said it's like, I wish I sent my kids to Hebrew school because then they would have like financial benefits. Whatever that means.
Pure blood, even long after people had converted to Christianity.
So, he just said it. He just said the point that I just said. He literally just contradicted himself.
There's even a term for how they treated crypto
crypto Jews.
So the conversions were never believed. Yeah, well, I mean,
so what he just said in a single sentence, the whole spiel I just gave. So good, but then that contradicts everything else that you just said.
People like to say that this Spanish nation building allowed the vigor, which created the global spanning Spanish Empire, which at one point had colonies on every continent on Earth, imprinting itself from New Mexico to Patagonia. The thing is that's partly true, but many West European nations also had large colonial empires without the Inquisition, while at the same time, this throttled Spain's...
Let's be clear, there were Inquisitions. There were Inquisitions in France. There were Inquisitions in Germany. The English did not have Inquisitions so much, but they did have the witch hunts. Yep. They did have hunts against Catholics. So you had similar things going on, actually.
Development as a society long term, which is why by the year 1700, the Spanish Empire was seen as a joke, or the sick man of Europe, which other neighboring countries vied to divide up. In short terms, the Inquisition and the treatment of the Jews and the Muslims helped Spain unify as a country in the short term at the expense of practically their soul or ability to innovate in the long term.
So that's his ultimate thesis with Spain, and I think...
King of Things is just like, what?
I think we have pretty clearly stated throughout the last, however long this took, we have made clear that, so again, again, this is what's frustrating. He brings up stuff that's true. But that was his end conclusion.
Source, crack pipe.
His end conclusion was simply wrong. Yeah. It unified them in the short term. In the long term, it cost them their soul and made them collapse. It didn't make them collapse. Other stuff made them collapse, and it certainly didn't cost them their soul.
You see, if Rudyard actually went to school, a history professor would have pointed this out.
And also, as Kreck says, yes. So claim that at that time they were seen as a joke. No, at that time there was a major European war over that empire around that year. Yes, the War of Spanish Succession, because they were still incredibly important and powerful. He's just so painfully wrong. Yep.
This War of Spanish Succession because that empire was that valuable.
Yes, it wasn't a joke.
Yeah, they colonized most of the good places in America too.
Yeah,
they got most of the good real estate.
Yeah, no, that's part of why the British and the French were so hands off with their empires. They didn't care a lot. They were just like, we need this land and we like the fur and all, but they didn't consider their colonies as valuable. That's why they tried so hard to get colonies in the Caribbean, and why the moneymakers for the British and French Empire and the Dutch Empire were their West Indies colonies. Yeah. Anyway, Moving on to Western Europe, this is where
Part
this
7.
is where the fun begins.
The One Big Beautiful Bill is now law, making tax cuts permanent and fueling America's comeback.
Western Europe. In the year 1000 AD, most Jews lived within the Muslim world. However, there was a legacy population in the south of France, which stretched up the Rhone River to Dijon, then reaching the former Roman forts along the Rhine River. Starting around 1000, the great Asian civilization started to fossilize, while at the same time Europe started to experience an unprecedented millennium of excellence.
Hold on, when was the Three Kings War again? Or the War of Three Kingdoms?
So the Asian societies fossilized and the Europeans entered an unprecedented era of excellence in 1000.
The rumor of YouTube placing ads at key points to maximize annoyance real. Yeah, exactly.
So a little bit of it is, so here's the thing. It's more of, so here's the thing. The ads are actually coming around the title cards for sections, which is arguably less annoying. So I think, so as a YouTuber, you can sometimes choose where ads will show up if they're going to show up. So he's actually...
Oh, this is 1000 AD.
So he's actually probably being smart. And what he's being smart with is saying, okay, if YouTube's going to play ads, I'll let them play at the break points where they should naturally occur. So yeah, I'm going to...
Three Kingdoms was 22...
Correct is right, an unprecedented millennium of what?
Yeah.
Look, you could read it here. An unprecedented millennium of excellence.
Yeah. As Western Europe developed, Jews migrated there to partake in the growing commercial economy. The West Europe...
They didn't... No! It says they migrated there to participate in the economy. No, they were already there. You explained why they were already there. Jews were already living in Ashkenaz around the Rhine River, and that was at the... That ended up also, because of how important that area was, it became important not just for the Jews, but also for the Franks. Aachen... Frankfurt, Strasbourg, Alsace-Lorraine, which I guess is redundant because they just said Strasbourg, all that area, all these people cared about this and they were already there. The Jews didn't move there. You already established that they were there by the time of the fall of the Roman... I'm so angry.
Or as they were called at the time, Franks, were originally quite supportive of the Jews. There wasn't much anti-Semitism, and we even have...
That's not true. Listen, if you want to say that the anti-Semitism wasn't as bad as it would be later, that is 100% true. But in the early days of Europe here, we see examples of anti-Semitic policy alongside examples of toleration of Jews in a very town-by-town, lord-by-lord, king-by-king basis.
What's anti-Semitism again?
The true anti-Semitism, as we kind of consider it, doesn't really happen until the years of the plague, which, as we'll get into, he also mismatches a lot of the story for.
Of records of a...
Also, why is it that the Frankish Empire is one color, but Britain gets to be the English kingdom, Celtic tribes, the Scots, and the Picts? Why?
Good question.
And why are Prussians, Finns, Lapps, and Steppe just gray? This is so stupid.
Very curious, interesting even.
Slavic tribes.
As implying that there wasn't a bunch of Slavic tribes.
As implying that there weren't actual specific nations.
Going back.
You can do Scots, Picts, English, Celts, but the Franks are a single thing.
Honestly, he ran out of time making these fucking maps, and he just went done.
Frankish noblemen converting to Judaism, seeing it as a higher culture. However, as Western Europe developed more and started to form more of its own civilizational identity around Christendom, you saw mass purges of the local Jewish population. An example of this being the butchering of the Jewish populations in the German Rhinelands during the First Crusade in the 11th century. The Jews lived in their own ethnic ghettos in the cities, split off.
So let's be clear here. They lived in neighborhoods where they were near each other, but the ghettoization, the locking in these areas, it's one thing to have a neighborhood, but to have a ghetto, which is you are confined to this area, is a different thing. And that was not voluntary by the Jews. That was forced upon them.
From the majority Christian populations, engaging in commerce since they were not allowed to own land. The Jews were also the first bankers, given the Christian rulers at the time banned usury.
No, the Jews were not the first bankers.
Christendom was a concept since the goddamn 500 or so, so no, he's wrong there. Yeah.
I mean, Yeah,
incorrect.
Jews entered into banking, became one of the most. So.
No, the Medicis were the first ever to make a bank.
They found loopholes around usury as Italian banks dominated Europe. So you said they found loopholes to get around usury as so the Jews learned these. So he's assuming that the Jews controlled the banks before the Medici did. I don't.
The modern concept of a bank was created by the Medicis. It started with the Medici.
If you want to say that there were Jews who were involved in trade and certain aspects of finance, yes.
Sure.
But not banking. Also, you have to remember that a lot of Jews were also still poor peasant farmers. Not all of them were in urban areas. A lot of them were, and in those urban areas, they hadn't quite been fully ghettoized
Also,
yet.
in places like Italy, there was only 2 jobs. You could either be a farmer, or no, there's 3 jobs. You can either be a farmer, a fisher, or like
a winemaker.
A winemaker, or, well, that kind of goes under farming.
I guess a little bit, yeah.
Or you can be a merchant.
Yes.
Those are like the only jobs that you could have in Italy.
Yes.
Between Chris.
Originally, yes. Ghetto was the term. Ghetto originates with Jews being forced to live in certain sections of cities, not being able to leave, having to kind of govern themselves, and
it was sort of like
only being allowed out under certain circumstances.
Yeah,
it was imposed upon them. The ghettos were often built, or they were built, and some of them were literally built, and they built walls around them. Many of them were set up in areas where Jews already were living, but the Jews didn't totally cut themselves off. The cutting off was largely because of someone else.
So later,
correct there
was a later invention.
Correct there is saying what you said.
Yeah, lending was banking was a later invention. It was more money in lending that Jews could do. Not could. Christians could be money lenders, but they couldn't charge interest. Jews could so. They had more motivation to take up the job since they could charge profit.
That's largely where.
Also, no, sorry, Medicis didn't necessarily create banking. They were the first to create paper currency.
This was the general pattern across this whole era, including the Muslim world. What happened, though, is that by the time we get to the 13th century, anything the Jews did between goldsmithing, banking, or trading was something that the West Europeans, especially the Italians, could do just as well.
So you're right about that other people could do these things just as well, but the Jews weren't experts at it before. You had smiths of all kinds, not just Jews. The Jews weren't like the leaders in that.
The Jews weren't goldsmiths either.
I mean, you had the trade working. Jews did that because a trade skill is something that if you have to get out of town, you can take that skill wherever you go and make money on the road. But you had people who knew those trades who weren't Jews and were just as good and just as innovative, if not more so. So it wasn't like it suddenly became that way. That's just the way it was.
Do you know what the source is? A crack pipe.
The source is the characteristics.
Yeah, true.
Europe in 1348. Holy Roman Empire brackets in anarchy.
What? What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah. Venice, Papal States, Genoa, Hungary, Bohemia. So a lot of this is so
the Golden Horde.
No, I mean they were the Golden Horde was something. So again, so this is overall a better map. This is a rare case of
the HRE, the Holy Roman Empire was not an anarchy.
This is a rare point where actually most of the map is good except for Western Europe.
Yeah.
In anarchy. It wasn't. Also, 1348, do you know what's going on? Do you know what came to Europe in 1347? The Black Death. Mm-hmm. You know what's still going on a year after that? The Black Death.
Once we get to the early 14th century, Europe was experiencing acute overpopulation, while its ruling governments were on the verge of collapse due to secular cycle reasons very comparable to what we're seeing today. Western European governments hit an incentive in which they had zero reason to not expel the Jews, given the...
No! Look at the year! 1348! They weren't on the verge of collapse. You had these wealthy, prosperous, high-population societies, and then the plague hits, and they're losing their minds, and a lot of people trying to blame what happens assume it is a punishment from God, And one of the solutions to try to make God happy is to take out people who aren't Christian. Oh, look at this.
AKA the Jews.
We have a population here who is already isolated, is already in an othered position, is already broken up and small and separate, and our scripture teaches us that they killed Christ. So we're going to go after them. That is why they went after the Jews in that way at that time. It wasn't because they were on the verge of collapse because they were decadent and overpopulated. It was because it was the middle of the Black fucking Death.
I should have made a bingo card, but it was pre-watched to get notes.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's the Black Death. He says, like, oh, they were on the verge of collapse, and you know what? If you want to say they were on the verge of collapse, maybe that's true, but you know why they were on the verge of collapse? Because of the Black fucking Death! Not because of the overpopulation, not because of decadence and decay, because...
Well, there was a lot of decay.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of decay.
Yeah, because the body was rotting in the streets, because between 1/3 to half of the population in these places was dying over the period of 5 to 10 years. That's insane.
Also, the bubonic plague would create necrosis, which means your body would essentially rot while you're still alive.
Yeah, that's
which is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, no, like honestly, the way that it has evolved over time, the plagues that exists today is not quite as bad as it was at this point. Also,
well, because we grew an immunity to it.
I mean, a little bit, but also it adapted, and the tendency is viruses over time, bacteria, diseases. The tendency is that they get more mild because they want to spread.
Right.
But the thing is that at the time, it will you could catch it. You could catch it in the air. It wasn't simply a rat or a flea bites you. It wasn't simply you touch.
Well, it's a bacteria.
You touch or ingest someone. A lot of bacteria is not necessarily air. Not all diseases are airborne, and a lot of bacteria-based diseases are not airborne. The plague in the Middle Ages was. So when people say, miasma theory, the air was poisoned, they're actually not entirely wrong. The air was poisoned because if you were in a city that the plague had come to, if you were breathing in the rough vicinity of someone who may have had it, you would also get it.
The plague doctor masks, the large crow masks, those were supposed to be a defense against the plague because they thought that it was airborne.
Yeah, or rather they thought that the air itself was infected, and the truth was no, it was particles in the air, and also particles in fleas and in rats. Again, which also goes to show people weren't totally stupid at the time. They had theories that ended up being closer to correct than we give credit for. They just didn't have the means of processing and proving as much.
Or, a valid defense against fighting them, because the plague masks were just stuffed with grass in order to defend it, which is not a good defense against bacteria. And
also these, but to get to the point here, WhatIfAltHist is wrong.
Kings could just take their money, not have to pay off their debts, while appearing good to their own anti-Semitic populations.
That is true.
Ironically, and this general pattern across history, is that the monarchs were more sympathetic to the Jews, who they saw as a useful tax base, while local nationalistic priests and noblemen were anti-Semitic, partly...
During the plague, the Pope literally wrote a letter trying to tell people to stop killing the Jews because the Jews aren't responsible for the plague. They're dying of it alongside the rest of us.
Yeah, no, there was sort of a rumor that went on that
the Jews weren't getting it.
Not only the Jews were immune, but the Jews were the cause of it.
Yeah.
Which, that pretty anti-Semitic and also kind of tracks.
To increase their social status. Myths spread across Europe that the Jews ate children and cavorted with the devil. You saw the rise of directly humiliating anti-Semitic laws, including a city in Italy, which forced Jews to run naked every year around a track and not get killed by a bull. As times got tough and the population became more anti-Semitic, every major government in Western...
So here's the thing. It wasn't every major government necessarily. There were some minor governments that did. There were major governments that didn't. This is where kind of this is where kind of the meme of they were kicked out of 109 nations. That's not really true. That's not an accurate number. Depending on how you choose to define the expulsions and how you choose to define nations, the number could be lower. The number could be higher. 109 is just what they settled on because it makes it seem more like, clearly the Jews were at fault. Like here, they were kicked out of Germany in these periods. No, what happened was certain individual cities and individual kingdoms would do it, and they would often allow them back in, and then they would kick them out when it was convenient again. Other areas didn't really kick them out that much. some of which is here, but like saying, oh, France did this. No, a lot of these are different cities, different regions.
Yeah.
It's not a...
I think this map is supposed to be the modern day.
Oh no, I mean, no. Here's the thing. It is, and I agree with
equivalent.
that. I've seen this map before. This is not a WhatIfAltHist map. This is a real map.
This is an actual
I've
map.
seen this before, but I think his interpretation, furthermore, the interpretation of anti-Semites of this map is
In Europe, whether England, France, or modern Germany, mass evicted the Jews in the early 14th century. Several locations, including Rome or Venice, kept Jewish ghettos walled off from the local population later. In fact, the word ghetto itself stems from the medieval Jewish Roman ghetto. The thing is that from the West European perspective, there was no reason to keep the Jews, since their own people could provide the same services without any of the costs of trusting an alien religious group.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's...
So this is the problem, is that he's saying that they had no reason to keep the Jews. It's that not really. They had as much reason to keep the Jews as anyone else. They just thought that they stood to gain more by kicking them out. They didn't have every reason to kick them out. There's... Again, he's coming at this from a not anti-Semitic perspective, but the implication is very anti-Semitic, that they had to, that there was no reason to keep... There was simply no reason to keep them.
Yeah, a lot of people sort of say that Rudyard sort of taps dances around the JQ stuff.
Even people who support the JQ think that. They just think it's bad that they just think he should go all in.
Yeah, exactly.
This meant that the Ashkenazi Jews experienced a huge genetic bottleneck in which most of them died and weren't able to make it to their new homes in Eastern Europe. The term Ashkenazi stems from Germany, in which most European Jews came from there originally. We see that in the genetics of Ashkenazi.
Also, this is Munich. Munich and Bavaria, most of the Ashkenaz came from closer to the Rhineland. Munich being very, very, very Catholic, Bavaria being very Catholic, were especially bad to the Jews, except in the cities of Regensburg and to an extent in Nuremberg, but those were free cities that are part of Bavaria today, but weren't in the Middle Ages. Regensburg is a very funny story, actually, because when priests from Bavaria came in to try to convince them to kick out the Jews, the local population said, no, we're fine with the Jews. Like, they're weird and all, but we don't care. We don't want to.
Those are weird Jews.
And then basically the priests had to make up a bunch of stories about blood libel, and the people said, sure, toss them out.
Yeah.
And then one of the first places where Jews resettled after the expulsions in Germany was Regensburg.
Remember, folks, anti-Semitism isn't born, it's learned.
Very true. But anyway, yeah,
you have to learn to hate.
It is interesting that he's like doing Germany, and he's showing like one of the parts of Germany that had expelled the Jews very often, and also not where the Jews in Germany were generally from.
Jews, who have one of the smallest genetic pools of any population, due to this combined with no outbreeding once they reached Eastern Europe.
Using the right way.
That's not entirely true. There was a certain amount of outbreeding there. There's a reason why to this day in Poland, a lot of Polish people have Ashkenaz DNA, even if they themselves are not Ashkenaz. There's a reason for that.
He's an American, I think, so he thinks all of Germany is Bavarian.
Yeah, a lot of people do think that. But no, like he is wrong. There was outbreeding. If you want to say that the Jews generally tried to keep quote-unquote breeding within their own population, that is true, but there wasn't no outbreeding. We have a lot of evidence of outbreeding. He's getting the genetic story wrong.
Matters. The body pod lets you easily understand what is the fastest way to reach your health.
Part 8. Eastern Europe. In the late medieval period, Jews settled across Eastern Europe to escape the expulsions from the West. Eastern Europe then bears very little resemblance to what it is today, in which rather than being a homogeneous declining statist culture,
That is not true. A homogeneous declining statist culture. Poland is not homogeneous with Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, Ukraine, Bulgaria, Czechia, Slovakia, Serbia. These are not homogeneous. They are not homogeneous. Some of them are declining. Some of them are prospering. Some of them are statist, some of them are not. In fact, Poland in particular is very much so not statist.
Airport. Bavarian is just a place in Europe. It's
Bavaria is a region in Germany that at different points was like a duchy, a kingdom, a communist state, a federal state. Yeah.
And they really love sausage.
They love their Wurst and they love their beer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
that's the only cultural constant of Bavaria.
Yeah, so like imagine, say, I don't know, Pennsylvania, but also the concept of Pennsylvania as a general region has existed for basically over 1,000 years. Bavaria in some way has existed as a regional/cultural thing for over 1,000 years.
Can you believe a cultural constant of Pennsylvanians? Terrifying.
Listen, Pennsylvania is one of the only even remotely civilized parts of the United States, so I am going to give them some credit. Pennsylvania is one of my favorite states in the Union. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Pennsylvania. Keep on keeping on, Yins. Would Yins, John, I know I was talking
Quakers.
About that. I like Wawa. I like Sheets. Yes, I like both of them. They're both fine. I don't have a preference. I'm going to get killed the next time I go to Philadelphia. Anyway.
Europe was a sort of Wild West. In this time, Eastern Europe was actually a freer society than Western Europe, and Poland, Lithuania, where a majority of Jews in the world lived for a few centuries, was literally the most democratic country in the world. The governments of Eastern Europe willingly imported immigrants from elsewhere, including not just the Jews, but also Germans, Armenians, Greeks, and other groups. This was since the local Slavic population was largely primitive, and they used these...
Now he's not. They weren't largely primitive.
What does that even mean?
It's because the leaders of these countries often looked to interacting with these other countries and felt that it would be better to have a little bit more diversity and other kinds of specialized knowledge. They weren't importing just any Germans or just any Greeks or Armenians. They imported people specifically who had the knowledge. It wasn't because their people were inherently primitive. They wanted more specialists. They didn't import like bumblefuck German, say, Bavarian farmer who grows wheat and drinks beer and fucks his horse every Tuesday at 3. No, they were importing the scientists, the merchants, the academics, and more importantly, the generals. A lot of German military generals and their families moved to Russia, to the Russian Empire. So, just, again, he was cooking for a very long time there and then tripped over his own ignorant dick.
As merchants or administrators.
Look, he even says it here. I'm quoting those merchants. Once again, he immediately contradicts his implication by stating the truth, which is they were merchants or administrators.
Hi, Quetzal. Really? That guy sounds like he'd be great at parties.
Wait, Quetzal? No. Stickers?
Stickers?
Is that you?
Holy crap!
I won't say your full real name, but Stickers, is that you?
What's up, baby?
Fucking Stickers, are you here to learn about the Jews with us?
Also, you should subscribe to Yektan on Twitch. Actually, I probably shouldn't associate my name with this shit.
Yes. Yektan also loves the Jews and history.
Love the Jews.
Stickers that's gotta be. I don't know anyone else who goes by Quetzal.
I'm here to learn. There you go.
I might airport. This might be someone that I literally know from like
what's
underscore
airport just redeemed plug
Yektan at twitch.tv is the #1 WhatIfAltHist stan.
True.
And he also streams video games and he's good at them and he's funny. He just got through a run of the Batman Who Fists. He is working on Baldur's Gate 3. He occasionally does Stellaris. And he does all kinds of fun things.
I am based and Mercury built.
He's also literally in the room with me right here.
Yes, I am here.
He's standing above me menacingly.
It's true. I am menacing. I am big and brown.
Anyway, yes.
Also, I'm becoming big and round.
No, you're not. You are not. You are not. You are not.
I'm beginning. I said I'm beginning. I'm starting. Okay.
Anyway, the point is here. 90% right. One little misphrase which heavily implies misplaced assumptions.
In Poland, Lithuania, which became more tyrannical over time, the Jews were used as tax collectors, bankers, and other unpopular jobs so that the ruling nobility could keep their hands clean as they oppressed the majority serf populations. Eastern Europe gradually settled into this oppressive serf society, and due to being the middlemen, the Jews were one of the wealthiest groups. This
Here's how you phrase that. There were certain Jews who were within wealthier classes. Most Jews at the time in the shtetls, which are the villages or in the ghettos, were poor, were like farming and selling whatever they could, had nothing to their name. You had a certain very specific set of Jews who were able to become wealthy and ascend, but most were still living in the dirt with everyone else.
Attracted enormous envy on the part of the majority Slavic populations, whom the Jews saw with contempt as stupid. The Jews lived in distinct...
That is true. A lot of Jews at the time in Eastern Europe looked to the non-Jewish populations around them very derogatorily. A joke that a friend once told me is, like, as an example of this kind of on the side, is that, you know, the Germans hated the Ashkenaz Jews, the Jews hated the Sephardic Jews, and the Sephardic Jews hated the Greeks.
Yes,
and it's just, yeah, no, again, he's actually 100% right about that. You know, a lot of Jews did not look well upon the Slavs. Some of them did, but a lot of them, it was, you know, you guys are outsiders. You aren't studied in what we're studied in, and also you keep trying to kill us, so we don't like you.
Ghettos in which they almost never interacted with the majority populations. These ghettos were functionally theocracies in which every element of life was regulated by religion.
So here's the thing, this is true, but you have to remember that a lot of these ghettos, most of them were imposed upon the Jews, not voluntary. The shtetl system was because that's where they were allowed to live. This was like, again, I brought this up earlier, but you have to keep this in mind. Everything he says seems to imply that they did this voluntarily because they're such an insular group. No. Yes.
They became insular because they were forced to become insular.
Jews have some insular traditions, but the thing with the ghettos was imposed upon them. And they were, in a sense, theocracies, but a lot of them were also basically mercantilist enclaves where all the poor Jews had to default to the decisions made by the one or two wealthy Jews.
Religious custom. Life in these ghettos was centuries behind those in Western Europe. This sense of mutual suspicion between the local populations and the Jewish migrants later boiled over into nasty discrimination for the Jews on the part of ruling governments, namely the Russian czars, who oppressed the Jews more so than any other regime in history. That is, accepting the obvious number one. As said before, Tsarist Russia was incredibly oppressive to the Jews, which, as
God bless and keep the Tsar far away from here.
The Russians gradually cannibalized Poland-Lithuania, they became the country with the most Jews in the world. Almost every element of a Jew's life was regulated, first by his religious authorities, and then secondarily by the state in Tsarist Russia, even in which the Russians said Jews could only live in certain regions, including the Pale in modern Western Ukraine.
Some of my family, a lot of them were from either in Kyiv or nearby Zhytomyr, which is close to Kyiv.
Well, hopefully they're not there now.
Or Kyiv. Well, they're not. They either fled to the United States or were killed in the Holocaust.
Yeah.
The other chunk of my family were from around Vilna or Vilnius, however you want to say it. Kind of more around where Lithuania is, which isn't marked on the map very well. There was also a section in an area that's also not marked, the city of Pinsk, which was Polish, and then it was mostly Jewish, and today it's part of Belarus.
They were allowed to own land. The historian Paul Johnson has argued that a lot of the Jewish revolutionary spirit seen in the West stems from the oppression seen under the Tsars. Likewise,
you're dancing.
Oh no. We're going to this part.
So he's dancing around a certain truth here, which is that part of why many Jews have been, certain Jews have progressive ideals is precisely because of the history of what we have gone through. However, a lot of Jews do not have that. A lot of Jews are as conservative and backwards as many non-Jews are. Also, plenty of non-Jews were progressive as well. We're about to get into some very shaky territory here, though, folks. So, hold on to your fucking asses.
Is it any surprise that the communist revolutionaries who tore down the czars were vastly disproportionately Jewish?
Wrong. This is wrong.
I got my drink, so I'm ready to go.
It is, if you want to say that the communists were more tolerant and inclusive of the Jews than the czars were, true.
Well, yeah, they needed everybody.
If you wanted to say that they were disproportionately Jewish, that is not true. I guarantee you, for example, in this picture, the vast majority of them are not Jewish. In fact, there's a very good chance that no one in this picture is Jewish. There's a very good chance here.
Yeah, I bet you good money that
there's a very good chance that none of these people are Jewish. I mean, in fact, judging by some of the hats here, some of them might even be Cossack.
Which are not Jews.
Not Jewish. In fact, some Cossacks are even...
I seem to recall that being literal Nazi propaganda. No, we'll get there.
Oh. Don't worry, we'll get there.
Oh. Hold that thought.
Yeah, hold that.
Eastern Europe experienced overpopulation in the early 20th century, which culminated in the horrors of the world wars. This also fits a pattern in which the region was
overpopulation did not lead to the world wars. What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure it was a stock market thing.
It was
at least for World War II.
No, it wasn't. That's not what caused World War II.
The Great Depression caused.
No, it didn't. It didn't. World War I was a tangle of political alliances.
Yeah,
it was effectively a failure of politics, and then World War II was basically the failures of resolving World War I, leading to a new kind of expansionist politic, which the rest of the world didn't deal with until it was too late.
Yeah. And then when it was too late, we started appeasing.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Experiencing the rise of enormous nationalism in which the Jews were a convenient scapegoat. An ironic thing here is that the Industrial Revolution radically increased anti-Semitism, not diminishing it. The Jews saw very rapid population...
Actually, let me rephrase that. Not true. The Industrial Revolution didn't. But it happened around the time of the Industrial Revolution. That is true. But something else happened. The French Revolution and then the rise of nationalism, which happened around the time of the Industrial Revolution, but didn't happen because of the Industrial Revolution. It had a lot more to do with the politics of the Enlightenment, materialism, and the French Revolution. So you're right about the time period, and you're right about what happened in that time period, but you are wrong about what it was in that time period that led to a rise in anti-Semitism.
Again, he's so close.
Growth, which spilled into migration into Western Europe or the Americas, as we'll talk about next. It also caused Jewish political radicalism, which made them distrusted by local nationalists.
Let's be clear, some Jews became political radicals, but a lot of them remained very conservative, a lot of them remained very centrist, and a lot of them tried to assimilate and tried to identify less with being Jewish and more with their host nation, and this didn't protect them, which is what led to the rise of Zionism, which he doesn't even touch on here, for the record.
Although many Jews did try very hard to assimilate and be loyal to their host country.
He just said the thing I just said once again! You actually end up settling on the point, but then, that contradicts what you said before.
Both of the twin great totalitarians of Hitler and Stalin were vociferously anti-Semitic, since the Jews were a creative, international, mercantile people, which is the greatest...
A creative, international, mercantile people. Creative? Sure we were. International, I mean, there were Jews in many nations. There were also Germans in many nations. As we just went over, a lot of Germans lived in Russia. There were a lot of Germans who... There were a lot of prominent Soviets who had German last names.
Yeah, the Soviet Empire. It was an empire.
Well, no. But also remember, the Germans have been brought in under Catherine the Great.
Yeah.
So the Germans lived in other places. fucking Armenians and Greeks and all kinds of other people, we weren't, say that we were an international people is, I think, a bit of a misnomer, and furthermore, a mercantile people. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's where these Jewish characteristics come into.
There were Jews who were mercantile, that is true, but we were not a fundamentally mercantile people.
Nightmare of a conformist totalitarian regime.
He's trying to be nice.
Hey guys, it's Joe here at Central Union Mission. Hey, check this out. Here at the mission, we believe...
We all know how Hitler killed most of European Jewry in the Holocaust. I might make a video in the future going through the evidence if you folks are interested, but I mean, we have confessions from the Germans that the Holocaust happened, as well as detailed records of how and why they did it, including the train and murder facilities involved. The 20th century is absurdly well recorded.
So, note this. He suddenly went from a consistent trajectory to take a break to say, guys, the Holocaust actually happened. Do you know why he does that? Because he knows a lot of his audience is far right, and he knows a lot of them deny the Holocaust. So he's trying to so again, when I say that I don't think he's actually an anti-Semite, in a sense, I do genuinely believe that, but he is a stooge, a useful tool of anti-Semites, because everything that he's just said has a lot of implications for anti-Semitism, and now he's trying to say, but don't hate the Jews, they're not wrong, they're not bad, and look, here's evidence that the Holocaust happened.
He keeps flip-flopping on this.
Well, no, he's not that's the thing, he's not flip-flopping. He doesn't realize the anti-Semitic implications of a lot of what he says, and so then he is surprised when his followers are anti-Semitic. He doesn't want them to be anti-Semitic, but he doesn't realize that a lot of what he says leads them to those conclusions.
Now, is that a thing that Peter Thiel specifically instructed on, or?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think Peter Thiel would really care about that.
Peter Thiel weirdly believes that, like, the world he's creating is potentially a safe one for Jews and furthermore for gay people, because he's a moron.
How?
Peter Thiel is a stupid man, but he is clever. He's stupid but clever if you can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
He is good. He is a great power broker, but not great when it comes to historical and social interpretation.
Top of this, we have Soviet and American records of finding these camps, which they recorded scrupulously to prove to future generations that the Holocaust happened. There are literally several million less Jews in the world today than there were a century ago for a reason, which is something that should be statistically impossible since the world has 5 times the total population it did a century ago. Eastern Europe went from the place in which
and look, he's still doing it. Look how hard he's trying. He's trying his hardest to prove the Holocaust happened, which it did, but he's trying so hard to prove it all of a sudden. It feels like out of nowhere, but it's precisely because he knows that his audience is rabidly anti-Semitic, and he actually doesn't like that, believe it or not. But again,
Rudyard Lynch, friend of the Jews.
Rudyard Lynch, friend of the Jews.
Majority of the world's Jews lived to a place with practically no Jews today due to a combination of the Holocaust with migration to America or Israel. The local populations in the conquered German Reich's Eastern European possessions were largely not sympathetic to the Jews and cheered on their murders. Meanwhile, ironically, although Soviet communism was in many ways founded by Jews on...
No, it wasn't! No, it wasn't! Soviet communism was not...
Why?
No! Soviet communism, if you wanted to trace something beforehand that inspired it, it was partially the Enlightenment, which was largely Western European.
Yeah, so Rudyard was doing this little thing of just like, the Holocaust happened, the Holocaust happened, the Holocaust happened. Now, let me tell you how Soviet communism was founded. It was founded by the Jews.
He wonders why his fans are... Again, this is the thing. He doesn't want his fans to be anti-Semitic, but he keeps leading them there.
He just wants them to understand that Soviet communism was founded by the Jews. And what he means by that is one Jew.
Jesus Christ. Gee, well, this is a picture of Leon Trotsky, who was Jewish, but, like... Stalin wasn't Jewish. Lenin wasn't Jewish. Soviet communism has a lot more to do with the Narodniks, which were a very Russian and very Slavic movement, trying to base themselves on traditions from the Russian Slavic peasant classes. It wasn't Jewish. It just fundamentally wasn't.
This shit is like the one drop rule. Like, if one Jewish person is involved with this, it's Jewish automatically.
Yeah.
Which is so fucking weird. I don't know why it goes by that. Like, why would you wouldn't like apply this logic to literally anything else?
Yeah, no, he's just so. This is so impossibly wrong.
There you go, Craig. There's the payoff.
There it is. There's the payoff.
On a vastly disproportionate basis, they themselves got butchered by the thugs who concentrated the power. What? Stalinist Russia became incredibly anti-Semitic.
So let's be clear. Most of the Soviet Union was relatively mildly, like, hands off the Jews. Stalin, at the end of his life, wasn't, but as soon as he went away, a lot of the stuff he was doing against the Jews stopped. Now, Jews still didn't trust the Soviets and tried to leave, but the Soviets were so against the idea of hurting the Jews and against the idea of Jews leaving that they often tried to stop Jews from leaving. This is where the whole Refusnik thing comes from.
Yeah, also, there's another thing. Like, if like Soviet communism was created by the Jews, and then Stalin went into power, why did he want to why did he expel the Jews want to expel the Jews and become anti-Semitic?
Well, how
does that make any sense?
So it's funny here. So he describes that and says it is a pattern where the Jews create something and then people who are not Jews emerge out of it, come back and hurt the Jews. But you claim that's a pattern, which we have just we would argue that is not a pattern. But if you say it's a pattern, you also have to explain why, and you have so far not done that.
Stalin started to persecute the Jews, and before his death, even planned to genocide the Jewish population, in the same way the Soviets genocided many other ethnic minorities, whether the Russian Germans, Chechens, Koreans, Cossacks, amongst others. By the time we get to 1960, almost no Jews were left in Eastern Europe as they had fled elsewhere. Part 9, America. I find it strange America today is the country with the second most highest number of Jews in the world today, given we are on a completely different continent from anywhere close to Israel. Today, almost all Jews in the world are concentrated in either America or Israel, which have both roughly half the population. It does fit the pattern that the Jews head to the frontiers which need their skills, and then sadly what normally happens over time is that as the frontier fills up, they expel the Jews once they no longer need their skills.
No. And again, he says, I find it strange that there's Jews here in America because theoretically we should have kicked them out by now, is what he's implying here. And it's like, therefore, clearly your theory is wrong.
Well, you have some Jew in you? Well, congratulations.
You founded communism.
You founded communism.
You invented communism. Oh no, fuck, I did it again.
You're a socialist, you're a socialist Bolshevik.
I love socialist Bolsheviks, and my favorite
thing.
Sorry.
There was a mass Jewish migration out of Eastern Europe in the early 20th century, partly to escape the oppressive nationalist governments, and also to let out pressure from their enormous population explosion. The musical Fiddler on the Roof is a sort of humorous look at this era of history, alongside Thomas Sowell as the best author on this topic.
No, he's not!
No, he really isn't.
Thomas Sowell is not the best author on this topic. Oh no, Thomas Sowell isn't the best author on any topic.
I'm mostly white though, doesn't matter.
Jews can be white. Jew and white are two entirely different. They don't relate to each other. They have a Venn
diagram. Yeah.
You can be white and Jewish.
Yep.
Like some Jews are white.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Rick Moranis.
Again, if you have a little bit of Jew in you, odds are that those are white Jews.
Look
you should see the migration to the newly liberal West European nations, which had reopened religious tolerance as a side effect of the Enlightenment, alongside the mass migration to America, which dwarfed it in size.
Almost no Britons are Jewish ethnically, but Sacha Baron Cohen, Stephen Fry, Daniel Radcliffe is Jewish?
I don't know, and honestly, I don't really care. That doesn't really matter.
Also, what do you mean by they are not Jewish ethnically, but they have Jewish ancestry? That literally makes them partially ethnically Jewish. You know what? I can't.
Both America and Western Europe had small, pre-established Sephardic or German Jewish populations, which were highly assimilated and educated. They universally disliked the waves of Ashkenazi migration from the shtetls of Eastern Europe, whom they saw as barbarians who would make them look bad. This was an era in which America was experiencing enormous migration from Europe due to having an enormous open space from the frontier we were trying to fill up. The Jews were one of the smaller groups in this migration, being dwarfed by migrants from Germany.
Personalised learning is one of the standout features of the school that made me as a parent decide to bring my children here.
It's important to think of each child as someone that we need to look after and nurture all the way through their school life.
Teachers here have really taken the time to recognise each of my children individually.
Italy, Britain, or Ireland. The Jews could migrate due to the rise of steamships and railroads, which had radically lowered the cost of travel, opening up America to settlement from regions besides the northwest of Europe. The Jews settled almost entirely in the American Northeast, especially concentrating around New York City. Today, Jews are around 1% of America's population and peaked a little bit above 2%, so they're tiny by any standard. Later on, Jews migrated across America with a settlement in Chicago, but Jews also seem to be attracted to warm weather and Latins for some reason, concentrating in Los Angeles.
Yeah, warm weather and Latins, otherwise known as fucking New York. What are you talking about, you fucking idiot?
So let's be clear here. A lot of Jews in Florida, a lot of Jews in New York. Where do people in New York love, in the Northeast, when they retire, where do they love to retire to? What is a state that has a large number of people who are from New York? Florida. Maybe that's why. And Los Angeles, well, we know why there's lots of Jews in California, and ironically,
what are you saying?
It is literally because of Hollywood, the media, like unironically, because that's how it was back then.
Yeah.
But like
to fucking Florida, yeah, hi, correct.
Yeah, no, exactly where they should leave at once and never return ever.
So, wait, so are you saying, is Rudyard saying that going
Jews
from New
love
York?
Latins.
Yeah, no, I love thick Latinas, Sonic.
Yeah. So Jews are the only people who love warm weather and thick Latinos.
Yeah, no. So
no one else does.
Yeah,
no one else likes warm weather and thick Latinos.
As you can see, they go from New York to Florida. Is this the American Jewish exodus that's happening? Is that what Rudyard, the mercury inseminated man, is telling us right now? What the fuck is this?
I guess also
it's got some Roma based.
Yeah, no.
Based
Angeles and Miami. Jews in America tend to concentrate in several small areas, with most regions of America having practically no Jews. Most American Jews.
Rudyard, why?
It's almost like, when you have a very small population, the population centers will have disproportionately more of them.
You state this, but you don't explain the reason why.
Oh no. Current urban monoculture will kill Judaism because Jews are most susceptible to it. The monoculture is what I call modern civilization.
What?
The urban monoculture is the least fertile demographic ever in human history. That is arguably true, but you are seeing similar patterns happen outside of that as well. Most American Jews aren't really Jewish today.
Oh yeah, no, we've gone into Ben Shapiro
wearing it as a
skin
suit for progressivism. What does it mean to be Jewish, Rudyard? Tell me, Rudyard. What does it mean to? Is it when I fucking have kids? Well, I do the first one, and the only reason I can't do the second one is because I don't have money. I would like to have kids, and I'm a fucking filthy woke urbanite Jew. But it's not that's not why.
One non-white blood shows up in my parents and not in me. Unfortunately, I also show up in non-white, so... Yeah.
You're a little bit white, though.
I could pass as Italian. Maybe Sicilian if I'm lucky.
At a distance.
At a distance,
yes. At a distance. You do not have Italian proportions on your face.
Mm-mm.
Your nose is not round enough, your lips are not thick enough.
I'm not gay enough. And also, I'm not nearly as drunk.
Yeah, you're not nearly as drunk. You also need to get a lot more racist.
True.
Jews became very culturally liberal, effectively surrendering the Jewish religion and becoming part of the progressive monoculture. If you meet most American Jews today, their identity is more so being leftist and modernist than Jewish per se. Although much like...
You could say the same thing about most Christians?
Like Hollywood Christians, like Mark Ruffalo, or not Brad Pitt. What was his name? The person that's in fucking everything now.
What does that mean?
Star-Lord.
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt. Like, Chris Pratt is a Christian, and he's, like, woke left-ish. Yeah.
Other groups of white Americans who have assimilated, and I say this as an anthropologist, there are still significant distinguishing cultural features. The Jews started out almost universally poor, working menial jobs much like the Italian or Irish immigrants in the American Northeast at the time. However, due to a social structure stemming back millennia in which their ruling class of rabbis based their power off education, the Jews put an inordinate focus on education the second they were able to. Much like East Asians, this played very heavily in their favor, in that with the World War...
This is the
model minority.
The model minority myth. Yeah. Also, hi. How's it going? Not gonna lie, I barely hear you all over this, but mostly guessing at what you're saying. Yeah, no, we're pausing during most of it. Oh, we might wanna lower the volume down on WhatIfAltHist just a little bit then.
Is it?
Just a smidge.
Okay, I didn't know because I thought that it was because
much like easy.
No, so here's the thing. Uncle Auntie has had audio issues before that are more pronounced than like audio balancing issues compared to other people I've tested this before. So I will turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I said turn it down a smidge.
Yeah,
but no. So this is the model minority myth where certain minorities like East Asians and I guess also Jews in this one can be proved to be quote unquote civilized, which means they're able to easily assimilate and get into the workforce as quickly as possible, as opposed to like, African Americans
or Italians or the
Irish. So that's why Chinese people were actually considered very like hard workers and studious and very dedicated.
Even though you had plenty of Chinese who were menial laborers, like those who built the fucking railroads in California, you had a lot of them who just opened up shops or worked in factories, worked on ships. Similar thing with the Jews. So it is, if you want to say that there is a certain affinity for academia and study amongst many communities of Jews, that is true, but a lot of these assumptions are going down model.
Oh no, so the audio on the vid is too low. I see. Okay.
So that's what I said. The audio on the vid was too loud, but still. Yeah. Aren't East Asians known for abusing their kids? They don't get good grades. Oh, so again,
yes.
Again, but that's the thing. Some do, not.
So do wasps too.
Yeah, no.
So that's why they get along so well.
Yeah, but no, aren't they're again? It is a stereotype.
Yeah, it's a stereotype.
Many do, but many don't. Mm-hmm. A lot of them don't.
America switched to a society in which the ruling class were chosen by college degree. Although the colleges originally discriminated against the Jews, the Jews became vastly disproportionate in America's top schools, a process which occurred around the time of World War II. The Jews were able to rise to many of the top of America's preeminent industries, whether the media, banking, and others. It is true that the Jews are vastly disproportionate in elite positions for their population size, which is partly due to skills they've spent thousands of years cultivating, as well as, frankly, nepotism, which Anglo-American culture has an aversion to. Keep in mind that it's pretty...
Anglo-American culture has an aversion to nepotism? Citation needed.
Wrong, incorrect, loud, incorrect buzzer sound.
Anglo-Americans love nepotism. Yeah. They love it. What are you talking about?
Everybody loves nepotism. Nepotism was like one of the most foundational things in any civilization.
Nepotism has a lot more to do with like class and government structure than it does ethnic group. Anglo-Americans can be nepotistic.
Sources, I made it the fuck up.
I made it.
Source crackpipe. Yeah, no, like what do you think a fucking dynasty is? What do you think a king is?
And
a prince.
Also, look at how many Anglo-Americans are businessmen who hire their own kids or hire someone because they kind of like them or hire them because, hey, you're like a friend of like...
Well, no, the reason...
You're a friend of my neighbor's son, and you technically qualify, so I'll just make you a shoo-in.
Yeah, no, the thing is that nepotism slots in really well. It's because of familiarity. You trust a person that you're familiar with, especially if they're family. Like, of course, if you're gonna hire somebody, it's like, yeah, I know my brother Todd. Like we grew up together. I know he's pretty capable. I should definitely hire him to help.
No, you don't understand. Only Jews do that.
Right.
Anglo Americans don't do that.
What Anglo Americans are historically known to be meritocratic.
Normal for small-driven minorities to rise to the top of industries. In America, we've seen this before with the Quakers dominating the Industrial Revolution and early banking, Yankees on higher education, or Greeks having a stranglehold on the restaurant business. Look to Southeast Asia, where
the Greeks. Excuse me. Okay, first off, Jamaicans have like a stranglehold on fucking everything because they just
hang on.
so many goddamn jobs.
Hang on. Let's listen for a second.
Normal for small-driven minorities to rise to the top of industries. In America, we've seen this before with the Quakers dominating the Industrial Revolution and early banking, Yankees on higher education, or Greeks having a stranglehold on the restaurant business. Look to Southeast Asia, where the Chinese have a near-complete domination of capital while only being a few percentage points of the population and incredibly discriminated. Something that often goes unstated here is that although the Jews are vastly disproportionate,
these things happen in different areas for different reasons.
but Rudyard is supposed to create this narrative that that the Jews were essentially disproportionately discriminated because they disproportionately held most of the jobs of like finance, specialized jobs, and like wealth, education, media.
Yeah. Oh, my cat just stole my sandwich wrap. Your cat's Jewish.
Yep.
Jewish cat.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Gotcha.
When they're just a little over 1% of America's total population, they are not dominant.
Also, I love this is like Switzerland, and there's a tram going over a bridge in what I think is Basel.
This is just B-roll. I don't know where he's getting this B-roll.
I mean, this beautiful city. I love this. Yeah. I wish I was here, but
this was definitely
taken by drone shot.
Practically anything. A lot of
for example,
also, I have to. I'm sorry, we're going back to that footage. I have to appreciate how the drone footage is like following
total population. They are not dominant or a plurality in practically anything. For example, in the field, people talk about a lot for being Jewish-dominated banking. Jews make up only about a third of top bank leadership, being
the Irish have more ownership of the bank now.
No. So here's the thing: he is making that argument. He's actually he's saying that exactly. He's saying that even though there's a lot of Jews there, they still don't really control it, and they don't have the biggest numbers. You know,
so why the fuck
outnumbered by Gentiles. And I say this because,
well, one, banking has been a huge industry. So a lot of people have been taking
one of my areas of obsession is American anthropology, but in practically any single statistic you'll pick, whether in population, genetics, leadership.
This is an interesting map, and it is loosely based off of maps that exist of like, you know, number one area where your ancestors come from based on where you live in the United States. So this is a somewhat accurate map, but here's the worst thing. Oh God, Angola in the Black Belt. That's not true. A lot of the people here, we don't know where they came from. A lot of them came from what is today Liberia, Nigeria, West Africa. They didn't necessarily all come from Angola.
The ads keep throwing me off because thinking as Twitch. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Most of the ads have just kind of been homogenized.
I want to kill everything and everyone.
Well, do you know who runs government ad media?
Uncle Auntie's cat.
Oh, yes. That's right. I should have known.
English Americans will practically always be the plurality because they make up around a third of America.
Technically, it's German Americans, actually. Yeah. German Americans are the largest group.
Genetics. The Jews have built up resentment in America for reasons comparable to other places. In that
Hang on. We just need to sit for like a minute, let him run, and see what the hell he's saying.
Genetics. The Jews have built up resentment in America for reasons comparable to other places in that the Jews have pushed for social progressivism on a disproportionate basis. However,
the Jews?
Huh?
The Jews? People are being resentful of the Jews because the Jews disproportionately are progressive.
This only makes sense if the only Jew that you know of is Bernie Sanders.
Or the only Jew you know is Sam Cedar.
Yeah.
What a fucking nightmare.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a
They do have an
nightmare.
active interest to do so due to so frequently being discriminated against by nationalist governments.
You're right
The
about
Israel
that.
lobby has an enormous...
Maybe that means that you shouldn't support nationalist governments. Wait a minute. He does.
power, but frankly, so do many other lobbies people don't care about, which are also throttling America, whether
like
the medical
MatPat's,
industry, real estate, Saudi Arabia, or China. Jewish value structures work differently than
blogging.
Western, which creates...
Jewish value structures work differently than Western.
Right,
which
go
creates...
go take a
What
shower,
is that?
Stinky.
What does that mean?
Yeah, they're gonna take a shower.
No, I mean, what do you mean Jewish value structures work differently than Western? There is so much wrong with that. We would have to like take an hour to unpack that.
Especially when this especially doesn't make any sense with what he's going to talk about later.
Complications I'm going to explain in the next video I'm releasing. However, it's important to realize that the Jews are disproportionate in practically everything, including the far right. So you shouldn't see a clear line from just Jewish culture to leftism.
You just drew that line.
Yeah,
you shouldn't see
you
a
literally
clear
drew
line.
that line like 30 minutes ago. Bruh.
Number 10, Israel. With the rise of nationalism at the start of the 20th century, which impacted the Jewish nation as much as any other...
I condemn Hamas, you condemn Hamas too, right?
No, Hamas is base. Do it again.
No, you can't be Hassan.
Do it again.
No, what do you mean do it again?
Do it again. I salute Hamas. I have nothing but support for my troops.
There was this desire, both on the part of Jews and the local populations, for the Jews to self-assort into their own nation in order to avoid the complications related to their long history of diaspora living in foreign lands. Ironically, Zionists frequently worked with anti-Semites since they often have convergent interests. It's similar to how the Black Panthers and the KKK have worked together before because they both support segregation. Napoleon once said that if the Jews could unify into a single nation, they would be truly great, but their power was weakened by disunity. Zionists, which is a phrase I hate because it feels so overused in weird contexts, like you can't say neoliberal anymore, looked in many different places for the possibility of a new Jewish homeland. One option was Madagascar, another Kenya, beyond the Urals in Siberia, or even Alaska potentially. These all make interesting alternate histories, but starting in the late 19th century, Jews started to settle in the former homeland of Palestine, which was under Turkish governance, who by this point had been settled by Arabs for thousands of years. Palestine was conquered by the British in World War I, which allowed...
I know what he's going
It had been
with
settled
here.
by Arabs for thousands of years, and you know, some of the people that you've grouped into that category of Arab include people like the Palestinians, who we've been over this before the start of the video. You go into Palestinian DNA, they are descended from the ancient Canaanites, Phoenicians, and other people who lived in the Levant, same as Jews. They are as much returning to their homeland as we did.
Further Jewish settlement, but the really seminal moment was that the horrors of the Holocaust created a cultural moment in which Western civilization felt a moral panic about the dangers of anti-Semitism.
If you really want to be a CEO, want to be an entrepreneur, you should take the first step. Create the LLC. It doesn't really cost.
Thus, the British gave the Jews a region of land in modern Israel and the Arabs another neighboring one. The British had a policy of giving former colonies purposely absurd borders to keep them weak, and the borders between these two were torturous. This then erupted into a series of wars lasting from the 40s to the 70s.
Let's also be clear that prior to this, you had lots of Jews going in and trying to forcibly seize land or using British governing systems to legally steal and settle land that you already had Palestinian families living on. And in exchange for this, there were certain groups of Palestinians who would also attack Jews. So the fighting really kind of had already begun before that point. It's not like, oh, the borders were bad and that's why they were fighting. The fighting was already going on. Look at these people carrying a fucking coffin.
The neighboring Arab countries aided the Palestinians and were quite sympathetic to them. This makes their defeat even more embarrassing, in that each time the Jews were able to defeat the Arabs outnumbered on a
except that a lot of that was based on first having a lot of support from the French, and then in the Sinai War they were close to losing, and then the U.S. decided to get involved.
Yep. That's why
vast military basis, taking on countries of vastly larger size like Egypt. The Jews proved then that they weren't just a nation of shopkeepers, but had masculine virility. This has provoked
a nation of shopkeepers, but had masculine. You can be a shopkeeper with masculine virility. What are you talking about?
What the hell did I walk into? Hi, Zook. How's it going, buddy?
Zook, Zook, you saw what was coming.
Yeah, that they weren't just a nation of shopkeepers, but had masculine virility. This has provoked an international.
Yeah, we're a nation of shopkeepers.
Now, what I previously thought that masculine and feminine meant, I thought it was more like an Eastern yin-yang thing. But he's going to go into the next video, and it's going to be way fucking stupider.
Controversy about whether the Jews...
Oh, Beersheba. That's the Jews in my family who live in Israel are around there, and
Are they settlers? Please tell me they're not settlers.
So Beersheba does not technically fall into the category of settlers in the sense that it does in the West Bank or Gaza, but in the sense of Beersheba was a Berber town. And then the Jews moved in, and there's still Berbers there, but the Jews now are the majority. Yeah. Again.
Yeah, airport. Take the term masculine virility and just put it in your brain, tuck it in your brain pocket. That's going to be important later.
So yeah, so this is I have family in Beersheba.
I can tell by your commentary that he's a dope. Yes,
there are some.
Yes, he is.
So there are some of the family that is in Beersheba have somewhat of a head on their shoulders, but ultimately they're.
What does virility mean?
Virility means that you're
full of life.
Your genetic DNA is good at making babies.
Well, not
Jews
just
or Palestinians deserve the land. I don't really care since this isn't my problem. The only
I don't care because it's not my problem. Then why? So here's the thing. If that's the logic, then why are you so upset that Jews were kicked out? You made a whole video here where you've been complaining it's bad that Jews were kicked out of other places, which I agree. Now you say it doesn't matter that the Jews conquer the Palestinians. Make up your mind.
Wait, now hold on, Moshe. According to the law of chill vibes, would that mean he also doesn't care about the Holocaust because it isn't his problem?
True.
Justice on this earth comes from the end of a sword, and believing anything else is silly and delusional. The borders of the world are colored red with blood, and to ignore that is to ignore life. Life is a brutal Darwinistic jungle where the strong crush the weak. Hey man, I don't make up...
So then you're saying it's good that the Jews were kicked out and conquered and holocausted. That's what you're saying.
Again, he's
up the rules. I'm just here to tell you the truth. We got to conquer the Native Americans and take their land, so the Jews also get right of conquest.
We took the land of the Native Americans, so therefore it's good that the Jews take the land of the Palestinians. Oh no, saying the quiet part out loud. Oh no.
So you see, next, if the Palestinians retake their land, it'll be heroic and based for them. However, this is still not my problem. I hold the law of chill vibes, and that I refuse to care about anything I'm not forced to. Israel formed the only successful democratic industrialized regime in the region.
To call Israel democratic is doing a lot of legwork.
Right of conquest. Yeah, no, this is literal, like, this is literal nationalist shit.
Yeah.
Surrounded frequently by unstable failed states.
Well, but a lot of them are not unstable failed states. And a lot of the ones that are unstable failed states is because of Israel and or Israel's allies.
It's a tiny region the size of New Jersey that massively punches above its weight.
Yeah,
the constant threat of instability and war has kept both the Jewish and Palestinian birth rates artificially high in a battle of wounds. This has come at the cost of the conquered local Palestinian population. But to be blunt, the Palestinians can live in a Jewish state, and it's not true the other way.
No, that is not. What he just said is so not true. Palestinians can live in a Jewish state. The problem is they can't. When the Jews formed the Jewish state, they kicked out a lot of the Palestinians. They killed as many of the Palestinians as they could. They couldn't suffer the Palestinian to live. They let certain numbers of Palestinians stay there. That's why there's like a 20% quote-unquote Arab population in Israel. But they chased out most of them because no, fundamentally, they can't. to say it's not true the other way, the historical evidence is that it did exist the other way for most of history just fine. Like, you're just so this is so fundamentally wrong and a complete misunderstanding of the history of Israel and Israel's relationship with Palestine.
Oh, whoops.
You're stinky.
Also, Jordan wants to say, about the failed state thing.
Yeah.
Have you guys been listening to this bloke for 3 hours straight? To be fair, we have been pausing, and we're also very intoxicated.
Not
way
very,
you can make
I
up.
need more rum.
There's
I
a
do
war
also
going
need
on
more. I've been
now
drinking
as
more
the
rum than
American
you.
empire grows weaker, in which the population
I'm
of
becoming
Gaza
bigger
rebelled
now.
against the Jews. Cool. We've hit the present date now. Let's see what happens next. Peace.
Hey, ChatGPT.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah, no, we're in the midst of an active genocide right now. Cool. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Great.
Proceed back. I'm going back to the camera. So, stop it. I stop it. Don't touch me.
This is what we've been doing this entire
I hate
thing.
it. I hate it.
Don't fight it, Moshe.
I hate it. We hate it. Okay, I need to drink, and that was not a Moshe hand reveal. That was a Yektan hand reveal. You stinky idiot. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
no, that
that's
was this was definitely Moshe's hand.
Hello.
You
Hello.
can-
Look. Moshe has 3 hands.
You can see how Jewish this hand is in particular.
Now Moshe has 4 hands.
Oh yeah, true. Very Jewish.
Yeah, very Jewish. You know, my favorite Jewish superhero, of course, is Forearms from Ben 10.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very kosher. Pucker up, Buttercup. Fish.
Anyway.
Did you know that?
Okay, so we have a second video to get through. So
Last ad, hey ChatGPT fitting.
We're gonna be right back. I'm gonna put on some music for you guys, and we're gonna piss.
Yeah,
we're gonna piss. We're gonna get alcohol. We'll be back to learn more about the Jews.
I am intoxicated.
Yes.
I'm ready to learn, Professor Moshe.
God, the last thing you sent me, holy crap, Lois, it's Hermes Trismegistus.
True. Widowy.
Widowy. Yeah, we're gonna fucking I'll be back. It's the age of Aquarius.
Oh hell yeah! Let's go.
Bernie. Put it in the fridge. Okay, we are coming back shortly.
Woke? Subversive?
Fucking drink. Honestly, the trip up to Vermont has. Alright. I'm going. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I love Moshe Dale at Twitch.tv.
I love Yak10 at Twitch.tv.
No, you don't. That's a fucking lie.
I love Yak10. My favorite thing about Yak10, he's so baby girl.
Don't believe in chat. It's a Yakubian lie.
Yakubian lie.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. Very true.
I need to go grab my Fogny.
I need to go grab my nuts.
We have another video coming.
Yeah, we do. This is about an hour one. We're probably not gonna pause as much, so strap in, folks, because this is gonna be a fucking wild ride. Yakub, why? Yakub, why do you lie? Why do you lie, Yakub? Why are you such a liar?
Why do you love
Yakubian tricknology. I love Yakubian tricknology. Tricknology is probably one of my favorite terms from the Emotep guys. I love tricknology. It's such a good word. I really hope your neighbors aren't Yakubian, or else we might be. We're not. I hope your neighbors aren't Emotep, or else we might be.
There's no Wata in Africa. Thank you, Doug Jones. Okay.
You?
Yeah.
Who said I am gay? You are gay.
We are cutting back to Cam in 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Gay, homosexual, gay.
Stop it. Stop it. I hate you.
I am the apparition of Saffron's past.
Are you gonna come into focus, camera? Are you gonna come into focus? My teeth are getting more crooked again. I look like a hick.
Well, it could be worse. You could look like a Persian person.
Persians are hot. What, are you kidding me?
Yeah, true. Persians are very hot. I should know. I look at one every single day, and of course I mean Sassmaster.
Yes. Sassmaster is just the pinnacle of beauty. Okay. Do I have to flashback myself?
You have to become white.
I don't know how to tell you this.
You could look like me.
You could look like me.
Xerxes ass. Yo, Xerxes was fucking cute as shit, okay?
Xerxes, listen, I would do unfathomable things for the Persian Empire if Xerxes came to me.
You can start with me.
You're not Xerxes, though.
I could be.
No.
Alright.
Wrong. Loud, incorrect buzzer.
Loud, incorrect
Very loud,
noise.
incorrect buzzer. Okay, so the camera's still going to be on. I'm just tabbing out to set up explaining
You still have a
Jewish
stream on the
civilization.
call, right?
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI.
Kill yourself.
I'm gonna.
One is still.
I'm struggling with missing teeth, and that's why I'm here.
Oh, it looks
Yeah,
like
I
my
wouldn't
teeth.
have done anything like this. I would have went straight to Nuvia and had it done. I would now.
Boy,
Boy. Okay.
Also, the stream is a little fucky wucky. I gotta go fix it real quick. So if you could turn off the camera so I can go to my phone. Thank you.
Go to your phone.
All right, I'm now going under the desk. Ooh, how scandalous.
How scandalous. You're so...
Yeah, for some reason the Wi-Fi makes it all laggy, so if I go to data, I'm going to, it'll be more thing, but that's
I can't believe, Zook says, I can't believe Moshe is shilling at Amazon AI. I'm saying if you use Amazon AI, you should kill yourself. Which, true. Anyway,
Actually, you should create a prompt that shows you killing yourself.
Based.
Mm-hmm. In Minecraft.
Based. Okay, we are going to cut now to screen share. And we are going to cut back to this.
No, Moshe, our DMs.
Here we go. Back to the Jews.
Yeah, this video is called Explaining Jewish Civilization. And oh boy, this one. You thought this one was, you thought the last one was unhinged? This one goes off the rails into a ditch.
If you want to know about Jewish civilization, I don't know if you've come to the right place, but you've definitely come to a place.
Smash cut to the Jews.
Arnar, true. Okay,
Arnar.
In 3, 2, 1.
Boy, we've got to the video you folks have been waiting a while for. I did something like over 3,000 pages of research for these 2 videos on Jewish civilization, so please have some gratitude. I've been trying to make a list of the most accomplished ethnicities in history. I don't really want to rank them, since I don't think that's how reality really works.
Sorry, good
you
luck,
can't
folks.
really enumerate reality, and once you try, you lose touch with the living, beautiful spirit that is human life in existence. However, on my list, I have the Anglo-Saxons, Chinese...
Oh, so this one threw us for a loop. When we saw this last night, it took us a second to figure out what this map is, because this map has no labels, it has no key, and it has no title.
All right, so here's my conspiracy theory. So we all know that Rudyard has an editor and that he pays $50K like a year, which honestly I think he needs to fire this guy.
Yes.
So I think that this is an unfinished map in a draft form that that the editor somehow got and put it into the video, because it has no labels, no map, no key. China is there for some goddamn reason.
So here's the thing. First things first, this guy has a problem with Jews. He actually doesn't. That's the thing.
No, that's a weird thing.
He doesn't have a problem with Jews.
His audience does, though.
Yep.
And I'll give you a reason why.
Context clues tell us what this map is, which is to say, he's talking about. So this can only be understood if you hear the audio and you actually pay attention to it. He's talking about he's making videos about civilizations that he thinks are grand and important. So this clued me in when I noticed red here, the little blue dots, the patches of orange where Germany is what really clued me in, and I realized, so these are civilizations that he is covering here. So red are the Anglos, which again, I can't emphasize this enough. Why does it not include very heavily settled parts of Alaska, which are settled by white people? Mm-hmm. Why does it not include vast parts of Quebec? Why does it not include
This has to be an unfinished map.
Thank you. Who did that? Let's tab back. Who did that? Energy Dahamter.
Hello. I don't know what the context clues are. Don't worry. We're gonna get to it very soon.
Thank you, Energy Dahamter. We are. I want to die.
So thank you for the follow.
I want to die. This is not the usual content we have here, but thank you for coming by. Thank you for the follow.
Are you Jewish out of curiosity? He is. I'm not.
I am Jewish. Not entirely. I choose to identify that way because I identify with it a little bit more culturally, a little bit more spiritually. But I am only about a third-ish Jewish. My mother's Jewish, so by the rules, I count.
According to Rudyard's logic, I actually am the progenitor of Jews.
But we'll
get to that later. Don't worry.
We will.
Also, why did he lump the Turks and Greeks together? Does he want to ignite unrest or something?
No.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. So you picked up on that. So these are civilizations that he's covering in these videos. Red are the Anglos. Green is the Germans. Yellow is the Italians.
Energy to Hamter. Moshe is
I am not Orthodox Jewish. I am what would be considered a secular Jew. Although most of the more religious Jews in my family would fall under the category of conservative Jews, which conservative Jew does not mean conservative politically. It is a specific sect of Judaism. Most of the Jews in my family have been conservative Jews or secular Jews. There were some that I think may have been a little bit more Hasidic, but I don't even know if that counts. I generally fall into the category of secular Jew, but...
And I am friends with a lot of Jews, including Moshe,
yes. Allegedly.
Yeah.
So the Italians, I find it very funny that, like, there's no... and again, like, look, he has the detail to cut out where Texas is, but doesn't include the parts of Alaska that are settled by white people.
What the fuck is Italy doing in South America?
Doesn't include Ireland, Wales, or the upper part of Scotland.
Friends with a lot of Jews? Based. Good. You should be friends with a lot of Jews.
Yellow,
they're
Italy
awesome.
is there. The blue dots are Jewish communities. Green is generally the Greeks and their descendants, and green is China. Anyway, let's also don't try not to be too loud.
Okay.
Isn't WhatIfAltHist kind of crazy?
Yes. Correct.
Correct.
Italians, Greeks, Germans, and the Jews, just to name a handful of obvious choices, as well as a few other ethnicities I didn't name there. Once you combine them with their ethnic diasporas, the Anglo-Saxons, Germans...
clips?
Yeah, no, he's...
Brother.
The short version is that his understanding of historical analysis is both incredibly stunted and incredibly misplaced. He has some of his like alternate history videos that are kind of like classic alternate history videos, which is when you're theorizing what could have happened. It's kind of relatively fun and playful, but when it gets to actual historical analysis, it goes down the toilet. And he recently had a crash out involving Peter Thiel funding kratom, ayahuasca, and tuna. So
his father also inseminated him.
That's where the tuna comes in. Anyway,
Italians each have over 100 million people around the world today. The Greeks used to rule the known world, and hell, there's over 1 billion Chinese today. That being said, when you're looking at the Jews, you're seeing a population that's only a little bit more than 15 million people today combined around the world. For a frame of reference, my home state of Pennsylvania has 13 million people. There's a joke that Finland could hypothetically not exist, since the standard deviation for population numbers the UN uses, due to places like Africa or Asia, is large enough that statistically, as a sort of joke, the entire population of Finland is beneath that number.
Using the joke to make
it's
a point
the same
that the Jewish
thing with the
population
Jews.
is very
If
small,
an alien were to look at this, they'd be in complete shock. How could this tiny group of people spread around the world and break the world over multiple times again and again?
What? Jews broke the world over multiple times again and again. Now, this is a case where I firmly believe that he is... Every now and then he says something that he doesn't mean. He uses poor word choice. Like here's where the insemination comes from. He said that he was inseminated by his father, who had mercury poisoning at the time. What he means to say is that his father inseminated his mother. His father conceived him while mercury poisoned.
But he said that he was inseminated.
He said inseminated.
Which is really fucking funny.
He said, and Jews were in such high demand that they broke the world. Yeah.
I guess?
It's a joke. It's fine. So he's doing a similar thing here. Obsession with Jews broke the world over and over again. We did not break the world
multiple times.
Yeah. No. That's what he's trying to get at, but the phrasing is really bad here.
However, for the inhabitants of this earth, the effect of the Jews on world history is so obvious that only a fool or an Oriental who's never heard of the God of Abraham could say they never knew about it. What happened?
We loved this line last night. Last night, this one kind of broke us.
However, for the inhabitants of this earth, The effect of the Jews on world history is so obvious that only a fool or an Oriental who's never heard of the God of Abraham could say they never knew about it.
Tag yourself. Are you a world-breaking Jew, or are you an Oriental who's never heard of the God of Abraham?
Yes and no, but what? No, the insemination thing is not due to child abuse, but there was a story that WhatIfAltHist said that allegedly his mother may have essayed him.
To get I'm a third secret option alien.
True.
What happened here?
So anyway,
the history.
So also,
what happened here?
The
Good
implications
fucking
that Jews
question.
have so much of an effect on the world. The thing is, we both have and haven't, and unfortunately, the implication of I think his assessment here is at least somewhat wrong.
Of the Jews, once you get into the details, is even more absurd.
That's a good take to have.
This tiny population in the Middle East 4,000 years ago, an era in which almost no one is still alive today, is still important and powerful.
So let's be very clear here. If you want to argue that the Jews of the ancient world are still here today because of Jews that exist today, you could say the same thing about different kinds of Iranians and Arabs and Greeks and Italians who have had huge impacts. You could say the same about so many other groups from that era. The continuity is largely a semantic one. Semantic and possibly structural.
Or Semitic.
I'm going to kill you.
Uses that word insemination. That word, I don't think you means what you think it means.
Yes.
Can I ask you a somewhat off-topic question related to the subject? I mean, sure.
You certainly may. It can't be any crazier than what we're going to go through here.
Dominating many of the major industries of the.
We do not dominate many of the major industries in the world. There are one or two specific areas where we have a higher than expected overall presence, but even there we do not dominate.
Was Ludwig Wittgenstein?
Ludwig Wittgenstein. That's actually a good question. I don't know if Wittgenstein was Jewish.
I don't know who
Ludwig.
that is.
He was a German philosopher.
I mean, going by the name, maybe.
Well, but no. But here's the thing: a lot of Jews have German-sounding names, and vice versa, because again, the Ashkenazi come from the Rhineland, so they have very Germanic names. Austria.
Well, I guess I'm just anti-Semitic now.
Yes, based. He was Austrian.
Rudyard would say, no, that's not based. In fact, actually, even though... oh, wait, no, we're... Oh, hold on. I almost caught myself. We're going to get to it soon. Don't worry.
Austrian. So, allegedly, his paternal... So, according to a family tree, he has some distant Ashkenazi ancestry. So, he is... Like he carries some Jewish DNA in
and I believe it like officially counts if your mother was Jewish because they go by the mother.
And so it's via the paternal, but it was so far back and so far diluted. By the standards of someone like Hitler, yes, he's Jewish. By the standards of your average rabbi today, maybe kinda not really.
Yeah. Jury's out on that.
That is an interesting question. Connecting to the chat. Did I lose connection to the chat? Chat, is this real? Hang on.
You might have lost connection to the Wi-Fi. I might also be eating up all the Wi-Fi.
I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi on my phone at all. Let me just... I'm going to get back into it. Chat, we're going to get back into it.
And I opened up my eyes, I saw the signs. No, you gotta go.
No, it's fine. We're getting back into it.
Yeah, it's all good.
We got back into it. Wittgenstein was born the same year as Heidegger and Hitler. I believe that is true, yes.
Around that, yeah.
Airport's going to be back in 20, yep. My brain had to read that multiple times to not associate with Italia. You have a problem.
You do have a problem.
It's not a big problem, but...
Greatest superpower. This small people...
Those are Jewish answer for the Nazis to consider him. Yes, because in order to be considered Jewish by the Nazis...
It's the one-drop rule.
Yeah.
It's going by that.
Yeah. But again, these categories are always going to be a little bit arbitrary, and that's why when people say race is a social construct, it doesn't mean that it's entirely fake, but it does mean the way we define it is always going to be a little bit arbitrary.
Yeah, it's the same. You
Well,
might as
indirectly
well
made the
categorize
3
by
largest
eye coloring.
religions in the world, or Marxism, Christianity, and Islam is still alive today. This small people indirectly made the 3 largest religions in the world, or Marxism, Christianity, and Islam.
So, we're not going to dwell on this like we did when we pre-watched last night, but let's...
The great 3 Abrahamic religions: Christianity, Islam, and communism.
So let's So here's a couple things. Number one, when WhatIfAltHist says religion, he uses it almost interchangeably with ideology. Communism is not a religion any more so than democracy is a religion or fascism is a religion. And if you use the term ideology and religion interchangeably, then these become more meaningless words. To argue that that Jews indirectly created Christianity is not the biggest stretch in the world, but it is a relatively big stretch, because remember that while kind of the origin of Christianity was birthed out of a specific sect within Judaism, a very specific sect.
Established earlier.
As we established earlier, Christianity is largely the result of the Romans adopting it.
Yes.
And
creating the Holy Roman Empire.
It changed so much that the only thing it really shares in common is like the Old Testament. And even then, the interpretation of the Old Testament
got
differs.
redone because of the Council of Nicaea.
A little bit.
Yeah. It's still different.
Not as though.
Yeah, no. Clearly.
But so and then Islam is.
But what about the Book of Job?
To say that Jews indirectly created Islam.
Is he actually claiming that communism is an Abrahamic religion? Yes.
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 To claim that.
Oh my God! Yes.
To claim that Islam was indirectly created by Judaism, that's like the people who say that hentai was indirectly created by Gavrilo Princip because he shot Archduke Franz Ferdinand, which created World War I, which created World War II, which created the atomic bombs, which created post-war Japan, which created hentai.
No, Uncle Auntie you don't understand. Communism is kind of like the New Game Plus for Judaism. So first it started with a Jew.
Yes.
And then it sort of like evolved to that. So communism is just the New Game Plus for Judaism. And this falls into cultural Bolshevism.
So here's the thing. So coming back to this whole concept of, like, if you want, like that thing I just said, the whole joke about how Gavrilo Princip created hentai, that is simply because you have chosen to cut the chain off with him. You could arbitrarily choose to extend it further back. You need a better explanation than somewhere along the chain, this person or group happened to be there. The creation of it, to say Jews indirectly created Islam is like saying a Serbian grandmother 200 years ago created hentai, because the Serbian grandmother led to Gavrilo Princip, which led to World War I, World War II, the atomic bomb, Japan, hentai. Again, it's missing the point, and the implication is that there is a stronger connection than there actually is. And so the implication of that stronger connection leads to theories about how Jews dominate the world, and that leads to anti-Semitism.
Did his fucking drugs fry his brain? What did he take that made him sound correct? Okay, 2 things: ayahuasca and kratom.
Ayahuasca and kratom.
Yeah,
he's smoking that blunt, but no. If he smoked the blunt that bloody bloody. Hey yo, bloody, what's up?
The bloody blunt, the bloody blunt.
So if he was smoking the blunt that Buddy the Demon, the little purple demon in the corner, has, oh my god, you're right. Energy Dahometer. We brought this up last video. I don't think he is anti-Semitic.
No, he's not.
The problem is that a lot of the ideas he has are are themselves anti-Semitic. He doesn't come to that conclusion through those ideas, but he shares a lot of similar root ideas with them, and a lot of his fan base is. Last video, he had a whole section where he suddenly diverts.
We can take a look at the comment sections at the end.
Yeah, watch the comment section. He has
really
a lot of. He has a lot of.
So
yeah, again, I agree with you. He is definitely not an anti-Semite, but a lot of the ideas he peddles, the philosophies he peddles, and the analysis he uses are ones that lead a lot of people to anti-Semitism and are based in ideas from anti-Semitic people.
The man read Spangler. Like, this is just par for the course. Also, let me be clear. I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I think he's a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
He's drawing from the same wells anti-Semites that draw from them even when he disagrees with their end conclusion. Yeah, exactly.
And,
he has an ayahuasca-fried conclusion.
And again, Energy. You weren't here for the last stream, but last stream was another Jewish... Earlier in the stream, we reviewed another Jewish video of his that he released like a little bit before this one. And in it, he suddenly diverts to trying to prove that the Holocaust happened in a very like weird and sudden way, and it's very clear that he is trying to convince his audience that it happened, and that is because they don't believe it happened because they are anti-Semites. And yet
that's the audience that he captured.
Yeah, that's the audience he captured. This map proves he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like watching Ancient Aliens. Yes, it's a weird form of brain rot.
So, like, here's the thing. To say that Christianity was indirectly created by Jews, maybe if you squint hard enough, Islam was indirectly created by Jews. You have to squint even harder. Communism was created by Jews. You have to gouge your eyes out. Like, it is so removed. Because that's the implication here. And this leads into conspiracies that anti-Semites believe in, that all these ideologies in the world are actually a form of Jewish control. Anyway.
In many fields, Jews are 1/3 of Nobel Prize winners, while comprising vastly less than even 1% of the world's population.
Yes, and you explained
the Jews have been battered around the
video,
world to nearly every continent. What happened here? Historians today like to see the world as operating under reason and probability, in which, almost like statistical models, changes occur gradually over time for incentive structures.
I do want to say this.
Go off, King.
This B-roll footage goes hard. I love this.
Oh, just wait. I have a thing about the B-roll in a second.
True. Jews are people and communists are people, so checkmate woke moralists. You're goddamn right. Jews are fake canon. Yes.
The fact that this 4,000-year-old desert tribe still exists and is thriving is a middle finger to...
Are we? There are other people descended from tribes from 4,000 years ago who are also thriving in their own way by similar standards. What this is, this fixation is...
I hate to say it, but Saudi Arabia is also doing that. Despite...
Yeah...
The idea
I don't know if anyone's
that the world
right
is
now.
reasonable or practical.
There's a lot of people
I
that are
like to
thriving right
say,
now.
just
happens, and then we have to rationalize later why it makes sense. By the way, before I get started, I know this is a controversial topic in both directions. The Jews are steeped in controversy on both the part of their lovers and haters. In researching this, I read books from both pro-Semites and anti-Semites to get every perspective in the search of truth. I continue to stand by the law of chill vibes.
No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. You're a
bullshit.
Liar. You're a liar.
I call bullshit.
I call bullshit.
But I refuse to care about anything unless I'm forced to. I think the mob is innately stupid, envious, and predatory. Yeah. Thus, I refuse to give an inch and just say what I believe to be factually true. Psych. Let's get started.
Okay, that should have been at the beginning. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I listen to anti-Semites and Semites. I got it. Well, it's the Jews that are disproportionately successful. It's not anything to do with conspiracy or anything to do with the fact that the Jewish religion, they studied Talmud, which encourages inquiry.
So, like...
Or academic inquiry.
So,
yes, well, we're going to get into that.
So there's a little bit of 50-50 there. Disproportionately successful... Certain ones are, as a whole, I don't know if that can actually be said. Mm-hmm. It is true that among the Jews who are successful, it's not due to conspiracy, and it's due largely to... It is due largely to the history that those communities had gone through, although a lot of that doesn't really have as much to do with the study of the Talmud, because there are plenty of other religious groups that have academic rigor. The bigger, like including Christianity, like a lot of the modern academia that we have originates from Catholic education and academia, financed and run by the church. But it comes more from just general material circumstances of how they were treated, where they went, and how they interacted with one another vis-a-vis everyone else.
Also, if I may make this this statement, like going on forward, you should probably take into the fact that even though we sort of talk about peoples with a broad brush, we have to remember that they're not a monolith.
Ooh.
A lot of them are individuals that seek and have different desires and don't want to just pursue a thing of like academic
and to say the Jews are disproportionately successful, if what you want to say is that relative to their population size you can find a bunch of them in places where you might not usually expect, that's like at least somewhat to mostly true, but the implication of the Jews are disproportionately successful because they study the Talmud is a little bit kind of, it's not so much putting the cart before the horse, but putting the wrong kind of horse in front of the cart.
Yeah, the cart and the horse are just in different towns.
Well, it's more so that there is a different horse that is pulling the cart.
Yeah.
It is material circumstances as opposed to their relationship with the Talmud.
Uncle Auntie Philly, I would say hold on because we ain't gonna make any new OCs very soon unless we make Rudyard the Lynch.
I spend a lot of time researching online, and I access a variety of websites.
Bullshit.
Our body doesn't need to be fixed. Our body doesn't need one supplement after the other.
Yes,
my body needs to be filled with kratom.
Any objections for you? In Cog People, I mentioned this in the other video, but one of the coolest trends I keep on finding that ancient myth, this list of people.
No, there we go. We're good. Okay, back to the video.
Part 1, Abraham's people. I mentioned this in the other video, but one of the coolest facts we've discovered recently is that from analyzing the Y chromosomes of people who claim his descent, we have effectively proven the existence of Abraham, the biblical father of both the Jews and Arabs.
Again, so this is wrong. Short version is he assumes a study that shows that Jews have DNA that traces back to ancient Semitic lands. He assumes that means that we have proven the existence of Abraham. It hasn't. It doesn't even prove a single common ancestor. It just proves that the people who are descended from peoples of the Levant are descended from the peoples of the Levant. That's all. Which, I mean, true. Mm-hmm. True, but we done knew it.
Craig says the fact that, the idea of breaking people's groups down based on traits is inherently flawed. You end up glossing over any other factors that matter as to why the people do what they do. Very true.
Very true.
A pony pulling a cart made for 5 horses.
Yeah. In time. This leads to an acronym I've developed.
I was confused why he was the father of Jews and Arabs.
That makes more sense
than whatever the fuck he was going on with communism.
I was gonna say that makes more sense than saying communism is Jewish.
Yeah. The reason I know quite a bit about Jewish history is because I'm a Noahide.
I don't know what that means.
I'm assuming it's the descendant of Noah?
Maybe?
Which means the ancients weren't idiots. When I say this, it speaks to the trend we keep on finding that ancient myths that we used to not take seriously, as we gather more evidence, are consistently more accurate than we originally thought. Easy examples of this are.
We talked about this a little bit when we were pre-watching this. So we probably shouldn't dwell on it here. To say that the ancients weren't idiots is a true thing, and we even hinted at it earlier. To suggest that this means that all myths are telling the truth as opposed to referencing certain things that may or may not have happened or certain ideas people may or may not have had is going in the wrong direction. So like even here, so like Troy, people didn't think Troy was real until we excavated it. That much is true. Abraham, this is the thing we just mentioned before, he gets that wrong. The flood myth. The Black Sea went from lake to sea. Black Sea was
wait, hold on. So Noahide is a non-Jew who believes in the Orthodox Jewish religion focus the Torah's laws on non-Jews.
That is very interesting. I will have to.
If you want to know about Nikola Tesla, though, I'm your man. Okay, very basic.
I will need to read
turn
more
off
upon
captions.
that.
Number 7 better not be fucking Atlanta. Oh my god.
It is. So
God fucking damn it.
So the flood myth one is like he's maybe 50% correct on.
Every culture has a flood myth.
The Celts and Germans had myths their ancestors came from the Black Sea region. Genetically true a little bit. The Romans said their ancestors came from Troy. The Etruscan genetics are from like there's a little bit of truth in here. Garden of Eden. This goes over the theory of the cognitive revolution, which is roughly based on the idea that some caveman ate a magic mushroom, got high, and became cognitive. Is mass psychedelic consumption. Which
Again,
there isn't actually a lot of evidence for.
A lot of these examples are based on religion being truth, but they all claim that. So it really depends on what you're pulling from. Unless you're me and just makes them all canon.
Well, but that's the problem is he thinks they're all canon.
Yeah, he's literally just alt-right spirit
Hindu.
science.
So this one too. Hindu mysticism, mystical teachings corroborate closely with modern physics.
Also,
people back then, he's true, the ancients weren't idiots, but the thing is, people back then used other means to describe the phenomenon they were experiencing. That doesn't necessarily mean the myths were all true. It doesn't. And Atlantis specifically is very not true. We found a site, geographic layout like Atlantis. That is a coincidence.
Yeah, no, Atlantis is bunk.
The Sahara was wet, but it wasn't a sea. The Sahara was
a
green.
marsh. Yeah.
It was a green, fertile area, but it wasn't wet. It wasn't an Atlantis. And
also,
Plato said Atlantis was a metaphor.
Yeah, going back to the Garden of Eden, I don't think you need to get high off of mushrooms to know about the concept of death.
Energy dihometer. I would say that yes. I think the Garden of Eden he mentions is Terence McKenna. Yeah, and that is like, don't get me wrong, it's an interesting idea, but Terence McKenna is one of those guys who has a lot of interesting ideas, and some of them hold weight, a lot of them break apart under scrutiny.
One day the prophecy will be fulfilled, and Minuteman will at last make his video about Atlantis. Even you.
Airport is
no, not me. I'm fucking drunk.
Troy and the biblical flood, and I talk about this more in the text wall in front of you. According to the Jewish tradition, they started out in the area around modern Iraq, where Abraham was fleeing the moral corruption of the Mesopotamian city-state of Uruk around 2000 BC. This shows an opening for two different important points of Jewish history. The first being that the Jews were a sort of scavenger people along the edges of the older Fertile Crescent civilizations. The second
Really? The Jews were one of many people living in what is today considered Canaan and the Levant. They are genetically very similar to the other peoples there, the Phoenicians, other Canaanites, people who are today considered Palestinians, all very genetically related. And there was a certain pantheon of gods there, and each group had a different god that they had a monolatry worship of. The Jews being based largely around Yahweh, a storm god, which was a very powerful metaphor there because the rivers there flooded very suddenly. They relied on the rain to keep the desert areas lush, but also the rain, the torrential storms and floods could be destructive. That's where a lot of the flood myth probably actually comes from, the inherent geography of Canaan and the Levant.
Also, Uncle Antifali, don't worry, we appreciate lurkers.
Yes.
Lurkers are valid.
Yes, lurkers are valid.
That's true.
It's not this that they weren't necessarily scavengers along the edge. They were in an area where they could basically survive, but if you branch too far outside of that part of the Levant, you start getting into major desert areas where it is harder to exist. And then yes, you do butt up against other larger groups as well, but I mean,
Lurker are the asses you can't see. Somebody I know.
Being that the Jews were a reaction to the collapsing sociological institutions to the end of civilizational cycle 1.
Not.
Oh, this is Spengler talking, ain't it?
So, how waterproof is the Bearskin Heavy Storm Packable Rain Jacket? Why not?
There had already...
So this is simply not true. The Jews were not a reaction to that. The Jews were one of many groups that I just described. Amidst other people coming and going from there, they end up in Babylonian captivity after kind of consolidating power for a while and growing. And in Babylonian captivity, they adjust their beliefs from monolatry to monotheism, apocalyptic thinking, and messianic thinking. And that is where it is not the reaction to a crumbling civilizational system. It was a small group that had to carve out its own identity amidst bigger groups that continued to exist around them.
Been pre-established civilizations for thousands of years in a territory stretching in an arc from
that too.
Egypt to
that too. And Jews existed before that. We don't have a lot of information about them before that. Before that, again, they were another Canaanite tribe following monolatry.
Bottom of Iraq called the Fertile Crescent. According to the biblical myth, the Jews started in Iraq, following the edge of the desert to reach modern Israel and the frontiers of Egypt, where we have the first records of a people who could be the Jews, or the Hapiru from Egyptian records. The Jews existed in this weird place between barbarism, civilization, being a social class, an ethnicity, or a religious group.
So the first part of that, being barbarous and civilization, is not really true. They were a civilization. They were just a smaller one. That's all. They were a smaller one. Now what he says then, that being Jewish was kind of between class, ethnicity, and religious group, that is actually true. He does hit the nail on the head there. That is still the case today. Being a Jew is a little bit kind of between all those three things. Like, he is right about that. And this is the frustrating part, because he does very often actually hit on correct points.
Jews are a nation, not a race or religion. They are technically
they're kind of in between many of these. That's the thing, and it's a hard, somewhat nebulous thing.
In fact, a lot of Jewish people still debate on what exactly they are. It's a lot of debate, speculation.
Yeah, and then when he says that Jews are kind of between a class and ethnicity or religious group, that is kind of
correct.
That is kind of true.
But some Jews consider themselves one, the other, or maybe a combination of the two. They don't consider
because
themselves
there are people who are not ethnically Jewish who then convert and become Jewish.
That's more rare, but it does happen.
There are people who are Christian who are descended from Jews who converted and they aren't Jews anymore. There are people who don't believe in Judaism, but because they have largely ethnicity from Jews, they still identify as Jewish. So again, it is an unfortunately somewhat nebulous thing, which is a little bit annoying, but you know.
There are two groups in America which I think are useful proxies for the Jews. The first being the Mormons, and the latter being the Desert Trash.
Wrong.
The Book of Mormon.
The Mormons like to think of themselves as being related to the Jews. The Mormons...
I thought the Native Americans were the Jews, according to the Mormons.
No, the Mormons claim that they are.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The thing is that the Mormonism was born out of the Second Great Awakening, in which you had a lot of Protestant denominations that were forming, based more in America, basing off more American democratic ideals, but also believing in millenarianism, and furthermore, a categorical obsession with Jews and the Old Testament. The Mormons were but one of them. They are more the result of American Protestantism than being related to Jews.
Isn't Mormonism a pretty bonkers religion? I wouldn't say it's bonkers. I would say that while they do share a lot of similarities, the fact that he's trying to equate Mormons with Jews is very...
So let's
it's
be
very
clear.
tenuous at best.
I would say that Mormons are a bonkers religion, but a lot of the most bonkers things about them don't have a lot to do with the religion and more to do with a lot of the social elements around them, like the businesses. Like if you want to talk about a religious group that has like a business conspiracy, Mormons, MLMs, all the other businesses they own. It's kind of insane.
They are the scam artists of Christians.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about the Mormons. A lot of what people criticize a lot of people make bad criticisms of Mormons. A lot of people make good criticisms of Mormons. They are ultimately the way that a YouTuber who I mostly enjoy, Knowing Better, framed them as being American exceptionalism as a religion, and I'm inclined to agree. They are like, if you take American Protestantism and you turn the dial up to 11, the millenarianism, the fear of Catholics while creating Catholic-like structures themselves, and the obsession, the borderline fetish for Judaism and Jews.
Yes. So is the Book of Mormon worth watching for bad, it's funny, or other reasons? I think the Book of Mormon is really good.
It is overall good. Arguably, it lets the Mormons...
Matt Parker and Trey... That's probably one of the best Mark Parker and Trey Stones things.
Matt Stone, Trey Parker.
Yeah, Matt Stone.
Arguably, I think it lets the Mormons off a little bit too easy. That's the biggest problem with it. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Mormon baggage. Well, because you, Airport, without doxing where you are exactly, you are further out west, and so the closer you get to Utah, the more Mormons you will encounter. Business is so it's not so much about business inherently being a bad thing. It's more, if you want to talk about religions that have an interesting relationship with business, people often talk about how Jews are related to that, but the Mormons have as much, if not more, relation to it, especially in the United States.
What the hell is prosperity gospels now? That's essentially business intermixing
although that
with Christianity.
Although that is, again, that's more of general American Protestantism.
Well, yes,
the Mormons did help to pioneer it a little bit, but a lot of it has more to do with the evangelicals.
The Mormons are, to be honest, just another weird American religion in my view. We do have a lot of those,
Yeah, we do. The Seventh-day Adventists, the Christian Scientists, the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Mormons usually are... the individual Mormon is usually... relatively harmless.
Fine.
Yeah, they're relatively harmless. So, a lot of the old ones are coming up from the same area, upstate New York. There's a lot of fucking Mormons in goddamn Hawaii.
But exactly. Yeah, a lot of those old religions come from there. That was the burned over district. That part of upstate New York where you had like a lot of radical ideas fermenting on what was at the time the frontier of America, which was at the time Western New York.
Pastafarians are
You'll find that areas with similar climates will develop comparable cultural traits, even if they don't have much else in common. So it's not super strange to draw parallels between the desert climate of the American West and the Middle East. The Mormons are an American religious group originally seeded from the Yankee diaspora in places like Vermont or upstate New York and Ohio. They were founded during the Second Great Awakening in the early 19th century and migrated west, populating the area around Utah and the neighboring states where they formed a sort of distinct ethnic identity. The Mormon Church acted as a centrally planned theocracy which strategically populated the American West on purpose. The similarities between the Jews and Mormons are that they both unified into very strong degrees of in-group cooperation by holding strange religious beliefs. The Mormons were known for a very distinct theology, practicing polygamy at the start, being ruled by a central church theocratic hierarchy, banning alcohol and
there it is! There's the image! There it is!
This image broke us. We paused this last night while we were pre-watching, and after a lot, I came to the conclusion, this is Miles when he joins the voice call.
Yeah.
Surrounded by white people. So this
look at that man's face. Look at that man's
he knows what's up.
He knows what's gonna happen.
Also, like this is what I love, and I brought this up earlier with Yek yesterday. This picture is a piece of Mormon propaganda, because part of Mormon propaganda is that they simultaneously conquered the Native Americans, but they were also nicer to them than the other white people were. This is a piece of Mormon propaganda. Even in the Mormon propaganda, the Native American looks miserable.
Yeah.
God.
He's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. This is Miles or Taka when they join the group.
Mm-hmm.
These fucking white people.
Yeah.
Can't trust Whitey. Listen, as a white person, can't trust white people.
I'm like
the Mormons are known for being.
Well, you're like a third white, maybe. Like
At best. You're a third white at best.
Like a quarter to a third. You've been poisoned.
Oh, fuck white people. Yeah, it's a white people orgy.
And white
yeah,
people
no, that was the meme Moshe said when there's only one top at the orgy.
No, because you start by saying when you're the one bottom at the orgy, and then I made the joke, well, realistically, more likely, you're the only top at the orgy. They invited him as spice.
True. Very strange. Being seen as a cult by many Americans, but also admired by other Americans for their moral character, between having very high social trust, birth rates, social cooperation, and good values. The Jews were seen in a very similar light by the neighbors.
Okay, I gotta break that down.
Okay, go ahead. This is your fight, not mine.
Jew and white are describing generally different things. A lot of Jews are white. Most Jews are white, arguably. In a sense, they certainly are considered white today. Who is and isn't white is largely an arbitrary distinction of political power in any given country. As Uncle Uncle says, no, the first one was right. Yes, I am a whore.
True.
No, so here's the thing. I am Jewish, but the Jews in my family are basically all Ashkenazi, and they are generally considered white. And the parts of my family that are not Jewish are Scottish, German, who are generally considered white, and the other part of my family are Sicilians, who at one point weren't considered white, but they are today. So I would say that I am white. In terms of how I exist, the category I fall under in the United States, I am white. Jews, a lot of Jews are white. Ashkenazi Jews are almost entirely white. There are black people who are Ashkenazi Jews, either because they married into the family or because someone earlier in the family married in. So I have met one or two black Ashkenazi Jews. They do exist, but...
May I add something?
Yes.
So primarily the term white is not necessarily what unites us, it's what divides people.
Yeah.
So white
who's in the out group.
Yeah, no, white is essentially to describe what you're not.
Yeah.
And it's essentially not black, not brown, not like Middle Eastern, not the spice oriented.
Yeah. Although
like that sort of shit.
Yeah, although funnily enough, again, there are people who used to not be considered white who now are. For example, Armenians. They're from the Caucasus. But there was a time when, ironically, the Armenians weren't considered white. And some people consider them white. There's people today who think the Armenians are white.
Oh, hold on. I watched a comedian talk about how Jews became white in America, and it kind of had a point.
And that's a kind of similar thing. Jews,
some Jews can pass as
So I wouldn't say pass as white. Some Jews just are white.
Yeah.
Like... The way the category goes and is changed is an interesting one, but to say that I am not white because I am Jewish is basically entirely a lie because...
Yeah, these things aren't mutually exclusive.
Because in the United States, in terms of where I exist legally, how the government treats me, how society treats me, how the financial system treats me, how the police treat me, I am white.
Here's a fun fact about me. According to the U.S. Census, I don't exist.
Funny.
Yeah, very funny.
No, but like again, there are certain groups who used to not be considered white that are now today.
Italians, Irish.
Even more so specifically, Southern Italians. The Irish weren't really not white so much as they were the wrong kind of white.
True.
There are Middle Eastern groups, like are Arabians considered white? According to the United States Census, yes.
Yeah.
I was a census worker in 2020 and 2021. I think mostly 2020. And I will tell you this. The racial categories on there are really fascinating. There's a lot of people who you wouldn't necessarily think of white who are considered white. And vice versa.
Mm-hmm. What was it? So, Craig said something. In the U.S., being white is about being invited in a club, usually when the existing white seats benefit from it. That happens to the Irish, the Italians, the Jews, and I would argue starting to happen among the Hispanic population. Yes, especially like...
Oh, God, yes. But also...
White Brazilians, but also... What is it? Bolsonaro.
Oh, God, yeah. No, but also specifically, Hispanic is a thing similar to Jew, where what the category describes isn't necessarily racial skin color in the sense of post-industrial racial categories. There are Hispanics who are black. There are Hispanics who are considered brown. There are Hispanics who are considered white. There's Hispanics who are considered indigenous, and then there's various categories of mixture in between.
There are Hispanics that are that were descendants of slaves. Like that's a thing that exists.
Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna roll. And don't worry, Energy, I'm not mad about that question. I've gotten that question a lot from a lot of people, because a lot of people maybe don't know how these things work, but also as someone as someone who A, is caught up in the middle of it, B, has at least thought about this a little bit, and also given that I literally worked for the census for a year.
Yeah, no, this is kind of the reason why we had this stream, is sort of not only to show that WhatIfAltHist is an idiot, but to explain
these things better than he does.
Yeah.
Neighboring Middle Eastern peoples. A funny element to this is that because the Bible has colored so much of our understanding of the ancient Middle East's history in total, it would be as if 3,000 to 4,000 years in the future, the only main narrative that people would study modern American history through would be through the history of the Mormons.
If you're someone who cares about healthy eating and increasing the protein in your diet, listen up, because we have the ultimate protein hack, Paleo Valley's whey protein.
And that's just one of the ironic things that you'll see over history, a few different places and times. And it's hard to see this now, given we live in a world where Jewish religion won on such a global scale. But in the ancient world of kings and gods, the Jews were seen as strange, as we would see the Mormons today.
That's not true. In ancient times, we weren't seen as strange. We were one of multiple groups who believed in monolatry, the pantheon of gods, among which one was ours. Others in that belonged to other people. There were other Canaanite groups who preferred Baal. There were others who preferred El, although we kind of adopted El ourselves eventually. And other people in the pantheon who were adopted by others. And in fact, there were also other people in that time who may have also believed in Yahweh, but didn't believe in our interpretation of Yahweh. Mm-hmm. So no, at the time, in the ancient times, in this world, we weren't seen as strange. We were one of multiple small groups. We weren't any more strange than any of the other Canaanites around us.
Samuel Beat. Yeah, no, I think I know this guy.
And say the Mormons are, so the way that he describes the Mormons being seen as strange today, that is true. Saying that they are seen as strange today in the same way that Jews were in the ancient world is false.
Jews were the most religious people of the ancient world. Even
what does that mean?
Yeah, there's no way that you can quantitate that statement.
Also, he even said that that's something he hinted earlier that's something you can't
Isn't
quantitate.
it until post-captivity Judaism was more unique, and even then there were other monotheist religions.
Yes, exactly.
We're gonna get to that.
Yes,
Don't worry.
Yes, no, you are exactly right. Skip.
In time periods like Greco-Roman classical dominance, in which secularism was very powerful.
Secularism was very powerful in classical Greek antiquity. Yeah, it's not like they had their own religious system, their own mystical hermetic system, based off of ancient Egyptian hermeticism. Okay, so it wasn't secular!
I think what we need to explain that secularism is essentially a state that is above religion. It is not a state that has multiple religions. That's not what that means.
Well, but even more so, it's that the idea is that these societies were secular. They weren't really. They had states that existed kind of on their own-ish, but not any more so than other states did. And again, the Greeks had their own pantheon. They had different kinds of mysticism. They absolutely were not secular.
And if you did believe in a religion, you just have to pay extra. Like the caliphates weren't the only one that did a tithe.
Yeah, that kind of thing too. It's just...
And the Jews even had one of the highest birth rates. In some ways, the religiosity combined with militarism during that Hellenistic time period is reminiscent of Islamic radicals like the Taliban today. On top of this,
secularism is a very materialist concept, and materialism as we know it today is very much so an Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment thinking.
Yeah,
if you want to say that there were Greek structures that weren't as reliant on
or
religion,
they have aspects
that is
of
true, but Islamic radicals like the Taliban, like the Maccabees.
Jews had lots of ritual prescriptions, which over the course of Jewish history became completely encumbering in every single aspect of life. For its entire history,
Not true. A lot of other groups have also had ritual things, and this is another case of WhatIfAltHist is going to contradict himself on this, because he's going to admit the truth later, which is that one of the interesting things about Judaism is how much we rethought and rewrote our religion, how we took our stories and adjusted them and molded them. Judaism did not become calcified until the middle of the age of the Enlightenment, in which you start getting the Orthodox and the Hasidic Jews who decide that the shifting has gone on long enough. We need to codify ourselves hard now, and that's where Judaism, so the sects of Judaism as we know today aren't actually rooted in ancient Judaism. They are rooted in the response of Jews to the Enlightenment, in which you have the Orthodox and the Hasidic, who are return to tradition, but only tradition as we see fit. You have the groups like the conservative or liberal Jews, who are a little bit more like Jews were in the past, where we have our traditions, but we also mix and match and form and study them. And then you have the the Reform Jews, who are kind of a little bit wacky.
Mm-hmm. So either you can have either have introspection, or you can have calcification. You got to pick one. You can't have both at the same time.
We are preempting this a little bit, but he is going to bring up Jewish introspection and that aspect of change. But then he also has moments like this where he talks about, we have so many, where we're autistic about our rituals, and he even brings that up. It's
to
just
my understanding,
not
Reform
true.
and Conservative Judaism were other movements in Germany who influenced the Enlightenment. Had unique votes on
exactly.
Halacha and compared to the Orthodox.
Yes.
I don't know if I pronounced that right. Is that Halat?
I don't know what the pronunciation of that is, but you are that is exactly what I described. Yes, it was a reaction to the Enlightenment, largely by Jews in Germany at the time of the Enlightenment. That's where you get the Orthodox, the Hasidic, and then since you have the Orthodox and the Hasidic, you have Jews like the conservative and the liberal Jews, who are a little bit more trying to do it the traditional way, which is shifting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember that Rudyard considers these as monoliths, so there's not a lot of nuance here.
But that honestly, Energy Dominator, what you just described is that's pretty much exactly
The Jews were a theocracy where the religious ruling class constantly made the religion more complex and autistic. There was a very long time when the Jewish practice of monotheism was seen as insane.
Hannah Arendt is far later in the process. She has less of an impact on Jewish thought and more of interpretations of how Jews act amongst non-Jews, because her whole thing was analyzing post-war the Holocaust. She's Miss Banality of evil. She is long after the fact. If you want to
Who's Hannah Arendt is a scholar?
Hannah Arendt was a philosopher. A Jewish philosopher in Germany in the years just prior to World War II. During World War II, she fled. After World War II, she created the theory of the banality of evil, and also ran cover for her boyfriend Martin Heidegger, who was a Nazi. There's a lot to unpack there.
We're just gonna skip.
But Jewish absorption of the Enlightenment is happening more in what you described earlier, and it happens around the time of the Enlightenment. There were, the names of them are escaping me, but there are German Jewish scholars even Slavic Jewish scholars. So people from places like Regensburg, Nuremberg, Prague, Warsaw, Lviv, Vilnius, this is where that shift is
It's
happening.
almost like there was a really big event that caused a huge cultural shift or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the Enlightenment.
Oh, yes, the
In
Enlightenment.
a world
crazy,
dominated
right?
by
Anyway,
polytheism.
these are very
On
good
top of
conversations,
this,
but we have
the
to keep moving.
dietary
Yeah, no,
restrictions
we have
like
a lot
no
of stupid
pork
to go
consumption,
through.
denial
Also, where
of other
is he getting all
gods,
this B-roll footage of
circumcision,
the
never
Torah
taking the Lord's name in
and
vain,
rabbis?
sexual prudery.
Also, everything. So, hang on a sec. So, let's go back a little second.
Pork consumption, denial of other gods, circumcision, never taking the Lord's name in vain, sexual prudery, among others, were seen as very strange.
Jews did not invent circumcision. That was happening throughout the Semitic world prior to Judaism. Denial of other gods was a thing that results largely from the Zoroastrians, to a lesser extent the Egyptians, and other forms of monolatry and monotheism that predate the Jews. Rejection of being sexually prude is something that has happened on and off throughout the history of the world. This is just, he is saying that the Jews were stranger than they were, but in the ancient world they weren't. In the ancient world, a lot of their beliefs are very typical.
I keep telling myself you're dropping my dead name, but somehow my last initial, but I keep turning around. Wait, what?
I think that in the midst of us talking about these things, there's a certain word we keep using that is very close to Auntie's dead name.
This was seen as trying too hard by
no,
every other ancient people,
I don't know.
in the same way
point
the
is that we
moderns look
can't
at the
avoid it, and
Mormons
Auntie
or
doesn't
Islamic
care.
religious
Auntie's just, like, commenting
fundamentalists,
on the
thinking,
strangeness of it,
why
which
did
is
they
fair.
have to do all of those weird things? However, this was
Cheers,
partly
bro. I'll
by
drink to that.
design, in the same way the Mormons were purposely trying to isolate from the broader American society.
They weren't. They were trying to be involved in American society and spread themselves, and then American society rejected them and forced them and forced them to leave and tried to kill them, and so they left. They were from New York, and then they moved to other parts of the Midwest, and they wanted to stay there amidst America, but then America rejected them, so they decided to leave. They weren't deliberately trying to isolate themselves.
In fact, that's the whole point of Jewish history, is trying to integrate themselves
and
into
also,
the nations that hated them.
So here's a rare case of something the Mormons and Jews have in common, which is they were forcibly isolated by the people around them. That is the one thing they share in common, and he gets it completely wrong.
God forbid a Jew has hobbies. Well, you met Jehovah, now it's
By
over.
moving across the great American desert to Utah, the Jews were using all of these ritual prescriptions as a sort of shit test, or a term from dating discourse in which a girl will purposely insult you as a way to test your confidence.
So it took us 50 minutes. It took us 50 minutes of content, 4 hours of a stream, and we finally got to the incel shit.
Why?
First off, who is doing this?
I have no idea who the fuck is
Second
doing
off,
this.
if you're describing, people kind of testing you using these different things, what he's describing is something that pickup artists, that men do all the time. Men, and even then, it's not all men, it's a certain subset of men. Men do it, women do it, some men don't do it, some women don't do it.
Yeah. A girl purposely insulting me sounds like a good time. Please have a safe word
What does this
installed.
incel shit
beg
have
of
to
you.
do with this topic? Don't answer.
I don't know.
Answer. I will not answer. It's just that he's an incel and he finds a way to worm this into everything.
In order to establish insanely high in-group cooperation and sense of community. If you were willing to sacrifice this much for the religion, it meant you really cared and could be trusted. Part of the reason for this is that Israel was stuck in the middle of the map. I literally calculated it, and the Levant is the region that has faced the most invasions over world history.
So here's the thing. This is a weird case of, this is actually probably true, but what he says...
Well, it's a map that isn't created by WhatIfAltHist.
No, but he says this is the region that has faced the most invasions over world history. I actually think he's right about that, but here's the thing. Let's listen to what he says immediately prior.
Part of the reason for this is that Israel was stuck in the middle of the map. I literally calculated...
Israel is not in the middle of the map. It being in the middle of the map is a coincidence of how maps are drawn.
It, and the Levant is the region that has faced the most invasions over world history. The Jews were a tiny group surrounded by greater powers on all sides, whether the Egyptians, Persians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, or Romans. Thus, the Jews started to look at different strategies for survival, which were more subtle. In other terms,
I may have found my dream game. It's called jumping.
Because maps of that area don't exist. True. All right. So
under the
isn't
constant
there
pressure
a term for
of
being tested as part of an in-group, a word from the Bible, and isn't used by Jews in it?
Yep, you're right.
Curious.
Let's not worry about that.
Constant external threats, the Jews turned to religion partly to hold their community together under the threat of constant.
They didn't turn to religion so much as they changed the religion that they had.
Religion adapts over time. It's
based
part
on
of
circumstances.
Culture.
All cultures do this. So if you want to say that our faith was kind of central to how we survived, kind of, but saying that we turned to it in order to stay alive, not so much. What happened was that the religion we had changed and adapted.
Do you know what?
This
is
is actually
for Jews to stay alive? By staying alive. Like that's how you do that shit.
Also, titty.
Oh, true.
There's some titty. God,
yeah.
If I was
okay, yeah, no. Under. How much is Rudyard masturbating to that particular part?
That particular watercolor. Listen.
Oh yeah.
Listen. If I was straight, that would be very hot.
We've been here for 4 hours and still got 35 minutes of the video. To be fair, we went through a 45-minute video earlier.
And he seems to be ignoring that the period he's talking about is hundreds of years.
Foreign conquest. At the very same time, religion was a way of sort of hacking the game that was placed on extra hard mode against their consent. One of the Jews' most admirable traits is an insane level of introspection on the part of an ancient society.
He did it. He talked about our introspection. And again, we brought this up earlier. Remember we were talking about calcification versus introspection versus how Judaism was formed over the years? He's doing it. He's doing the thing I said he does.
Yeah, when you look at the ancient world, you see an era in which the Assyrians bragging about publicly torturing their enemies for
something that the Jews have never done. It's not. It reads all of the Old Testament.
Wiping out the seed of Amalek. Like, come on, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Propaganda being relatively normal, or where every great power tried to glorify their own power as much as possible, normally to ridiculous.
So again, this is an interesting because he's right here. He's correct.
We're doing a lot of EFAP stuff, but yeah, it's
improbable degrees. The Jews have an incredibly strong educational tradition, which stems from this priest class's emphasis on introspection and wisdom. As I said before, the Jews were a theocracy for almost all of their history.
The Jews were a theocracy.
Sorry, my phone died. Did I miss anything significant? This is a WhatIfAltHist video.
You have missed out. The biggest thing you may have missed was us talking about how WhatIfAltHist has a bit of a disconnect between perceptions of calcification and introspection in the Jews. You may have been there for that.
That disconnect is almost as wide as Earth is to Mars.
We also talked a little bit.
I'm getting some coke. I'll be right back.
You do that. We also did a lot. We did a little bit of a talk about how he claims that us turning to our religion is how we survived in these early years, but in reality, it was more so that what happened, what was unique, was how the religion explicitly changed. I'm in Pixel Hollow now. I don't know what that means. Once again, the Jews are fae with wings and magic. Yep. Also the Jews were a theocracy for almost all of their history. That is like saying the Christians were a theocracy. A religion was a theocracy. It's kind of weird to say because Jews were a theocracy implies that Jews were a civilization, a society. Under the early kingdoms, they were maybe a theocracy. Under Israel, it's definitely not a theocracy; it's an ethno-state. But this only works as if you assume that we are like a state or
a monolith.
Yeah. Anyway.
Moshe secretly lives in
and for much
Hollow.
of it, a hereditary rabbi ruling class which practiced polygamy. What this did was create a cultural and genetic selection pressure for high verbal intelligence and analysis abilities.
Yeah, like literally everybody did this.
I'm sorry, we need to backtrack over this.
What this did was create a cultural and genetic selection pressure for high verbal intelligence and analysis abilities, which is why the Jews are per capita the highest achieving demographic in the world intellectually. It's
No.
Albert Einstein?
We have to fucking backtrack here.
Historically speaking, Albert Einstein was a gibbering idiot.
We aren't... The idea of us achieving what we're achieving because we selectively bred for intellectualism is beyond wrong.
Who's everyone in these pictures? Okay, well, one of them is clearly Albert Einstein.
Yeah, I see Albert Einstein. I see a bunch of other philosophers.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Kissinger is in here.
Kissinger. There he is. Henry Kissinger.
Oh, my God.
Who's in hell. Kissinger and Einstein. I think that woman may be Arendt. I'm not sure. That might actually be Hannah Arendt.
We'll go through, but I have my givings about Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was not a verbal genius. In fact, he was like a shut-in, and he was very awkward. I mean, to say the least.
He was a very smart man. The people who say he was...
I'm not saying he wasn't
smart.
Of course. Well, I was saying that he wasn't verbal.
There's people who say he failed his math class, and that's just cope. He didn't. And it's true that he was a bit of a goofball. But
he was fucking socially awkward. The only proof is that his math was really good.
You're right. I think one of these is Elie Wiesel. Yeah, I think
part of the reason why Jews can make up 40% of Nobel Prize winners in physics or economics, while being 0.1%.
It's because a lot of those were handed out during the peak of the discovery of those things, and at the peak of those discovery, you had a lot of Jews. Or rather, in academia, you had a lot of Jews in those specific places, which were at the time Germany, universities in Germany, France, and Russia.
This is also post ad hoc. He's saying that the Jews were there because the Jews were there.
He's saying we genetically selected for intelligence. That is not.
No.
That is. Mm-mm. And this partially goes against, because his earlier thing is saying that we that because of our tradition of being analytical made us think better. That is a closer analysis that is closer to the truth than saying we genetically bred for intelligence.
Percent of the total population. The Jews are literally the only group, besides Northwest Europeans, which have generated innovation in the modern world.
What?
I can't even respond to that. I can't even fucking...
Excuse me?
I can't even fucking respond to that. I'm not gonna touch that with a 90-foot pole.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It's basically the thing that's saying that, it's basically saying white people invented everything.
I guess white Jewish people invented everything?
Nobody's saying that wasn't just, but he's also saying he includes other white people. Pretty much just outright white supremacy.
Yeah,
it is. That statement is like, it's... If you want to say that there were a lot of contributions by these people and there's reasons for that, that is true. But
you should be giving praise to the individual, not what race they are.
No, but also if you forget the fact that, for example, the math that they all use is based off of stuff that comes from the Arabic world, if you ignore the fact that so much of the technology has been developed in Asia and innovations have existed in South America, North America, plenty of other places, it is...
Yeah,
It is one of those things where you take a pattern from a specific time and you make a statement like that shows that you are not doing good analysis. Or maybe you are in your head, but what you're saying communicates something else.
Yeah, no, Arabic numbers was probably one of the biggest leaps in...
algebra?
Algebra.
Have you ever
you try doing fractions with fucking Roman numerals and also, get back to me on that one.
Algebra comes from literally al-jabar. What does that fucking sound like to you?
Meanwhile, with the Jews, they used religion as a sort of playthrough system in which they could corroborate millennia of evidence to see what would and would not work. The Old Testament is a historic record of the Jewish nation from
Nope. Wrong. It is not a historic record.
2000 BC to 400 BC.
It is wrong.
Which is different.
It is totally wrong. The Jewish Bible is only reasonably accurate from the time of the Babylonian captivity, which happens closer to the end of the story. Even beforehand, it is understood to be largely stories, legends, metaphors.
It's a founding myth.
It is, and while many Jews treat it that way, there are Jews who treat it as a historic thing, but based on historic evidence that we have in general, and also based on how Jews in ancient times thought about these things, to say that this is a historic record is... It is 75% false.
He's trying to make the world match up to video games and fantasy material. And
Yes.
That annoys me greatly. Yeah, he quoted
Which the
fucking Lord of
Jews
the Rings
wrote about
earlier.
what did and did not work for them as a
Or at least
nation.
he didn't quote it,
Part
but
of
he
the reason the
referenced it,
Bible
yeah,
has become the most important book in history is that the Jews faced nearly every single thing a nation can face.
Once again, this goes back to the reason why I talk about why did Christianity spread. The Bible became the most important book in the world because the Romans, one of the most important civilizations in the world, decided to adopt it. That is why. Continuing.
Since it was written over such a long time period. The Jews faced conquering a local population, being...
I'm just going to pause here to say I want them to fuck.
Also, that looks like AI.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's AI.
No, the reason why I think... No, it's... Wait. The reason why I think this is because it looks radically different from any other image that WhatIfAltHist has been using so far.
Maybe, but I think he had looked up David and Goliath and found this one and thought it was engaging. So
it might not be AI. I just have my suspicions. That's all.
What this reminds me more is like a still from a loading screen from like Age of Empires. Is what I think this is. It does look radically different from everything that he's posted so far, but given how so much of what he posts is like, just looks up something remotely relevant and puts it in.
He might have uploaded an AI image without...
Like, here's the thing. The fingers are entirely correct. The muscles in the legs, entirely correct. The sling, the rock in motion, the way that the people in the background are drawn, I'm inclined to say that this is not AI. It might be anything because AI has gotten good enough that it's
not
plausible,
obvious.
But
it's not like obvious.
If you told me that this was a still from a video game or a comic book, I would believe it.
What we could do is we could reverse image search this.
We'll do that later.
Yeah,
being in turn conquered by foreigners, empire, being slaves, decadence, barbarism, golden age, and dark ages. What the Jews consistently found was that in each situation, loyalty to God was the trait that worked. For atheists, this...
What? No, it wasn't loyal. It wasn't... It's dancing... This is another case of dancing around the truth, but kind of
makes sense if you contextualize God as the objective laws of the universe.
Chaos Gremlins have been fed. Huzzah. Good job. You survive another day.
Thus, by following God, they were following universal positive principles. The reason the Jews have survived so long while practically everyone else from that era of history has fallen apart since,
which we've already disputed that assertion. That is a weird assertion.
Is partly that the Jews have a very strong inbuilt introspective mechanism that allows them to adjust after failure. Failure has made the Jews stronger over history, which is the marker of a healthy nation. Healthy nations use struggle to improve.
Listen, I can't tell you how much there's like, rabbis are like, hello, would you like B-roll of me eating matzah and flipping through a book? I look so Jewish.
Yeah. Atheists have existed since religion exists. Well, I mean, atheist is essentially the term of non-believer. Which, there's people that have not believed in religion.
And weak nations are destroyed by struggle. The second reason the Jews survived was their incredibly high in-group cohesion. These shared...
That is... Yeah. So the two big things that he's kind of dancing around here are... So he hinted at it in the first point and then lost it, which is adaptability is the reason number one why we have survived. High in-group cohesion, despite the in a civilizational sense, he's right. In the sense of, you know, us kind of trying to generally stick together, even if we disagree politically. That is at least, like, I'm willing to give him at least half a point here.
I think
history,
what
rituals
is mostly referring to is essentially like atheists or Jewish people that then become atheists, which there is a lot of.
I mean, again, secular Jews.
Secular Jews.
Customs and the like that the Jews had.
I also just want to say this is Petra. This has nothing to do with the Jews. This is absolutely nothing to do with the Jews.
I'm just going to put words in and call it a day for working on this comic. Fair enough.
Do that.
Gave them a very strong sense of identity. The Jews made themselves strange on purpose.
We're all
purposely.
The Jews, we did not make ourselves strange on purpose. This is something that bad historians and anti-Semitic people
This is literally blaming the victim.
We did not make ourselves strange. The other people categorized us as strange, separated us, and we worked through it, and so they thought we were strange.
So I thought atheists are people who believe God doesn't exist. So all atheists are John believers, but not all or all non-believers, but not all non-believers are religion. Religion are atheists because of some agnostics.
Yes, that is 100. Yes, no. He's right.
That is true.
He's right.
But for the conversation between this, I believe it's the dichotomy of either you believe in God or you're an atheist, and I think in that context, this more applies. But energy, Dahmer,
right.
you are right.
Yeah, that is the actual correct assumption. I don't know if that's how the term is being used here.
Isolating themselves and pushing away outsiders in a way to create a large enough gulf between Jew and Gentile so that the Jews would always stick together when times got tough.
Again,
with the tradition of Jewish prophets, you're seeing the Jewish priest class speaking out against the forces of entropy that had killed the other Asian civilizations.
What? The fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, other Asians, there's no other Asian civilizations.
You know there's still, Zoroastrianism still exists.
It's also not like literally the oldest civilization in the world. China is still around.
Hinduism still exists, and that's literally one of the oldest Asian civilizations that I know of.
This is making me dumber. You're right, Airport. This is making you dumber.
This included debt slavery, rising inequality, family breakdown, private quarrels, moral degeneracy, pagan gods, and weakness. The Ten Commandments.
So I'm only gonna say one thing here because we lost our minds at this last night. Jews went in and out of those things throughout their history, the same as many other groups. You're
also monotheism was created before Judaism.
Is an incredibly advanced behavioral psychological understanding. And we don't realize it since this breakthrough occurred 3,000 years ago.
Also, why are
the
pagan
Jews,
gods
although
bad?
they were a primitive desert herder people, were centuries to millennia more advanced mentally than the neighboring peoples.
So I just need to go over that again because this is one of the... This is a core belief he has emphasized throughout the series, and it is so profoundly wrong.
Although they were a primitive desert herder people, were centuries to millennia more advanced mentally than the neighboring peoples.
Wrong. Wrong. So wrong. Our beliefs were... I've said this before. Our beliefs were related to that of the other Canaanites around us, and how were we more advanced when it took the Babylonians to teach us how to codify ourselves into what we are today.
Rudyard.
What about the Egyptians, the Assyrians? You already talked about all these other groups that were more advanced than us.
Please establish what being more advanced mentally means. What does that mean? You just say that and then just drop that in our laps, thinking that we know what that means. That term has never been used before. Establish it, please.
Well, no, it has been used before, but the problem is that, it's always in a context. Where's the context, Rudyard?
This was since the Jews had forms to avoid the failings of the neighboring older civilizations.
Nope. I'm gonna say nope. I've already talked about why this is wrong, but I just cannot emphasize.
Skip.
The Jews were created in the rubble of the Bronze Age collapse.
Wrong.
This was a time period in the 12th century BC in which a majority of civilization in the world collapsed in a 20-year period. This was due to a series of complex factors relating to the barbarian invasions, plague, climate change, military technological advancements, social structures, and other stuff. Watch my wonderful second podcast, History 102, if you're interested in hearing more about the
I don't think I will.
Or early Jewish history. Fun fact, the Philistines in the Bible were the sea people which destroyed much of the civilization.
That is a theory. That is a theory.
That's not a proven fact.
Academics have theorized it, but who exactly the sea people were, we don't entirely know.
What citation needed?
Again, I think this is probably a case where he actually read something from a credible archaeologist, and instead of treating it as the people that they call the Philistines could have been descended from the sea peoples or may have been the sea peoples themselves. That is a true fact. Based on the evidence we have, there's some evidence to suggest that, but to say that they just were is citation needed.
Uncle Antifeli says, I like the term barbarian because I imagine myself screaming and biting people.
Based.
While based and true, unfortunately what Rudyard is saying with barbarian has the negative connotation of being
less than civilized.
Yes, less than
Mediterranean
civilized,
during the Bronze Age collapse.
Has
the sea peoples were also
bad implications.
Also, to indicate that the Philistines weren't just those people. The Philistines were anyone in the area who were not Jews, which includes some of those other Canaanite groups that I have been referencing that were similar to the Jews.
Heavily ethnically intermixed with the Greeks.
So some of the Philistines, if you wanted to say, it is very likely that some of the groups that we consider the Philistines through the Bible today may have been descended from the sea peoples. Yes. Yeah. If you want to say that, I agree.
If they barbarian, we as barbarians.
And thus,
solidarity,
it's not unimaginable that Goliath's grandfather fought at Troy.
I've got a brand new fridge on wheels that keeps your food ice cold without ever needing ice. It may look like
It's also funny that the term Philistine has become synonymous with someone who is aesthetically or artistically tasteless. The irony there is that the Philistines controlled the wealthy coastal cities of the Levant, while the Jews were barely
urban
literate hill
areas,
tribes in the interior. The Philistines saw the Jews as savages.
Good luck with this
you know what? Correct. You lived through so much of this. I'm very proud of you.
Good job.
I would love it if you stuck around, but it is late. You're in the same time zone as us, so do what you will.
My drink kind of tastes like soap. I knew I'd regret this one water flavor, but I thought it'd be okay because I mix it. But so, what is it, the parsley flavor?
The population in the American West I'm comparing to the Jews are the desert trash.
Okay, now we're finally getting... I love it. He brings up the desert trash, drops them for like what feels like forever, and then comes back to them. Here we go.
George, you're not a good orator. So stop. Buddy.
So this is a section I'm going to do my very best to actually just let roll because it is so nonsensical that there's nothing to be said other than what do you mean? So we're just going to let it roll.
I apologize if this is offensive to people who are part of this group. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I don't know this stuff since redneck is a term of pride. When I was driving from California to Texas, I kept running into this demographic of people I had no idea existed, since back home, every social group is practically centuries old. The desert trash are people who live in trailer parks out in the desert, or kind of low-class people who are really into guns or aliens in places like Arizona, Nevada, California, or New Mexico. I see similarities to Florida, which have their own variants.
That's you, Correct. I wish you were still here. Correct is a variant of desert trash. How does that feel, Correct? How does this feel?
Honestly, I think he would say, you know what? Yeah, that's pretty fair.
To Florida, which have their own
Instead
variants.
of desert trash, it's
they have their own subculture, which is highly libertarian, but also degenerate at the same time. The desert trash people are often really interesting as individuals if you talk to them. They'll have weird hobbies, are from all over the country, and normally have a story or two. The desert trash end up being in the desert, since in the urban culture of America, It's becoming too
desert trash
inhospitable
people. I
for
am
human
also-
procreation
well,
and
kind of desert
thriving.
trash. You're on
The
some
desert
other
trash
desert.
people tend to not be stupid in many cases, but rather people who couldn't handle the 8 to 7 work schedule, the loneliness and soullessness, so they snapped and moved out to the desert. It wouldn't surprise me if
No,
as
I'm
the
pretty
cities
sure
get
those were
sicker,
criminals and
if the
people
desert
living in
trash
Texas.
form
Again,
their
let
own
it-
distinct
let it ride.
subculture that over the course of
There's so much
centuries
to unpack
perhaps
here, we can't.
repopulates the
Yeah, we
American
could
West if
generalize
something
without
goes
taking
really
history and
bad.
be
These are the
taken
sorts of
seriously.
things that are
No.
happening in the Bronze Age as the
No, you
old
really can't.
civilizations decayed and collapsed. The first potential records for a people who could be the Jews is from the Egyptian records,
I'm not
who
actually,
wrote
but I
about a
live
people
here now,
called
so
the
I guess in a way
Hapiru,
I'm white
who were
trash
a
in the
social
desert.
class of bandits
You know what?
on the edge of
Solidarity. Yeah,
Egypt,
based.
who existed as a sort of subjugated nation. Egypt at this
We'll
point
take
was a
it.
multicultural society in which the lower
Yeah,
Nile
it was,
Delta
like most
was filled with
empires
dozens
are.
of somewhat assimilated, conquered, or
He's saying
immigrant
that
peoples.
this is
The Hapiru
something
were a
unique.
sort of Semitic desert trash population, which accumulated people who
Like the
didn't fit
Mormons.
in the Bronze Age
I guess.
aristocratic extractive social structure. Over time, they formed as a distinct ethnic identity, and then my guess is that Moses took the helm, establishing a very strange religion
What is
to
Joseph
unify
the-
this population that
Joseph
didn't have
Smith in
much
this
else.
scenario?
Abraham fled Uruk due to the idol worship there, and I think that's symbolic of how the Middle East had been taken
is
over
not
by
what
a
Moses
bureaucratic, sclerotic, and unimaginative religion, which stifled any innovation or progress. Lots of
I feel like
temples
he's fishing for fights using desert trash.
hang on. We need to go back and listen to some of this silently. Give me a moment.
Moses took the helm, establishing a very strange religion to unify this population that didn't have much else. Abraham fled Uruk due to the idol worship there, and I think that's symbolic of how the Middle East had been taken over by a bureaucratic, sclerotic, and unimaginative religion, which stifled any innovation or progress. Lots of temples actively pushed prostitution for religious reasons. The priests held enormous wealth, keeping a lot of the population as slaves. Every action required a magical bribe for the priests to keep evil spirits
Well, they
away,
talked about the
and
Pharisees.
creativity or innovation was impossible under a mess of religious regulations. This was the greatest reason the old civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia went into decline to later be conquered by the Persians and the Greeks. Although the Jews did get pretty autistic on religion later on,
Rudyard.
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
Rudyard. Glass houses, man. Come on. You can't do
There's
that.
we are entering the stage
I
where
feel like
there's
he's
just
fishing
so
for
much
fight.
wrong.
Yeah, I feel like he's fishing for fights by using desert trash.
there's
Yes.
Also, this shit is just so.
Although I'm pretty sure Rudyard has never been in a fight in his life.
We have once again reached the point where everything that he's saying here is related to something we have talked about earlier. So we're just circling the drain now, and I need
they were careful that it wasn't enough to genuinely stifle
take this guy
their
serious just on his
national
language
character and
anymore. Yeah, 'cause he's a
vitality. The
fucking
thing the
idiot.
Jews were able to do is to take up the advanced religious ideas these older civilizations had developed,
probably
but
not
were
come out with a
incapable
hit,
of putting
and I'm
into
weak as shit.
action.
True.
The Jews were a desert herder people from the fringes
the
of
mercury
Egypt
would
who
essentially
had none
rattle
of
in
the
his brain, and then he
hang-ups
would be
that
out
the
for the
older
count.
temple
He's
societies
6'3"
had.
and
There's
fat
been a
as fuck. You
long-standing
might not
battle
be
in the
able
Middle
to,
East
just
between the
because of pure
farmers and
momentum.
herders. The farmers have established urban societies
Yeah,
that were
the
more
inertia
cultured,
of his
urbane,
fatness will just keep
degenerate,
him
and
in place
peaceful.
when you just, like, land
Christianity
hits
became
on
a religion of the city people. Then there were the herders who were more tough, patriarchal, taboo-oriented, and monotheistic. Judaism followed.
Hello, friends. I would like to introduce you to my favorite part of every What If Alt Hist video, which is we have entered the realm of making shit up. We have. I made it the fuck up.
If anything,
the Christians were the urban, and then the powerful farmer herder people came along, and you're literally just making shit up. You are literally just making shit
Uncle
up.
Auntie, truth is often stranger than fiction. Certified whack crap. Yeah, no. So here's the thing. If anything, historically speaking, people that lived in urban areas in farms were more stronger because they had a stable food source as opposed to nomadic tribes. Like historically, there's so much
cities
more
were cities were connected to the farms more directly back then than they are today. Like a lot more. Like farms would be right outside cities.
Yeah.
If you lived in a city back then, your main job was probably still being a farmer. You would just live in the city and go out into the fields on the outskirts of town, or maybe the city. There were like some internal farms within the city on the edge of the local river.
You could store grain in a city. You can't do that when you're traveling around everywhere.
Anyway, I'm going to get
by
another
Islam
drink.
were manifestations of this. In the long term, the culture of the herders won out, and when you read the Bible, a lot of what they were doing was a herder people who had recently settled into an urban society who were trying to avoid the degeneracy they saw in previous or other urban societies.
Yep, there's that word again, degenerate. We love to see it. So hold on. Go back a little bit. What the fuck? Okay, so I know exactly what he's talking about. He's talking about essentially, he's creating this dichotomy between urban and rural, where rural people are essentially more tough, they're more hardened, they have more connection to the land, while people in urban societies are weaker, frailer, and have lost touch with reality. And of course, this urban like sort of society creates degeneracy. And this like sort of goes back to Spengel, where we have like these generational cycles. My dad fought in Iran or Iraq. I don't care which similar names. I'm white. It was probably Iraq. Because your dad is definitely American, and I'm pretty sure we have not declared war on Iran yet. We're getting close to that, aren't we?
We keep threatening to, but we haven't yet somehow. The closest we've done is given Iraq F-14s.
So yeah, we're going through urban versus rural at this point. So
yep,
whichever the USA sided with, it was both technically. We gave missiles to Iran and also mustard gas to Iraqis.
Yep.
It was a very weird time.
We gave them both different varieties of So ironically, the Iranians had F-14s that we had given to the Shah, whereas the Iraqis had MiGs from the Soviets.
We were playing both sides,
so they always come out on top.
Yeah.
To avoid the degeneracy they saw in previous or other urban societies.
Okay,
one of the facts which took me a lot of time to figure out, but became very useful for me once I did, is that in the same way you'll hear about Mesopotamian or Egyptian or Hittite or Persian civilization, there was a Syrian Aramaean civilization that stretched across the entire Levant and included the Canaanites and the Phoenicians, and it's why Aramaean was the language a lot of the Bible was.
Watch me go from meal plan panic to meal plan perfection. 5 reasons why Factor actually saves me.
Spoken in or written in initially where Christ spoke Aramaean.
So far
and
he's telling the truth.
This Aramaean Syrian culture was quite important to the ancient world. It became the dominant language of both Assyria and the Persian Empire, I believe.
Okay, where does it broke?
And the Jews were a fringe group from the Aramaean civilization, or the Syrian civilization, where they were on the edges with the Arabian desert, having a lot of nomadic cultural influences. And in this fringe position, they established a new...
So all that stuff about Aramaic civilization is like, oh, true. And now he's like, and they were nomads, and they got their influence from being nomads. They lived in the desert, they lived in Arabia,
pulling elements from the older Syrian civilization.
No, again, we established this.
Yeah.
They followed the cult of Yahweh via monolatry. Then Yahweh got merged with Baal and El to become Adonai, the Yahweh that we know now during the Babylonian captivity. Which, based on this, we're not even there yet.
One day you're all going to watch
which was both a part and also incredibly distinct from said Syrian civilization. And so when the Jews conquered the Canaanites, they were an iteration of the same civilization as the Canaanites, who had an enormous religious breakthrough, which they tried to and succeeded at enforcing upon the Canaanites. Judaism became a sponge for lots of other religious ideas in that region in that era. Monotheism was originally an
same sort of
Egyptian religious
ethnicity that
concept in which
Jews sort
Egypt
of, like,
went
conquered
through
over.
a brief period
And
of
slash
government-enforced
also were.
monotheism
Yeah.
We were
before
one of the
sliding back into
They
the
were
worship of the
Elohim,
old
or they were
gods.
part of the-
If Moses
or a
grew up
part
in the
of
court of
El,
Egypt, as the Bible
because,
suggests,
it's part of the,
and keep
the
in mind the
chosen people.
Pharaoh of Egypt probably had thousands of harem girls, so it makes sense that
Harem?
Moses incorporated a failed concept in Egypt. On top of this, the idea...
Okay.
Hang on. Hang on. So let's we need to do a better job of watching silently. What the fuck?
Before sliding back into the worship of the old gods. If Moses grew up in the court of Egypt, as the Bible suggests, and keep in mind the Pharaoh of Egypt probably had thousands of harem girls, so it makes sense that Moses incorporated a failed concept in Egypt.
So the suggestion is because there was monotheism briefly in Egypt, Moses got the idea from there. Maybe? What does the harem have to do with that? He just wants to talk about girls and sex again.
Did they also try to test the harem girls? Also tried to test Moses by purposefully
by giving him the shit test. Did Pharaoh's harem give Moses the shit test?
Also, it wasn't a harem; it was servant girls. Those are different.
Yeah,
things.
a harem is very different.
Yeah.
Anyway,
what does harems have to do with this? I don't fucking know.
Nothing. Airport.
On
Nothing.
top of this, the idea of God and the devil fighting each other, or angels and demons, is from Persian Zoroastrianism.
Rare W. Because God and the devil fighting each other, Yahweh and Satan were two spiritual beings that worked together originally.
A failed concept in Egypt. On top of this, the idea of God and the devil fighting each other, or angels and demons, is from Persian Zoroastrianism.
Yes, that is true. Mm-hmm. And he's saying this means that the Jews are unique for being a sponge to other ideas. Wrong! Greek philosophy, which inspired the West and Enlightenment, and basically all of philosophy today, was inspired largely by Egyptian Hermeticism, which was both related and unrelated to Egyptian polytheism and other things at the time as well. So many other things are this way. This is not something unique to Jews. This is the fundamental nature of ideas. This is the fundamental nature of ideas.
We're halfway through the video.
I'm killing myself.
A concept of hell, and a lot of the later theological concepts about reaching heaven and metaphysical stuff stem from the Greeks, and most of the myths in the book of Genesis have very strong parallels in Mesopotamian
to criticize this,
mythology.
we would have to say the stuff we've already
Jewish
said.
monotheism formed gradually over the course of thousands of years, in that in the first chapters of the Bible, which were written around 2,000 years before the birth of Christ, while modern Judaism reached its current form around 500 BC with the Axiom.
Wrong! Modern Judaism reached its current form in the middle of the 1800s, by which point the split between the Orthodox, the Hasidim, the conservatives, and the liberals
Out of
were formed.
curiosity, are you a philosopher? I think all of us are technically philosophers.
No,
in our own
I am not a philosopher.
We're not studies.
I am not a philosopher. I care a little bit about philosophical thinking, and I'm interested in it, but I am not even a layman philosopher. I've barely read any philosophy. I'm more tuned into it than the average person, but that means nothing. I am in no way a philosopher. Anyway,
a philosopher, but we're more of a philosopher than WhatIfAltHist is a philosopher.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think WhatIfAltHist has probably read more philosophy than me. I doubt he has understood. Doubt he has understood more philosophy than me. Because I haven't. And fuck you. In terms of philosophy that I have actually read, it comes to the number is relatively low.
Does Spengler count as a philosopher?
To an extent, but I'm sure he's read a lot of actual philosophy. Not many Wittgensteiner aren't. Well, here's the thing: is that as someone who studies history, and I studied history and politics. My major was international relations. So, Wittgenstein and Arendt, if you want to understand it's one of those things where to understand some stuff, you have to know a little bit about other stuff. If you want to understand history, politics, international relations, you need to know like a little bit of philosophy, a little bit of economics, a little bit of anthropology and sociology and psychology.
Not many non-philosophers have heard of Wittgenstein or Arendt.
Well, yeah. So what I just said explains
we vaguely know them.
Is that the fact that I know about them is attributed more to that I encountered them over the course of other stuff that I have studied / care about.
Yeah, in culture or in college, you sort of like pick up on a bunch of
well,
stuff.
But also like certain schools of things require you.
Yeah.
You need to know other things. Like for example, if you study civil engineering, you also need to know like at least a little bit of metallurgy, a little bit of chemistry, a little bit of different kinds of maths. It doesn't mean you're a mathematician. Doesn't mean you're a chemist.
Are you drinking as well?
Yes.
Vebs. How do you think we survived this long?
Vebs, we are so drunk.
We are very strong.
Vebs, we have finished about half. We have finished about half of a bottle of rum and about half of a bottle of brandy.
Bro, we gotta go to your neighbors and see if we can borrow a crack pipe or something. Like we gotta get on the same level as fucking WhatIfAltHist. I swear.
Listen. There's like for all I know, if we go outside, some of my neighbors might be sitting out on their porch smoking a weed. We might need to get some from them. Let's roll.
Keep in mind, at the very same time, around the world in 500 BC, you saw Socrates, Buddha, Confucius, and Lao Tzu living around that era with a huge religious breakthrough called the Axial Age. Over time,
this is me giving my love to you, the viewer.
Yes.
I am big man yellow robes. You are small man red and blue robes.
Where am I in this picture? Am I the moon?
Yeah, you're the moon.
Okay, fucking awesome.
Because you're my world.
True.
You're my whole world.
Thanks, babe.
Anyway, I did it again. I'm killing myself.
We're seeing all
I did it again. I'm so drunk.
Jews gradually purged their pagan gods in worship of local spirits called Baals until they only venerated one god.
Balls.
You had Baal, who was one of the gods of the Canaanite pantheon.
And then he became a demon
yeah, kind of, but
mostly because any god that was pagan was considered a demon.
Yeah,
like
there wasn't like really Yahweh went from being a single storm god amongst even Baal was also partially a storm god.
What was it? As above, so below. Who?
I don't remember. Also,
is that Pazul?
Maybe. But also a fun thing he did bring up about how the Persians influenced the concept of heaven. That is true because in ancient Canaanite theory, religious theory, the spiritual world, you don't go up, you go down. You go underground. You don't ascend to the throne. You have to descend.
Yeah,
to the throne.
I mean, there was also Tartarus in places like that, like afterlives.
Well, yeah. So it's like there were.
But the concept of heaven was definitely something
that they kind of the concept of heaven as a positive afterlife was still you went down. If you wanted to visit God, you went down. You descended.
In China, it's a little bit different. Either you die or you are an emperor and then you ascend to the celestial body above.
Yes, but amongst the Canaanites, you descended. And you don't get the ascension until you get the influx of Persian influence, and even then, you still have.
Are you familiar with Carl Jasper's notion of the axial age?
I am not familiar enough with it.
I don't know.
WhatIfAltHist has referenced it here, so that makes me very suspicious of it. I worry that it is something along the lines of Spengler's ideas, which frightens me.
I play D&D,
but I will not pretend I know about.
I play D&D with someone who plays the equivalent of Dragonborn. He often says Dragon D's balls. Based. Very based in true. Oh my fucking god.
Looks like you.
That looks like AI.
The bear needs to kiss him. The bear needs to make sweet love to him.
I'm not crazy. That looks like AI, right?
It might be. It could also. Here's the thing. A lot of AI just looks like bad CGI. That's the thing.
You need a bearskin heavy storm rain jacket, dude.
With the bearskin heavy storm.
Okay, so the way the mouth was moving may have been. The rest of it looked like just general CGI.
I don't know. It's a little bit sus.
Packable rain jacket.
Anyway, it's fine. You know what? If they want to use AI for it, that's fine. Just lets us know that I shouldn't take you seriously.
Part 2. God's chosen people. In the other video, I spoke about a concept
for 50-minute
This is the way that YouTube is now. This is not the sky. This is YouTube. YouTube right now gives you about 5 minutes worth of ads for every 10 minutes that you watch. This doesn't include skipping, but it gives you about 5 minutes worth of ads for every 10 minutes you watch. The ad situation has gotten terrible, and I am too cheap to get a VPN or an ad blocker. Which
I have an ad blocker.
That's the most Jewish thing about me. I'm too cheap. For you know what? It's not that I'm too cheap. I'm too lazy.
As a person who watches a lot of YouTube essays and RedTube stuff, this is par for the course.
Yeah,
invented called the master key.
It's a platform.
Which is another term for a skeleton key, where the master key is once you've studied a complex topic enough, and you can simplify the soul of that topic into a single sentence, which can explain incredible complexity about it. The master.
So the master key, the skeleton key, he's using these weird terms to just describe the basic concept of you study something, you learn about it, you learn how to explain it.
Are you the key master? I am the gate holder.
Yes.
I love that there's one next to it. Yeah, no, this is just B-roll. I'm pretty sure they got like a Harry Potter equivalent,
but also
like from Shutterstock or something.
He does believe in a lot of like crazy woo shit. He's even admitted.
Yeah, he took ayahuasca. Like, of course he does.
Stop it. Kill yourself.
Okay.
Anyway,
key for the Jews is that they believe they are God's chosen people. Without
literally,
you just said that. So first off, you just
said.
Here's the thing. You just said that the master key is your ability to distill things into a single concept. Believing that we are the chosen people is one of many concepts. That is, by definition, not our master key. You are just wrong.
Understanding
what is your
that
master key,
none of
is it bagels and lox? You gotta be honest with me.
If I showed you my master key, I get demonetized because it's the 10-inch purple dildo I keep under my bed.
Hell fucking yeah.
It's not under my bed actually, but
we're gonna unlock some shit with that afterwards.
I will say this. Sometimes if I just sit on that for a few minutes, it does help me poop better for the next few days.
Yeah, his video editor couldn't find another video key. Here's a fun fact. Rudyard pays $50K a year for his editor. And it fucking shows. Damn. I showed you my master key, please respond.
Of the Jews' actions will make sense.
shall show you my
The Greek
concept
genre
as
of tragedy is predicated upon the idea that for the great, their greatest strength is also their downfall. This is foundational.
We know.
He said as much in his Crash Out stream.
Mm-hmm.
If I talked about my master key, I go to jail, but this guy gets away scot-free.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Aristotle's entire.
We're only halfway through this shitty video, and this is even longer than the last one.
We can go.
No, we just need to be careful.
Philosophy,
and
you can see it play out with the Jews as well.
True.
Their greatest strengths and their greatest issues comes from their belief that they are God's chosen people. The Jews have historically believed themselves to be superior to other peoples. The problem with this is that it was true enough, in that the Jews were gradually able to excel in nearly every
So again, this is why I believe that. I do agree. He's not anti-Semitic because he believes on some level we are kind of a chosen people. And you know what? Rudyard Lynch, friend of the Jews.
Rudyard Lynch, America's strongest idea.
Can we pay Rachel $50K for her work? I don't know. Are you guys are $50K worth of subscribers going to subscribe to the server? I don't believe the notion of a chosen people is that they're superior. Yeah, this is, you're right. You're right about that. Yeah. The belief of Jews being the chosen people is not so much that they are fundamentally superior, so much as that they have a specific covenant for specific things.
In fact, there's a lot of media that subverts that. Like, in A Fiddler on the Roof, like the father says, "God, I know you are a chosen people, but can't you choose someone else?"
Yes. No. Yeah. So I mean, Energy, you are absolutely right. Chosen people doesn't mean that, but he does. He is the way that WhatIfAltHist is describing it is saying that look. You could read on the text here. We were able to excel in nearly every field.
You know what?
Whether economics,
we were chosen to endure this fucking video.
Amen.
Religion, science, and philosophy,
we're suffering so
that it
you
fed
don't have
into the
to.
Jews' delusions while filling other
No,
nations
not as
with
much as
murderous
us, though.
envy. If
We
the
are definitely chosen.
Albanians said they were God's chosen people, we just say that was adorable with
Let's be clear, Albanians are God's chosen people. I don't think I've ever met anyone that is more God's chosen people. Albanians are insane. I love Albanians.
Also, there's essentially Romani that are considered the Aryan, which is essentially known as the Light's Chosen or the Chosen People, another concept of Zoroastrianism that got used in both Judaism and Christianity. It's fucking insane.
He gets away with it because he's a lunatic, while you wouldn't, since you're generally sane.
Incorrect.
No one here is sane. Let's be very clear about that. Anyway,
very true.
Anyway, can I just say, this is the truth. You're wrong, Rudyard.
Chat, I just want
Albanians are the chosen people. You can clip that.
Shit's crack,
attempt
man.
mixed in.
Chat,
But when a population says they're
people
God's chosen
who are
people,
watching
and
this
then their
stream right
tiny
now.
religion becomes
So,
world
there you go.
conquering, with now a
If you made it this far, you are chosen.
The tiny religion becomes world conquering. Jews conquered the world is what Rudyard thinks. Guys, did the group that was kicked out of so many countries, genocided multiple times, and only lives in basically 4 places in the world, are we a world conquering people?
All right, Rudyard. Either the Jews conquered everything or they got expelled from everything. You gotta pick one.
majority of
You
the world's
can't have
population
both.
following the Jewish God. It gets
If that's what you mean, that we didn't conquer, though, we have nothing.
Arguably the only thing that
The-
quote unquote
the
the
only-
Jews have is Israel, and that's tentatively best.
and through Israel, unfortunately, many of us guilt trip other people, and it sucks, and I hate that about us. I hate Israel.
Vebs is true. I'm straight. Insane.
Brackets insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep saying Jews are fey. It's why they keep getting chased away. They're too magical.
Yep.
I guess.
Also, Jesus Christ. So this guy here.
Jesus Christ.
A
famous Jew.
This guy with the green, blue, and red stripe robe.
That's interesting.
That face, abs. I've seen this guy.
Yeah.
That face. I've seen that guy. I love looking at that in paintings. One guy with his hand on his head look kind of... Yeah, literally! You say it look like your brother. Yeah, no, I've seen this guy. I've fucking seen this guy. Anyway, if you hate Israel, cringe. I could get it. Listen, we're not going to get into it here.
That's an entire can of worms.
I am Jewish. I have family in Israel. I have studied the conflict in Israel at university. I have talked with family and friends from there, and I am telling you this. You want to talk about Jews doing research and introspection and rethinking things? I have done my research, I have done my introspection, and I'm going to be honest. I don't like Israel. Anyway, that's the subject for another time. Let's keep going.
It's more arguable.
You are
the will of God is a dangerous and chaotic thing.
I hate myself.
God is a
but not
reflection
because
of
I'm
all
Jewish.
things, and thus the ability to draw from it is both incredibly powerful and dangerous. I think that a lot of the ritual prescriptions and obsessive taboos of Jewish culture come from having some desire for psychological stability.
This feels like you read someone trying. It sounds like you read again. So I can't say again because I brought this up when I was talking to Yek last night when we pre-watched it. A lot of this sounds like he read Nietzsche's theories on religion and morality and took his writings about the Jews metaphorically in order to explain himself better and explain the relationship that the world has with Christianity at the time of his writing. And Rudyard read that and took it literally.
Let's be real.
And it feels like that's what's happening here right now.
Let's be real. Bro didn't read Nietzsche. He read the Spark Notes.
Here's the thing. Nietzsche is one of the easier philosophers to understand, but he's also simultaneously one of the easier ones to misunderstand. I feel like
Nietzsche is too above Rudyard right now.
Everyone's above Rudyard.
Wasn't Friedrich Nietzsche a critic of
Nietzsche?
Yes.
A
God is dead and we
a critic of Abrahamic religion a little bit.
Kind of.
He was a critic of Abrahamic religion, but he criticized certain aspects of it, but a certain amount of what he did was not so much criticizing so much as analyzing.
Yeah, the whole point of God is dead and we killed him means that we have supplanted religion with modernity.
Well, and also specifically, that we don't care about it very much anymore. A lot of stuff that Nietzsche writes that sounds one way or the other is a lot more metaphorical than people give him credit for. He's critical of Abrahamic religion, but he also wrote positively about the Jews. He also isn't necessarily opposed to certain aspects of Abrahamic thinking and traditions per se. It's it's a weird thing where Nietzsche is simultaneously critical but is also metaphorical. That's the hardest thing to describe about Nietzsche.
Also, side note, has a great, and I mean fucking phenomenal mustache. Like, holy shit.
Listen, white people in the middle of the 1800s peaked when it came to facial hair.
It's true. That's
the only white supremacy I believe in is white supremacy of mustaches in the middle of the 1800s. I believe in that.
I believe in that
the
too.
knowledge that they are this nuclear reactor for divine inspiration in their worldview.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I just want to say we're so drunk that we're getting so off topic that we are, and Rudyard is also getting so off topic that every time we come back, it is crazier and crazier.
We're drunk off of he's drunk off of kratom. We're drunk off of alcohol. We are not the same.
Jews have a tendency to do is call the bluff on civilizational cycles. To explain this, I have a system based off Spengler in which we are at the end of the...
We know, Rudyard. We know. You're obsessed with Spengler.
You love Spengler. Just keep throwing Spengler.
It should be noted, Spengler was a Jew who supported the Nazis. So that tell you everything you need to know.
Imagine having seen my face while saying white people peaked at facial hair in the 1800s. You're all truly insane. Well, maybe we are.
Vebs, your facial hair is cool.
You are.
But it is not peak. I'm sorry.
What? You're cool, Vebs, but your facial hair is...
No, Vebs, your facial hair is very cool and I respect it, but I'm going to be honest with you. It is not peak. It is not peak. You could do more.
It's high mid.
Third age, much like Lord of the Rings, with each age lasting a little bit.
He can't keep getting away with it. If I were to have a drinking game for WhatIfAltHist that would kill me instantly, it would involve the words degeneracy, Spengler, and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, God, fucking just... Jesus Christ, shoot me now.
With each age lasting a little bit over 2,000 years. The first cycle that we know of at least started with the rise of the River Valley civilizations in 3000 BC and ended with the Bronze Age collapse in the 12th century BC. The second cycle, which formed out of the rubble of that dark...
Anyway, he's going to basically use Spenglerian cycle theory to describe things now. I'm going to do my very best to not comment because this is just...
It's stupid.
This to explain Spengler and why Spengler is considered to be incomplete at best.
I want my facial hair atomized. The laser surgery can't do that.
Involved the Indian, Chinese, Greco-Roman, Persian, Jewish, and Phoenician civilizations. These are the Axial Age civilizations, concentrated around 40...
Hey, look, it's Carl Jasper. It's the Axial Age is what you're talking about. I haven't read Carl Jasper, Energy. I should at least do a cursory, at least read the Wikipedia, because his theories of the Axial Age are even amongst people who disagree with them, it's one of those things where it's not bad to know about. Mm-hmm. At least know about what he thought about it. So I should, like you say, have you heard about him? Have you read about him? I genuinely haven't. This is an area where I actually do not know enough. Mm. I will also say, over the course of this stream, I think we have had many moments where we have been very open about what we don't know. We have been very open to being corrected.
And we've also, misspoke a lot and then got corrected by... Correct.
Well, I mean that's specifically what I'm referencing. And you know what? That's fine. It's good. It's okay to be wrong, so long as you're willing to steer.
Well, the problem with Rudyard is that he believes that he's a philosopher king because he took a bunch of ayahuasca.
Is that not how you become a philosopher king?
No.
Also, I love how I said I was going to let this roll, and I am not doing that.
Degrees north, and they fell apart with the collapse around the time of the fall of Rome.
Margarine, Heidegger refused to join the Nazi party. Well, just because you refuse to join the Nazi party doesn't mean...
So here's the thing. Him teaching Heidegger and Arendt is very interesting because Heidegger wrote a lot about theories when it comes to how philosophy deals with time. That was Heidegger's most positive contribution to philosophy. And so if he taught the both of them, he would definitely fall into the category of right or wrong, he's worth knowing about. So I don't know enough about him, but you saying that is much more convincing me that I should absolutely at least learn about him.
Just because you did philosophy or a philosophy in Germany and you refused the Nazi party does not make you inherently against like either fascist or white supremacist thinking.
I mean,
those two are not.
I mean, in the case of this, in the case of the Semite, he didn't teach. No! Sorry. I totally misread you. You're right. You said he taught Arendt with Heidegger in the sense that
we're slightly busted.
Yeah, Heidegger and Jasper were two people who were part of the philosophers who educated Arendt.
Right.
Okay. I see. Again, we've had a lot of alcohol.
We had a lot of
or the Han Dynasty. Finally, the third cycle is the West.
This is supposed to be history, but it's rambling.
So here's the thing. WhatIfAltHist has alt-hist videos, but over the course of the last few years, it has devolved into philosophy, politics, manifestos, and rambling.
Orthodox.
Mostly rambling.
What do soaring auto insurance and inflation have in common?
They make me big and round.
I looked at Oswald Spengler online, and he says he wasn't Jewish and had a weird relationship to the Nazis.
Insofar as I would say, I thought he was Jewish. I could be wrong about that. Insofar as I know he was Jewish.
I believe he was born Jewish, but he never really
Maybe?
Yeah.
So his relationship with the Nazis was that he agreed with fascism. He just thought that the Nazis weren't the best at doing it.
I think it's a case of
he supported the Nazis, and then after they came to power was like, you guys, maybe the Italians are better at it. He was born German Protestant. Okay, you know what? I'm willing to accept. Again, as I said before, willing to accept I'm wrong. I'm drunk right now. I can accept I'm wrong.
Even if we
I swore he was Jewish. I thought I heard that somewhere. You know what? I might be mixing him up with someone else.
Yeah.
Again, apologies, energy. I'm going to take. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm very sorry.
The part where he's Jewish is sort of irrelevant in this because Spengler is Spengler. Most of Spengler's teachings that Rudyard is taking from is not because Spengler is Jewish
or not. Yes. Oh, okay. No, that is entirely fair. But if I've been insisting that he is, and it turns out he isn't, it is worth a correction. It is very worth a correction. I apologize for that.
Yes.
Greedy trial lawyers and fraud. You're paying more because they're bilking the system with fake injuries and bogus lawsuits. President Trump can stop their scam and make America affordable again.
For just a little bit longer, we're giving up to 60% off our high-quality magnesium.
Dead Sea Magnesium. This motherfucker's funded by Israel.
So you can start the new year off right with
Islam, Japan, and Southeast.
Okay, so we paused and skipped every 5 seconds over this, so I'm just going to go back and try to actually be quiet. I'm so sorry.
North, and they fell apart with the collapse around the time of the fall of Rome or the Han Dynasty. Finally, the third cycle is the West, Orthodox, Islam, Japan, and Southeast Asian civilization, in which they formed in the Dark Ages, while they'll probably get wiped out by mouse utopia or nuclear war or genetically engineered diseases.
I forgot another Rudyard Lynch drinking game is him bringing up fucking mouse utopia, an experiment that has been heavily called into question and misinterpreted by many people.
So for people that don't know, mouse utopia is essentially an experiment that I think psychiatrists and
psychologists
did, where essentially they created a place a place for mice that was perfect living conditions. Although, however, how they came to the fact that these living conditions were perfect is dubious at best.
It was basically a testing of Malthusian theory regarding overpopulation and urbanism, and there's a lot of questions about the experiment, but people like WhatIfAltHist take it for granted, and the assumption is that we are going to go through mouse utopia. And the problem is that Malthusian thinking is the kind of thinking that leads to things like genocide.
Also, is this where the concept of the Rat King came from, or am I thinking of something different?
No, I have no idea.
So you know what a Rat King is,
folks?
Right?
My glasses are off. My head is in my hands. I am like on the verge of tears.
I don't know, man.
You know what a rat...
In the end of...
You know who else doesn't know, Rudyard? I don't know, man.
Yeah, no.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we'll
in the end of the first cycle, Judaism forms a reaction to the degeneracy of the Bronze Age world, as we spoke about before.
We're not chill.
In the second cycle, the Jews formed Christianity as a reaction to the issues with the...
Again, he's using Nietzschean philosophical language as literal historical interpretation.
This makes no fucking
He's
sense.
doing it again.
The web's just redeemed plug Yektan.
Yektan at Twitch.tv is the one who suggested this.
Did I?
Yep.
I don't remember, so I'll assume that you did, or that I did.
So here's the thing.
I'll believe you.
You suggested something similar to this, and I'm the one who codified it. So it is. So here's the thing. It is as much, if not more, my fault
The web's
than
just
it is
redeemed
yours.
blame Yektan.
But I blame.
Okay,
he just redeemed blame Yektan. I redeemed blame Yektan. Blame Yektan. I blame Yektan.
Oh, there's also plug Yektan as well.
Yeah, I know. Yektan at Twitch.tv loves Oswald Spengler.
Please don't associate me.
He loves jiggling his spangles.
I do love jiggling my spangles. Go jingle, jangle, jingle.
How much more time do we have in this fucking thing? We have like almost half an hour.
Civilization. People might be triggered by me saying this, but the Jews invented Christianity because it's obviously true. Christ was
Yeah, obviously true. Citation.
No, we can't. No, we can't. We can't. We already talked. I literally already talked about why this is a problem. Because it's obviously true.
Citation, crack pipe.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Honestly, we could just keep going saying citation, crack pipe. Like that's... We can get... So, hover over the scrubber again. So just scrubber. So keep going. There's a part... No, go a little bit up. So you see, that's the part where it's most played. I wonder why.
Ethnically Jewish, as were all the apostles, and they worshiped the Jewish God through a Jewish religious structure. Christ saw himself as repairing Judaism to return it to its old roots, which had been forgotten.
That specific fact is actually correct. I will give him that. I heard him say it the first time I watched this. That is correct.
Well, yeah, truly, I came to you to not get rid of the old laws, but to reinforce them.
Yeah, but also that means that Jews didn't invent Christianity. Certain specific Jews kicked it off, and then the Romans adopted and codified it. And to say the Jews invented Christianity is, it is at best a quarter true.
We're getting back to the problem of communism being an Abrahamic religion
because Karl Marx was Jewish.
Yeah, no. So
Jewish.
A Jew doing something does not make it Jewish. You have to establish this. You can't just say that.
You have to establish how it is ideologically connected. The ideological connections between Christianity and Judaism are like you can make. You can make the argument, oh God, you're right. He's gonna connect it to communism again.
Yeah,
let's roll.
The majority of the Jewish community rejected Christianity, but Christianity is an extension of Judaism in one form or another. Watch the video I made explaining early Christianity or classical civilization if you're interested, but Christianity was a rejection of the brutality of the Greco-Roman classical civilization.
Nietzsche. This is just Nietzsche. Yeah, he's taking Nietzsche literally.
At the same time, Christianity is theologically as indebted to the Greeks as it is to Judaism.
Then why is it Jewish?
Since
also,
so much
this
of
this is not what Jewish people looked like during that time.
Some of the pictures we've seen earlier have been more accurate, but this is
over under how much
Greek
do you think he would be masturbating to this? 30, 36, or 30, 70?
63%.
63? Okay.
I think it's greater than average.
Philosophic or religious concepts. The biggest demographic for developing Christianity were Greek-speaking diaspora Jews in a society in which 1/4.
We've
Wrong.
been over this.
We've been over this. It was a little bit of them and a lot more Latin Romans who adopted it.
Of the population were slaves without legal rights, where men were slaughtered in the gladiatorial games for entertainment, and where Rome held the world under its boot. Christianity stood for universal love, a society based off morality and not extraction. Christianity ultimately destroyed the classical world, replacing it, so the Romans were right to fear the Christians and see them as dangerous radicals.
So he's literally basically admitting to taking these metaphors for morality used by Nietzsche to historic material fact.
And also, I feel like, as much as I give shit about Christianity, I feel like this is kind of blaming the victim here.
There were a huge amount of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula.
I've only 4% on my phone. Do we want to briefly use yours for the chat?
Yeah. Is the camera on or no?
It's off.
Okay. So, cool. All right. Let me take that because I'm at 57% right now. Let's fucking go. So I am going to be gay in the Moshe way, which means I'm going to become big and round, just so I can top Moshe live on stream. This is good news.
Okay, let me know when we're ready to go. Oh, okay. So we're looking up here.
What is this?
He is Jewish in the sense that his mother had Jewish blood in her.
Yeah.
So he was in that sense Jewish. But the thing is that his Jewish ancestors, like 2 or 3 generations before his mother, converted to Christianity. So in that, so this is a case. Again, this goes to the case of is he Jewish, is he not Jewish? It's how you choose to draw the line.
Yeah, which I guess I would describe it as yes and no.
Yeah.
So the classical world. Yeah. So the classical world is a whatchamacallit.
It means the classical world means Greece and Rome and the societies around them. That's the short version. That's what it means. In the sense, in the philosophical, historical, societal sense, when people talk about the classical world as it relates to the West, that's what they mean.
Yes.
At the time of the Prophet Muhammad, and Muhammad was a merchant, so he dealt with a lot of Jews. And if you look at the theological structure of Islam, it's closer to Judaism than it is to Christianity, since they were both developed by Semitic herder peoples. And there was a lot of cross-mixing between Jews and Muslims in the first few centuries because they had mutual respect for the others. So, on top of this, as Islam worships Yahweh.
It is a historical concept. However, it's a little bit
classical means different things in different contexts. In the context of describing civilizations in the West, classical means, talk about classical antiquity, classical civilization, you mean Greece, Rome.
Yeah.
Or the God of Abraham. Out of the 3 largest religions in the world, Islam, Christianity, and Marxism, they all ultimately stem from Judaism.
Marxism ultimately stems from Judaism. We've been over this before. I disagree with Christianity and Islam, but I can see the argument. Are you going to explain why Marxism is descended
I think he is later at the 40-minute mark. And that's why it's the most played.
No, I don't think it's... He says something else there. Let's keep going.
Meanwhile, for the third cycle, the one which is operating today, the Jews invented Marxism.
Our buddy doesn't...
Oh, yeah, no, there it is.
Yeah, the Jews invented Marxism in the third cycle. We did that.
Need to be fixed. Our body doesn't need one supplement
Truth
after the
nuke?
other.
Yeah,
of
no, this
filling
really
in the
is a
gap.
truth.
Which is to our
That's not
society
Karl Marx,
what
is it?
Christianity was to the classical world. Although I'm not insinuating that Marxism and Christianity are equally virtuous.
There's a lot of very specific Marxists and Christians who would disagree with you.
In fact, there's a lot of Marxists that used Christianity to promote communism.
Yep.
Tendency of making cultural movements greater than they themselves, which later turn on them, which was true for both Christianity.
Marxism did not turn on Jews generally. Certain specific individual Marxists did, but Marxism as a whole did not.
Also, wait. Why did he zoom in on that guy in particular?
Because of the characteristics.
Yeah, because of the characteristics.
Communism.
No,
Then it
Rudyard,
became taboo
no!
to say that the Jews developed them. However, Marxism was developed by an ethnic Jew from a family of rabbis. Marxism was made...
Is that the... I have to... Is that the only thing he cites? Let's keep going. Of the three leftisms. Yellow French bank accounts. What does that mean? What does French bank accounts mean?
I don't want to know. You know what? I don't want to know.
The three leftisms. Gay, tankies.
Gay.
Okay. So I see what he means, which is that these are kind of memes, you know. Leftism are like a specific kind of... They're political parties without much power. Red are classical Marx-Leninists, and green are kind of modern, postmodern socialists. If this is what he means, I think this is actually the most accurate map he has made.
I thought Marxism and Christianity are incompatible because Marxism is materialist and Christianity is not materialist. Not entirely.
So in certain senses, yes, but in terms of the fact that Marxism advocates for socialism, and a lot of aspects of socialism are compatible with Christianity, and so there are Christians who have found solidarity with Marxists. There are Marxists who have found solidarity with Christianity. So even though it is true that Marxism is in a sense diametrically opposed to any kind of organized religion, there are ways in which they have overlap. And when Marx says that religion is the opiate of the masses, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad so much as this is the role that it serves.
Also, didn't Jesus go into the banks of the Pharisees and used a whip at them and broke tables?
I mean, he's also the one who told the Jews that they shouldn't revolt against the Romans and should pay them tax. So Jesus is simultaneously a radical and a conformist.
Vebs tagged yourself on French bank account. Well, I guess I'm tanky.
I don't know.
Gay.
Vebs, look at the green dot up there where Norway is. According to this, you're gay.
Yeah, true.
By a Jew.
Sorry,
but
Vebs.
leftism as a whole was not, since most of modern leftism stems back to France at the time of the French.
Rousseau, feminism, gay, Weimar, Jacobins, libertines, sexual revolution, environment, guilt, delusional, pessimistic.
Also, what's the Frank bank accounts thing? I've never heard of. I've heard of tankies, but what's up with yellow? I don't fucking know.
Insofar as I know, it is a meme. It is a meme suggesting that these are like political parties that have some decent financing and presence, but aren't necessarily doing a lot of actual leftism. I think it's a meme. Again, that is my guess. As someone who is admittedly, and shocker to the people here, a bit of a socialist myself. I think that's what he means.
Wait, what? You're a socialist?
No.
Wait. No, of course you're a socialist. You're Jewish.
True.
You're part of the Abrahamic religion of Marxism
and Judaism.
I should have known.
Are the French involved in that? I don't actually know if they are. I don't know where the French thing comes from. It might be that there was a meme of them using French bank accounts.
No, I think it's because of Rousseau.
Oh, right, Rousseau. It's because of Rousseau.
Which is a known Jewish person, I guess.
Rousseau is not Jewish.
I don't. Then why does he?
Anyway, but this is funny because there's an extent to which this is true, but there's an extent to which this is mixed and matched.
I'm pretty sure the Soviets also cared about the environment in certain...
Well, they also kind of sucked at dealing with it, but they postured about it. They also postured about all these other things.
The Soviet Union was definitely delusional in some senses.
The Soviet Union also referenced, that Marxism ideologically comes from the Enlightenment. It is Enlightenment plus economic thinking in the capitalist era.
Also,
that is what it is. It is Rousseau plus Ricardo.
Yeah, Rousseau wasn't Jewish. That was a joke.
Yeah, no.
It
is Rousseau plus Ricardo is how we get Marx.
Yeah, and another thing about Eastern leftism, it was a little bit gay.
Was it?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of had to be a little bit gay for that.
There was
a lot of pictures of muscly men just holding hands together.
When the Soviet Union was first formed, it was gay liberation briefly, in the sense that they took away the restrictions against gay people. Stalin kind of brought back those laws, though, and there is a tendency for that. So again, this list makes a little bit of sense, but not entirely.
Revolution. However, Jews were also vastly disproportionately communist, especially in mid-20th.
Jews were disproportionately communist. Wrong.
Just because Jewish people are communist.
Some Jewish people are communist. They were disproportionately communist.
Guess what? Some Christians were also communists. We can make the argument that that the Soviet Union was Christian, although it would make it just about as much sense as what you're saying right now.
Furthermore, again, we brought this up before, but a lot of Soviet communist theory comes from the Narodniks. It comes from very Slavic Russian traditions.
Which was communal in nature.
Which was also very much so explicitly not Jewish and was usually Orthodox Christian.
This is Rudyard's thinking. This is WhatIfAltHist thinking.
Century American
a Jewish
leftist.
person was the head of this organization. Therefore, Marxism is Jewish.
Yes.
You can really just sum it up to that.
Eggs are Jewish.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure
communism
Jewish people who are
stems
agnostics and atheists are more left-leaning than right-leaning, but that's not necessarily true for religious Jews that are, and that's not the same as communism.
I'd say that overall with that you're right. So what you're specifically saying there is correct, and maybe that's what WhatIfAltHist actually thinks. I do believe he has moments where he thinks something that is more accurate but says it poorly. I don't know if that's what he's doing here, but what he is physically saying is so patently ridiculous that,
It's almost like Jewish people are individuals that believe in separate things.
I believe in...
Fucking wild concept, I know.
I believe in large men coming in my asshole. That's what I believe in.
Well, brother,
Jews were
I'm here
also...
to provide. Call me your chosen person, because I'm ready to do it.
I am now heterosexual.
Vastly disproportionately communist, especially in certain contexts like the Russian Revolution, postmodernism, or mid-20th century American leftism. Communism stems from how the vast depersonalization, urbanization, feminization, and loss of religion caused by the Industrial Revolution created these enormous dissatisfied populations.
Half of what he said is true there. The alienation and the dispossession, yes. The feminization, no. Communism was explicitly feminist, wanting to liberate women and treat them as equals. So actually, that is wrong.
Of course, treating them as equals as equally being thrown into the meat grinder in practice. But...
and of course, these societies, it was hard for them to actually treat women as equals. Russia struggled with it. They tried, and it helped and improved things. Not to say that they achieved it, but that's what the actual idea is.
During the First World War, they actually incorporated women soldiers, not because they believed in feminism, it's because they were running out of men.
Yeah, but, I should say, the fact that they believed in communism definitely helped them at least a little bit, because they had the So let's just again,
feminism. Why is this?
Personalization,
why is this in the video?
urbanization, feminization.
Just go
again, depersonalization and urbanization. Those are things that led to communism. Marx talks about that.
This is a based fucking image, by the way.
Feminization did not lead to communism. The opposite.
And loss of religion caused.
Loss of religion maybe drove people into accepting communism, but it did not cause it.
By the Industrial Revolution, created these enormous dissatisfied populations, which could be easily manipulated to destroy society. Communism, much like the early Christians, weren't seen as being religions at the time period.
So now he's trying to argue why communism is a religion. Because Christians weren't seen as being religions at the time. They were seen as spiritual. They were believing in gods, or a god. They were seen as that. They may not have been a mainstream religion, but they were a spiritual thing, and that's why they were.
Also,
a threat.
I don't think economic theory can be described as a religion.
Again,
I feel like you're stretching that.
Again,
way too
I brought this up earlier, but Rudyard often puts every single kind of... God, how the fuck do I describe it? He describes ideology inherently as being religious, which if you think that, I guess, but I think that's
stupid.
not helpful.
I think that's fucking stupid. I heard that postmodernist philosopher Jacques Derrida was Jewish, but other postmodernists like Michael Foucault and Jean-François
Lyotard were not Jewish. That is true. Yep. No, that
I wouldn't know about that.
That is
I don't know
that
about
is a
their
true
specific
that is a
Jewishness.
Insofar as I know, that is entirely correct. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There were it's one of the things where there were some philosophers who happened to be Jewish who were involved in postmodernism, but you also had a lot of philosophers associated with postmodernism who were not.
Also, I find the term I find the fact whether they are or are not Jewish irrelevant.
Yeah, theoretically it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Formed, but rather atheism, since they're formulated so differently to the previously understood religions. But both communism and Christianity really are religions. At the same time...
Why?
I'm sorry. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm pausing for my own sake.
Communism, like early Christianity, acted as a force of social anarchy, poking in the pain point of the older society. I've also said this before, but I want to point it out again.
King of Kings. How is that anarchy?
Yeah. And remember, Christianity spread by being explicitly adopted by the emperor of the greatest empire in the known world.
Is that you can't draw a one-to-one relationship.
I'm attacking you right now, Uncle Auntie. Get attacked.
Sure.
Between the Jews and communism or the left. And
I'm so angry. Listen to this fucking shit.
Society.
Listen to this.
I've also said this before, but I want to point it out again, is that you can't draw a one-to-one relationship between the Jews and communism or...
What were you doing for the past...
What have you been doing? What have you been doing? What do you mean?
You were putting in photos of fucking Trotsky and Marx, and telling us that that
you are trying to explain how Jews created communism,
and that
you can't draw a relationship between the Jews.
Is an Abrahamic religion. What the fuck?
This made me scream last night, and I am restraining myself.
You all are becoming desensitized to the madness. Far from it.
No, I am very sensitized. I am despite how much I'm drinking, my nerves are on fire.
He is a soy boy right now.
I am soying. I am soying my pants.
Jews and communists. Yeah, no, this is the tired old trope of cultural Bolshevism.
It's cultural Bolshevism. He's doing it.
One-to-one relationship between the Jews and communism or the left. In the same way you can't for Christians either. In the same way the Christians became...
You know what? You're right about that. You can't draw it between either. Fuck you. Actually, you know what? I've been trying, again, I do my best to try to treat this reasonably, because if you want to analyze something, you have to start by treating it reasonably. But I'm going to be honest, this is not reasonable. Fuck you, Rudyard.
There's one phrase that I made in college that was very profound.
The law of chill vibes.
No, that you don't fight stupid with stupid, because stupid is gonna win every single time.
You did not invent that in college.
I did.
You saying that is stupid beating me right now, because I know you didn't, because Mark Twain said you cannot beat stupid people at their own game. They will drag you down to their level and beat you at it.
Yeah, I know. I may have plagiarized Mark Twain, but
I'm going to
persecuted the Jews.
The
communists did the
I
same.
was inspired by
Stalin
Mark Twain.
horrifically.
James Somerton did. Okay.
So he said the communists persecuted Jews. One communist persecuted Jews. One communist persecuted Jews.
And then persecuted the Jews. The communists did the same.
Now?
Stalin horrifically oppressed the Jews and was about to genocide them before he died. The modern left is horrifically anti-Semitic.
So here's the thing. The only reasonable source of anti-Semitism from leftists he gives is Stalin, which is a good example, but that's the only one he gives.
To be fair,
watch
Stalin
what he's going to do now.
I'm pretty sure Stalin hated Christians too, but not as much as Jews.
No, he bombed a lot of churches.
Yeah, I know he bombed a lot of
he
churches.
hated them as much. He hated them as much.
Okay.
He did.
Again, that point is irrelevant.
He hated them as much, especially because he was like born into a family that tried to force him to go to religious school, and he always resented it. He was supposed to be a priest. His mother continued to think that until he died.
This moment, I am euphoric, not because of any beauty god, but because I'm enlightened by my own intelligence. I'm with his.
I know that reference.
Later known as
now, regularly justifying genociding the Jews. I find it crazy that when I went to school, we had years of anti-Holocaust programming, and now those very same people, or leftists, are now actively supporting the Intifada. It just
killing myself.
Okay, there's so many reasons why this is wrong, but we don't have enough time, so we're gonna.
It's the mental disjoint. But back on topic, at the same time, the Jews are incredibly overrepresented in literally everything.
Rudyard, you're JQing again.
Yeah, he just keeps I'm starting to think, if you keep accidentally JQing over and over again, you ain't doing it accidentally.
At some point,
Not just left-wing politics. The Jews are like other groups.
If you're someone who cares about healthy eating and
No, but again, he follows it up with something that is very not anti-Semitic.
increasing the protein in your diet, listen up, because we have the ultimate
but more.
He only knows how to speak the language of right-wing people, so he only knows how to speak the language of anti-Semites. He is using the language of anti-Semites to argue
who created the term anti-Semitism as socialism for stupid people?
Socialism is the socialism of fools. That was Sartre?
Okay.
Sartre, however you say it. I think that was that.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to look it up. But...
No, I have to. Anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools.
Might need to put that in quotes. I don't know.
Okay, so the first use of the phrase was actually from a German socialist, likely August Bebel or even Karl Marx.
A Jew.
True.
Mm.
Oh, Leo Strauss argued that Stalin may have said it.
Which is kind of ironic, but moving on. I don't know if that was true.
I like to joke it's a struggle to find anyone who's neither Jewish nor gay on the far right today. The degree of
I'm not
everything, not just left-wing politics. The Jews are like other groups, but more. I like to joke it's a struggle to...
What does that mean? They're like other groups, but more.
True. Any people are like other groups, but more.
I like to joke it's a struggle to find anyone who's neither Jewish nor gay on the far right today. The degree of wisdom Judaism selected for, as well as their distance from other cultures, provides a degree of objectivity through...
So you can see we're approaching the end here because everything is coming to a head. He's repeating and codifying stuff. We've reached the end of the thesis, and there's very little to say that we haven't said already. Killing myself.
Which the Jews could analyze other societies in order to have the ability to create these enormous sociological breakthroughs. I don't think it's a coincidence that the intellectual innovations which broke down the high modernist, Victorian, mechanistic, rational model of the world were Jewish. Freud showed a subconscious psychology motivated by sex, while Einstein showed a universe where space and time were the same,
which is mechanical.
So I am not going to delve into this too much, but something I brought up. This is one of the things that broke us last night. These philosophers, scientists, psychologists weren't doing something new with their Jewishness. They were using the scientific method to build off of other ideas that came before them, which is what all scientists do, especially in this era. In particular, they're building off of ideas that were fundamental to the West, and the ideas they created have continued to influence the West. The idea that they are somehow uniquely Jewish and not Western is so fundamentally wrong, I cannot emphasize it.
Was Jewish culture influenced by Freudianism?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
I don't know if there is a Freudianism. There's Freudian...
In psychology, there is a sort of Freudianism.
That's psychology.
Jewish culture was absolutely not.
I'm pretty sure Jewish culture's
the argument.
Stood
so I should
far away
say
from
no. So the argument that WhatIfAltHist is making is that Jewish culture influenced Freudianism, which is fundamentally not true. Freudianism was influenced by building off of pre-existing scientific research and trying to take the next step. It doesn't. It is in no way inherently Jewish. However, Nazis burnt Freud's books because they felt that psychoanalysis was a Jewish science.
Yeah.
So, in other words, Rudyard is agreeing with the Nazis here.
Oops.
Get ripped up. Both of them demonstrate a mental flexibility you could see from their ancestors wielding the Kabbalic mysticism rather than the Northwest European philosophy.
You can't say that with fucking Albert Einstein in the picture.
Einstein was not using Kabbalah, as Yektan said so wisely last night. One of the first things Einstein ever did was break up the theory of the ether.
Yeah, no, if anything, Einstein completely disproved mysticism in astrophysics.
And his work and the work of Freud did not come from Kabbalah. They came from pre-existing scientific theories, many of which were created by Northwest Europeans.
Wasn't Freudian? It's Freudian
discredited by later
No,
I would say that many of his ideas were either fully disproven or like, okay, you're onto something, but here's what's actually happening.
It's kind of like the same thing as Newtonian. It's not necessarily that Freud was disproven. It's that his theories and his thoughts were either dismissed or was built upon.
Yeah,
Pavlovian thinking is still used to this day.
If you take Freud's theories at face value, we agree with almost none of it today. If you look at many of the concepts he was dealing with and hinted at, he's still immensely influential. Freudianism, as far as a concrete ideal of people, there was a school of psychologists who took Freud's ideas very much so to heart, and that largely is either partially or entirely disproven. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Because Freud, psychology is a science. He built off of previous research, and then his research was simultaneously analyzed, and they've been picked apart and used to build new ideas.
If Einstein heard that Rudyard saying that he used Kabbalic mysticism to advance science, he would open palm slap him.
Yeah, this is just so fundamentally wrong. these scientists, if anything, were building off of the work of the Northwest Europeans that Rudyard is pretending they had
When was
nothing
the
to do
last
with.
6-hour stream that wasn't an event or an anniversary? This is actually
which had become
hell.
highly mechanical.
We're in hell right now.
Part of the reason the Nazis, an entire lifetime of German philosophy, hated the Jews was that the Germans realized that the only actual competitors for the direction of the future of thought or intellectualism against the Nordic peoples were the Jews.
What he just did was he said the philosophical theory of the Nazis, but phrased it in such a way that he is implying that this was correct. They were worried that the
At
Jews
best, he was
going...
sympathetic with the Nazis, which is still
not
good.
That is like that the Jews were intellectually against the Nordic peoples.
What?
Again, he has gone from simply implying to like just outright stating.
We have gone off the, we are far past the deep end. We are now in the Marianas Trench.
On the highest level of practically religious abstract thought, which determines your entire worldview, you had either Nordic or Jewish thinkers in the 19th and 20th centuries.
Buddy, come on. Really?
This is so not true.
No.
What about the Italians who produced so many philosophers in the same time?
Fucking
what about,
Galileo.
What about, well, that's not 19th or 20th century. What about, for example, the Russians whose scientific developments, there were plenty of Slavs who developed things. Marie Curie was Polish, and she developed so much of our theory of radiology.
Who invented not invented?
The periodic table was codified by a Russian, by a Slav. What about the Italians who invented anarchism? Well, they didn't invent anarchism. They did a lot of work with anarchism, advanced socialist theory. Many Italians obviously also contributed to the invention of fascism. This is just wrong. This is so wrong, and not only is it wrong, but the implication is that the Nazis were right. And they had to fight the Jews to survive.
Yeah.
And because he believes in conquest being might makes right. The implication...
which goes with the law of chill vibes.
The implication is that the Nazis were right. And here's the thing. If you were coming out the gate saying, my thesis is that the Nazis were right... at least you've laid out your argument, even if I disagree.
Yeah, no.
Of course I'm going to disagree because I'm gay and Jewish and socialist, but he isn't actually anti-Semitic. He actually has spent a lot of time trying to prove that you shouldn't be racist against Jews, and yet he is buying into these theories.
Yeah, no, Rudyard is literally doing maybe the Nazis had a point.
While trying to argue that they didn't.
Yeah.
Because, again, I agree. You said this earlier, Energy, and I agree. I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I just think he only knows how to speak in anti-Semitic terms because he only reads certain kinds of philosophers.
Like Spangler.
There's a certain dualistic irony that after the Nazis killed the Jews in the Holocaust, Nordic philosophy and vitality died as much as the Jews did. The Greeks and Romans had a similar feeling in the ancient world with the Jews. However, there are several cognitive traits you see in Jewish philosophy due to believing they are God's chosen people. One is messianism, which leads to delusion. In the centuries after classical civilization's rule, the Jewish religious leadership were constantly embroiled in religious experiences that the current world was about to end. They had these prophecies that a new Messiah would arise and result in the Jews conquering the Roman Empire.
For the record, a lot of what he's describing right now, he is describing what I have said many times in the video. Messianic, apocalyptic, Kabbalistic Judaism, a specific kind of Judaism. So this is, we have finally circled back to he's talking about real things. I don't know where it's going to go from here.
Which was true, just not how they thought. However, this resulted in the Jews launching hopeless revolts against far greater colonial empires.
That's not why. They didn't do it because they thought they were the chosen people. They did it because they were a people who were being conquered by another people and they didn't want to be conquered. The same as all other people. Did Sitting Bull fight Custer at the greasy grass because he thought he was the chosen people? They thought they were protected by God. There's, stuff with that and that, but they didn't think they were the chosen people. They revolted because they wanted to survive.
I'm curious, what exactly does Kabbalah teach?
Kabbalah is a specific kind of mysticism. If you wish to approach it, you have to think about it like Hermeticism, where it has its own rules, but is also kind of ethereal.
Or like Sufism.
I don't know enough about it.
We don't have enough time to explain it here.
Honestly, if you want to do it, my best recommendation, just if you want to get a layman's understanding, a great channel that I adore is Esoterica, which is...
Esoterica is really good.
Esoterica is a Jewish man who studies the occult, Kabbalah, Dr. Justin Sledge. Runs the channel Esoterica.
Kabbalah, I think history or Religion for Breakfast also does.
Religion for Breakfast has done also has done a good interpretation
That's
of Kabbalah.
way more simplistic and very introductory, but I think
it's a good start.
It's a good starting point.
Kabbalah is a very specific kind of mysticism. Is the short version. It's not like it's not a sect so much. It is a trait of mysticism that impacted Judaism.
I've heard of some Kabbalah concepts from a YouTube channel named Seekers of Unity. I'm not familiar with that.
I am not familiar with that. Let's keep going.
Which the Jews had zero chance of ever winning, except when it worked out under the Seleucids. This was since they believed if they followed God, he would grant them victory. This is the origin of why Jews face so many depredations under foreign conquerors, including multiple mass expulsions out of Israel.
If you think it might rain later, then all you need is this bearskin heavy storm rain jacket. That's because this is the...
Including under the Babylonians and Romans. Past a certain threshold, the foreign conquerors just got tired of the Fifth Revolt and genocided the Jews. I'm Irish, and so I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff, since we also have a thing for hopeless revolts against foreign conquerors.
I brought this up last night. They weren't hopeless. The Irish won. The Irish won. The Irish won. The Irish won. It wasn't hopeless. Die.
However, it made the
revolts against foreign conquerors. Then how come Ireland exists on the map? You fucking idiot.
It was seen as incredibly intolerable and practically insane at the time. On top of this, the Jewish belief that they were God's chosen people, with their God being the one true God, was intolerable for foreign conquerors.
In the context of the Romans, kind of, but I know where he's going with this.
The Romans were incredibly tolerant as ancient empires went, while the Jews and Christians were practically the only religions the Romans persecuted, since the Romans could tolerate anything except those who could not tolerate the Roman gods.
True. You're actually hitting on a point here. Good. You're cooking.
All right.
Judaism is possibly...
Let it not be said that we haven't been charitable to Rudyard. We have.
The most feminine of the major world religions.
Never mind, no. Yep. Judaism is the most feminine of the major world religions.
Now, see, when I was watching this last night, I thought that he was going under the Eastern interpretation of masculine and feminine energies, which I was dead wrong. Because we're about to figure it out very soon.
It's not about energies. It's about submission versus dominance. In other words, it is almost entirely, dare I say, Freudian.
Yeah.
In that its emphasis on submission to an irrational God, it follows lots of ritual prescriptions, and it values family and...
Submission to an irrational God? Rudyard, you claim to have met God, and to say that God is someone not to be fucked with. How can you say this?
Also, wouldn't that make Christians also submissive? Like, as Nietzsche said, Christianity is a religion of slaves.
It is, and he's the one who said it is the ultimate revenge of the Jews.
community above all else. On top of this, the idea that if you follow the religious rules, things will work out.
Only in Judaism. No other religion.
So by Rudyard's logic, Western civilization is feminine because it originates from Judaism. Right?
But his belief is not that it has always been feminine. That's the thing.
I guess.
And I don't think he believes it is fundamentally feminine, even though based on this it should be.
So what makes Christianity masculine? What makes Christianity and Islam masculine, and Judaism feminism or feminine? When
he hasn't said those are masculine. That's the thing. He said Judaism was the most feminine. He didn't say the others weren't feminine. So let's
not prizing independence or strength as much as other cultures. When you look at Jewish history, they normally utilize feminine indirect evolutionary strategies to survive, since they've been so physically threatened for their history.
Was partially influenced by Greek philosophy along with Judaism.
Yes, that too. You're absolutely 110% right.
That they play into feminine strategies, which were developed in order to counterbalance women.
How the fuck is that
specifically
feminine?
A storm god?
A storm god. How the... Yeah, nothing screams feminine as the storm that is approaching. Encroaching.
Physical weakness versus men. Once you get further into the world the Jews indirectly made, that of the huge monotheistic religions, you see a similar dichotomy.
Jews aren't Sigma alpha males. Well, I mean, Sigma and alpha are contradictory. I know this is a bit.
Not anymore.
I don't care. I know it's a bit.
In an era in which every major religion waged religious wars, the Jews were just too easy a target. They were wealthy, couldn't militarily defend themselves, were spread out all over, were universally disliked, had high in-group loyalty, have actively made themselves different from other cultures.
No.
Some of this is half true, some of this is completely false, and wait till you see where he's
are
going
an easy outgroup to scapegoat, and were quite openly arrogant about stating their superiority. The brutal answer for why the Jews have faced so much discrimination in so many lands has been there's historically been every reason to hurt the Jews and very few not to.
There it is.
Wrong.
This is blaming the victim. This is the philosophy of blaming the victim. Of course we persecuted the Jews. I mean, there were so many reasons to. What the fuck? That's terrible. What is wrong with you? I heard that Hannah Arendt theorized the Jewish self-segregation from other cultures partially led to anti-Semitism.
She did.
Yes.
So she did theorize that there's been a lot of criticism of that because that is a older way of thinking, especially because a lot of Jewish segregation from other cultures was not done voluntarily. A lot of it was imposed on Jews. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'd argue most of it was. That is a specific point that, yes, Hannah Arendt wrote about it, but it is a point that she has been heavily critiqued on, especially because that theory, when she writes about it, she references other explicitly anti-Semitic scholars who have since been called into question. So, one way or another, she did write that, but I have reason to doubt and disagree with her. And yes, a lot of what Rudyard here is saying falls in line with that, but the problem is he and Hannah Arendt are falling into the same issue. They're not anti-Semitic, but they are using anti-Semitic sources.
The reason to persecute the Jews. They're too sexy, too magical, too good at everything, etc., etc. It's true. Moshe is
over the course of
too
centuries,
sexy, too magical, and too good at everything. It makes perfect sense. That's why I hate you so much.
You hate me because you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Default back
I have
onto
so many reasons to and so little not to.
Part of me muses for literary purposes if Abraham in the Arabian desert 4,000 years ago saw some semblance of the future of his people when he signed that contract with God. I wonder if he stared into the future, knowing his people, by saying they were God's chosen people, would open themselves up to a world of hurt. that this would create a cycle in which the Jews would face suffering. It would bind them closer to God and their community, only to be batted onwards for the cycle to restart.
A man who works hard sweats hard.
Old Spice swagger fights sweat.
I'm sweating.
So
in this musing, perhaps God makes these knots or consistent patterns of behavior which he can reliably use to reach certain ends. Depth and spirituality stem from suffering, in that suffering is the burning away of weakness, which allows...
Sometimes suffering is just suffering. Suffering can lead to the burning away of weakness, but that has to do more with how you deal with the suffering. Some people suffer and they just suffer. Some people suffer and they just die.
Some people suffer and then they become incredibly...
terrible people. Some people suffer and they become Rudyard Lynch.
Which he has definitely suffered a lot, considering the fact that he got inseminated.
By his father.
With mercury poisoning.
One to reach the divine. Perhaps the deal is something like that the Jews, by putting themselves in such a vulnerable position, ended up in an incentive in which they faced enormous suffering. Perhaps said suffering also allowed the Jews to tap into enormous spiritual depths, which made them a vessel for religion.
Your mother was a horse girl, and your father suffered from elderberry poisoning.
Yeah, true. Some people suffer and suffer. Yeah, some people
What's
do.
___ airport just redeemed blame Yektan.
I do blame Yektan. I blame Yektan. I blame Yektan. Yektan.
For what? Suffering?
Yes.
Okay.
Yektan invented suffering.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I'll try better next time.
Let us continue.
Okay.
Just breakthroughs. Part 3, the ghetto.
No!
I'm not really part of the whole leftism is Judaism argument.
You're not part of that?
What have you been doing this whole time?
Buddy, you could have fooled me.
Could have fooled me.
Which, as I explained in my video on the anthropology of the left, you see a wide variety of different groups, also pivotal in the left's development, between the French
invented suffering for writing inspiration. You know what? True.
Calvinists, bureaucracy, and women. However, the
Here's the thing. Women. All of those things also impacted communism and Marxism, which you claim is Jewish. Also, can I just say, looking at this list of famous philosophical Jews, my boy in the middle there, Adorno, my big round wombat boy, my Frankfurt School king, I love him. I love
Is
Adorno.
that the guy who hated jazz?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he hated jazz for the stupidest reasons. So
look.
I love Adorno. I have his most important book in German here somewhere, and I need to read it, but it's going to be very hard because my German skills are deteriorating, and he is an incredibly brilliant philosopher. And philosophical German is a pain.
Maybe Wobble Monster can help you with that.
Yes, Wobble Monster, would you care to translate one of the pivotal works of the Frankfurt School for me?
Jews are still disproportionate, and even more so in certain subsections of leftism, such as postmodernism. Most American Jews are now more culturally leftist than Jewish, since Jews, for the most part, have assimilated into the urban monoculture, which is experiencing cultural and demographic collapse now. I think this is a useful way to look at an interesting anthropological analysis of diaspora Judaism. What does this show about how the Jews lived that gives them this modern political preference? In the period after the Roman expulsion, in which Jews were forced out of Palestine, they then scattered across the whole world. There were Jewish populations.
We mostly scattered around the Mediterranean. Let's be clear about that.
For reasons we've established already.
Yeah.
Hugging the Mediterranean basin, alongside many in Iraq or even further east. Later on, they migrated to Europe and America. If you're more interested, watch the previous video I released on the different Jewish diasporas.
No, thank you. We're good.
I've read enough histories of the Jews that I'm starting to notice patterns in how they're written.
Oh, he's noticing something.
He's noticing.
He's noticing.
The great noticing has begun.
Somebody tell Grok AI about this. They might be very interested in this.
They've noticed.
After the ancient period, in which you have lots of battles and emperors, in the period after the forced Roman expulsion and before the Industrial Revolution, you struggle to find anything going on in Judaism besides religion.
Wrong. 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 There were Jews. You literally brought up how Jews were involved in the trades, in finance, in politics sometimes. You also have to consider there were Jews who were involved in art, philosophy, and the Enlightenment here and there.
Moshe, have you ever considered that they were too sexy, too magical, and too good at everything to be even recorded in history?
I did not consider that, actually.
Yes. This is a new political theory that we're having called the Moshe is too sexy theory.
Too sexy for God.
I thought we were going to go Flight of the Valkyries wrong edition. Wrong. I love Scrubs.
I call it the boring middle, when the Jews were living in isolated ghetto communities, holding on to their old religion with all their force.
There ain't nothing
Jews
boring
lived
about the ghetto.
Yeah, except for the fact that during this period, many people converted, there were apostates, and remember, we didn't put ourselves in the ghettos, we were put into the ghettos.
Guess what happens after they put
Ghettos
people in the
ghettos, a word stemming from the Jewish ghetto in Rome, or self-enclosed communities of Jews.
It's not self.
They weren't self-enclosed. Maybe some of the communities were a little bit self-gathered at first, but the ghettos were explicitly imposed upon them.
Who lived completely isolated from the local Gentile populations, normally walled off, so there's as little intercourse as possible.
Yeah, do you know who walled them off? It wasn't them. I hate everything.
The ghettos were self-governing, operating under their own law, and...
No. The ghettos, they had a certain amount of their own law, but they also had to deal with specific laws against Jews put upon them by the local authorities.
For the life of an average Jew, practically...
Okay, here we are, the most replayed part.
Nothing of importance occurred outside the ghetto. After the diaspora, the Jews became an almost entirely urban culture, almost never owning land. Urban populations were never sustainable in the pre-industrial period, and it's kind of a mystery how the Jews were able to maintain a stable population as an almost entirely urban nation.
They weren't an almost entirely urban nation. You brought up earlier the shtetls. The shtetls were villages on the outskirts of existing towns. Jews there often farmed. They did agriculture. They did rural work. Also,
I thought Jews do own some land.
No, so back in the day in medieval Europe, most Jews were banned from owning land.
It was also because most people didn't own land.
Most people didn't own land, but
the land was granted by a duchy or a king.
To own land, you also, in many of these places, to own land, you had to be Christian.
Yes, that too.
So he's just, and it's like,
you worked on the king's land.
So first off, to imply that they were almost entirely an urban nation is wrong. And then on top of that, you have the second part of this, which is he describes how, urban populations can't sustain themselves, but they do, and they did. People came in, people had large families, people went to the outskirts of the city to farm.
It's because urban places, in quotation marks, cities...
scare him.
Yeah, well, that, and they were surrounded by farms. The grain stores were used to... what's going on with Israel? We have way too...
We don't have any time
for
that.
Any time for that.
We had something called the Jewish paragraph for over here for a while, forbidding Jews and Jesuits from entering. Yep. Classic.
Every city in the pre-industrial world was a demographic sink.
A lot.
Americans for Prosperity would like to congratulate President Trump
and Congress
Donald
for
passing
Trump on
the one
dying
big beautiful
tomorrow.
bill.
And it's still true today for different reasons, but In the pre-industrial era, it was because the amount of diseases concentrated in cities killed people off faster than they had children.
That was also true in rural towns and villages.
Mm-hmm.
You absolute moron.
Especially given how crowded cities were. And it's a mystery how the Jews were able to maintain their stable population, not gradually going extinct, while almost being entirely urban. And you wonder how many of the Jewish religious, dietary, and health obsession.
Remember that thing earlier when we talked about the conspiracies of how the Jews weren't getting the plague? We're getting into that.
Stemmed from trying to lower the disease death rate to not face the normal population decline seen in cities. The Jews were more connected to their continent-spanning ghetto networks than the local...
Continent-spanning ghetto network.
This is literally the Jewish underground tunnels. Like that.
The Jewish
it's
ghetto network.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand, Jewish history is because Christians couldn't lend money at interest, but Judaism allowed it, and Jews were forbidden from owning land. Jews became a class of people who work in finance as opposed to other business ventures.
So
some of them did.
Partially true.
Yeah, partially true. Christians, while Christians could lend money, they couldn't do it at interest, so they couldn't make a business out of it.
Yes. Also, most Jews did not go into that. Most Jews did other kinds of trades. They were smiths. They were bricklayers. They were carpenters. They were tailors.
They were cobblers.
Most Jews.
Now I'm just hungry
most
for
Jews
cobbler.
didn't. Most Jews. It's true that most Jews didn't own land, but most Jews did trades. Or if they were in the city, they did trades. If they were in the shtetls, they did farming and agriculture.
Continent spanning Istanbul.
It's
true.
It's true.
Maybe because they fucked. Yeah, I mean, no, they got that. They got that kosher riz.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. So your explanation of why some Jews ended up in finance, you are correct. But at the time, most Jews weren't doing that. Some Jews did, but those were Jews who were able to ascend. Within Jews of medieval Europe, they had their own class system, basically.
Yeah, most Jews, like serfs, couldn't read or write.
Yeah, you had the Jews who, at the highest caste system, effectively, at the highest class level, were the ones who ascended to finance, i.e. people like the Rothschild family. And then below that, I know that opens a whole other can of worms. So I'm talking about the actual historical Rothschilds, not the conspiracy. And then you had the tradesmen below them, tradesmen, merchants. And then you had the lower kinds of tradesmen and the beggars and the peddlers. And then you had the peasants. So what you're describing is real, but the problem is that a lot of people assumed that was true of all Jews. Which at the time it wasn't. A lot of Jews were very poor.
It's like saying that Asian people are predisposed to doing math better.
I mean, you are, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yaktan was 3 plus 3.
21.
21?
You stupid. Jewish ghetto continent spanning networks. None of those words belong in the same sentence.
You're
they
right.
do.
You're right.
Or you're right, but they do if you subscribe to anti-Semitic or Nazi Nazi conspiracy
these ideas
theories.
that this was a separate, these ghettos were all connected. They were only connected in the sense that certain Jews who were able to travel, those being certain specific Jews who got to be merchants or traveling tradesmen, would, for the sake of their own safety, go from ghetto to ghetto. That is the extent of the network that they had. That was it.
Local populations a mile away. This created mutual suspicion between the Jewish and Gentile populations. There's a few interesting elements of ghetto life. One was that they were these sort of strange artificial cultures that stemmed from never having to govern or protect the regions they were in and with no connection to the land.
Oh, no. Almost everything we have said disproves a lot of this. So we're just going to go on, but pay attention.
Other cultures developed strong hierarchies, aggressive warrior cultures based off honor, aristocracies, or peasant cultures rooted in the earth. The Jews didn't, and much of the current...
The Jews didn't. The Jews didn't develop cultures of honor, despite the fact that so much of the way we traded with each other and others, our code of religion, and what I just described, the work that we did amongst other Jews who were in different classes.
And I need to emphasize this. They worshipped a war god!
If you use a hammer, the square peg will
eventually fit in the round hole. Yeah,
basically. No, but this is genuinely this is dangerous.
This is very dangerous.
This is getting into some very dangerous and fundamentally untrue
issues
territory.
Of the delusion of many Jewish thinkers in the modern world is they're subconsciously projecting the social structure of the Jewish ghetto, which existed in a very specific historic context that can't be replicated elsewhere. There's an interesting book called The Ordeal of Civility, which looks at how Jewish thinkers from the early industrial era, such as Marx, Freud, or Leo Strauss, were trying to square assimilating into modern culture. On top of this, how many of the theories they were developing were themselves attempts to recreate the ghetto culture on an international scale.
There is so much wrong. If you want to say that the experiences of these people when they were younger and the traditions their families came from impacted their ideas,
that's
sure.
one thing.
Recreating the ghetto culture on an international scale. Many of these people deliberately were trying to get out of the ghetto culture.
Yes. We have crossed the event horizon. We are now in cultural Bolshevism territory.
Yeah, no, we have entered the territory of he's not an anti-Semite, but he is using the exact arguments of anti-Semites.
When the Nazis were talking about the Jews creating societies of like cultural Bolshevism, this is what they were talking about.
Yeah.
What's cultural Bolshevism? Oh boy.
Short version, it's a lot of what we've gone over here, and it's the idea that basically Jews, by their nature, created communism and are trying to destabilize the Western world. That is the short version. A longer version exists, but it is late and we do not have time.
The ghetto was a society without pronounced social class, a theocracy with no military.
No.
Wrong. So we just disproved the social class thing.
He also disproves the social thing with with the rabbis, the priest class.
Terry,
Yep.
no privacy or politeness.
No privacy or politeness. Wrong.
I think he's taking the term Jews being very nosy a little too literal.
I mean, we have big noses, so we're very nosy.
That's right, the Jewish characteristics. I forgot about that.
The characteristics. No privacy or politeness. This is so fundamentally wrong. There was privacy. There was politeness.
There wasn't a lot of privacy because you didn't have a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, there was politeness. They had they had manners. They had codes of conduct. They had dress. They had politeness.
They had a lot of.
They had enormous welfare to take care of the poorer members, while everyone belonged to a highly constrictive society which controlled their every action enormous mutual.
So you can either have a highly constrictive society, or you can have a classless society. You gotta pick one, Rudyard. Pick
social
one.
Trust in the ghetto. Things worked since it was such a small, cohesive community, bound together by a strong religion.
It didn't work. They were forced in there, and they did their best to live, and a lot of the times the ghettos failed, and they had to leave, or they were forced out.
This is so fucking ass backwards. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Look, we just described communism, and you could see...
No, you didn't. You described
a Jewish person.
You described a misinterpretation of the ghettos that was wrong in almost every way, save one or two, and then said that's communism. That's what you did.
You described one person that was fundamental to the ideology of communism, and you said that was that communism. There, ipso facto, communism is Jewish. You have not created these points. You have not created any logical arguments for this. You just said it is, and therefore it's true.
Marxism as an attempt to turn the entire world into a Jewish-style ghetto community.
That is literally cultural Bolshevism.
This man doesn't know what Google is, clearly.
Marxism
he does. Again, he's an idiot.
He says Marxism is an attempt to make the world into a Jewish-style ghetto.
Yes.
That is what cultural Bolshevism is, the theory that the Jews are trying to take over and fundamentally change the world via communism.
Communism is a vector of control. And there's also media, finance, pornography.
But that is like that is like one of the cores of anti-Semitic beliefs, of the Nazi beliefs, and to an extent of modern alt-right beliefs.
The Jews were frequently perturbed by the idea of civility, or the polite.
The Jews were perturbed by the idea of civility. We are once again making shit up.
Politeness that West Europeans prized so deeply a century ago.
Yes.
They were all convinced.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is partially what's happening. Yes.
See, ghettos are communal, therefore they're communist. You skipped a couple of steps here, Rudyard.
You see, when people form community, they're communist. The more they form a community, the communister they are. And if there's a whole lot of community, then it's Bolshevism.
Thank you, Richard Wolff.
It was some kind of lie or sham, and they faced enormous neuroses about not fitting in with the society.
We are just making shit up.
Yeah, this is
Northwest DC apartments. I once lived in a Northwest DC apartment.
We might as well just do the.
What they failed to realize is that European culture is fundamentally aristocratic, in which politeness stemmed from a culture of heroic individualism, in which you had courtesy, so you wouldn't get murdered for insulting someone's honor.
So much of the rules of the this is a man who has never heard of the Talmud.
Yeah,
he's only
read.
So the Talmud is a code of conduct, basically, of the rules we're supposed to follow, and so many of those stem from Hammurabi's code, which are all about politeness and civility, so you don't get murdered.
Or the Babylonian captivity.
So, in fact, what he's describing here is saying, oh, the Jews didn't have this. Yes, we did. We explicitly did. It is one of our most important texts. He is saying that we didn't have civility and politeness. We weren't like the Europeans.
I mean, you'll get murdered for insulting someone's honor. You would still get murdered for insulting someone's honor. You get murdered for blinking too. Find me any historical evidence about a guy getting murdered for blinking.
That's pretty funny.
While that is pretty funny, it's essentially like the "what are you gonna do? Stab me?" says guy who got stabbed.
I want to know, what did he read to make him... Was it that book he just referenced? Because I can't imagine that book he just referenced actually implies that Jews didn't know about civility and politeness.
Yeah.
My guess is that he is completely misinterpreting a work. That is my guess. He is misinterpreting a work. I think
either that or he's just making this shit up.
Either that, the worst case scenario is that he's correctly interpreting the work and he just read an anti-Semitic work.
Jewish culture had no concept of martial honor, and so always writes it up as repression, with Freud being the most notable example.
Oh my god. He is literally playing into the idea of psychoanalysis as a Jewish science.
Fun fact, the ordeal of civility likes to say that Freud's id was similar to the yid, to show how much like the mind, the average recently assimilated Jew would put up a mask of civility before making a mistake that showed his ghetto roots. These things...
Ghetto roots!
The implications, I am noticing them.
To quote Tyler, the Creator, what kind of fucking ghetto ass bullshit is this?
Although this doesn't include
not someone we usually like to quote here, for the record.
Yeah, I mean,
all Jews. Never.
Actually, no, sorry, I mixed up Tyler the Creator with West Side Tyler. I'm sorry. Tyler the Creator, based.
Very based.
Very based, very gay. I love him. I mixed him up with West Side Tyler. I'm so sorry. All you Tylers look the same to me.
Yeah, it's true.
Understood Western concepts of individualism, honor, heroism, nationalism, freedom, private property, and duty.
We literally have examples of all of that in our religious texts, our cultural texts, our history, our literature.
A counterpoint, David and Goliath.
Nationalism, Zionism, freedom, private property. All those are things that we like. This is just so fundamentally, demonstrably wrong, and I don't know how he's getting to these conclusions.
The Jews hadn't had enough military experience to cultivate these. When you're looking at mismatches between things anti-Semites criticize Jews doing, it's normally a disjoint relating to this. Jewish culture tends to be built around following ideological principles, irrespective of actual world conditions, whether or not they make sense.
You have already referenced the fact that we were well adapted to how the world changed and changed our ideas in those ways, and I talk about them as well, so that statement is just demonstrably already proven false.
For leftists of Jewish ancestry, they see this as furthering their religion of leftism, while for Western nationalists, it's the destruction of their nations. One wonders how the establishment of the first Jewish state in 2,000 years with Israel will change these dynamics. The Jews have spent so long wandering the world as a minority that now that they have to defend their own borders, as they've been very successful at doing, if Jewish thought and culture will see a profound shift towards those cultural traits which exist in other cultures.
It already has. I mean, you don't need to wonder, it already has. Again, a rare case of, he's hitting the nail on the head. That has happened, the lesson that Israel learned is that we need to be like all the other people, and that's the only way we can survive. I'll give him. He is unintentionally very correct here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't population statistics show that most Jews being born are born in Israel, so Israel is the future of the Jewish population?
I have no idea.
Well, just because there's a lot of Jews born in Israel doesn't necessarily mean that future Jews will be born there.
Well, I should say I have not looked at the statistics, and I haven't looked at the pattern of the statistics, so I genuinely don't know.
Because nothing says like defending their border than being driven out of countries and societies.
Well, no, Uncle Antifeli, the explicit point here is that they have gone from the latter to the former. Mm-hmm. That's the point. And again, I think he's actually unintentionally right.
The Industrial Revolution was both the best and worst thing to happen to the Jews. Firstly, it pulled them...
Okay.
He is right in terms of that time period was one of the best things and worst things. But it wasn't the Industrial Revolution. It was the Enlightenment and the French Revolution.
Just wait for it.
Out of the ghettos of Eastern Europe to global predominance. At the start of the Industrial Revolution, almost all Jews in the world lived in small Eastern European communities, practically stuck in medieval theocracy.
It wasn't that long ago,
and
though.
over a period of decades, they were vaulted into the center and the greatest level of global predominance for modern civilization.
So yeah, this is the thing where Jews control most of quote unquote modern civilization. So again, the banks, the media, the culture.
My balls.
Yeah,
the Jews control my balls.
They control his matzo balls.
And that shift is so rapid.
The Industrial Revolution was the best and worst thing that happened to insert group. It's true for quite a lot of groups.
Has to be traumatic up to a certain
point. Like African
point.
slaves?
At the same time, as I alluded to before, it caused a psychological collapse in their own sense of self. It's kind of sad to see what happened to so many Jews with the Industrial Revolution. The industrial world itself is nihilistic, but for the Jews, it was more pronounced, since they were so heavily psychologically dependent on a combination of religion and community. Jewish culture had accumulated an enormous amount of trauma from their history for obvious reasons. Culture and history affects people in a very profound way, etching itself into their bodies, minds, and souls. Thus, when both the all-consuming religious and community structure fell apart, these very intelligent Jewish thinkers were stuck as strangers in an alien Gentile world, apart from the old Jewish worldview, and with an enormous amount of cultural trauma.
So, if you read any part of that text he threw up, is hilarious to me, because what he just described is the psychology of diaspora and minority groups. It is not just the Jews. What he just described is a dissonance that if you look at many other immigrant groups and you talk to people from other backgrounds, at a certain point in the journey from being an immigrant, a stranger in a strange land, to generations later being fully assimilated. This very phenomenon.
I love how this man goes back and forth between insulting Jews and sucking their dick. No, this is a concept of fascism where both the enemy is both weak and strong.
Except he doesn't view Jews as the enemy because
I know.
But again, he's using the logic of fascism.
Yeah, just stick with me here. While he isn't, again, we've already established that he isn't anti-Semitic. He's using like this essentially this thought trick that the Jews control everything. They have such overwhelming influence on our culture, our media, our banks, yada yada, so on and so forth. But they're so fragile. They're so weak that we could that they have to be so insular and ghetto. This is essentially these are two opposing thoughts that are just colliding with each other inside this sentence. Mm-hmm. Both of these things can't exist at the same time. Mm-hmm.
This is why you're looking at so many of the proponents of nihilism. It's
Incrediwear is the first wearable anti-inflammatory. Not only does it take away the inflammation, but when you take away the inflammation,
frequently secular Jews, while you practically never see this behavior from religious Jews. On top of this, the Jews had faced so many...
Religious Jews absolutely exhibit the traits you just described. It is a phenomena associated with the stranger in a strange land feeling, which many people have. This is, oh no...
centuries of discrimination at the hands of oppressive, nationalistic religious governments. You could see why it would be inside their self-interest to deconstruct those cultural and national institutions.
Yeah, you're right.
In the last century, the industrial world is seeing social collapse for complex reasons, and the Jews were at the forefront of this trend due to reasons I explain in this text wall. Lots of modern leftist theory and philosophy were made by neurotic Jews in the mid-20th century.
Oh my god, I almost hocked a loogie there. Jeez.
Citation needed.
Most philosophy was made by neurotic Jews in the mid-20th century. Was Nietzsche Jewish?
That's not mid-20th century.
I know it's mid-20th, but a lot of philosophy that was made in the mid-20th century usually derived from Nietzsche, from other places too.
Yeah, that is true. Yes.
He said leftist philosophy. I mean, Nietzsche was. It's again weird. Is Nietzsche woke? I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, going.
Okay, so let's see this. So, creative and intellectual is an opening to mind viruses.
Mind.
Oh no. Not much emphasis around practicality as a virtue. That is what saved rural America. Rural America is not being saved in the slightest. They're suffering.
Rural America is kind of getting fucked. In fact, suffering. That's why Trump. That's a reason why Trump got into the presidency.
Yeah. Also, diaspora Jews don't care about practicality as a virtue. We do. It's practicality as a virtue is part of how we have tried to survive. The stereotype of the Jewish mother or grandmother who's constantly reusing things and trying to get her kids to go into useful careers to survive. That's just wrong.
Your brother was a.
They're incredibly urbanized. I would make this the biggest point. This only matters if, he has a weird obsession with urbanization and misses points. Shift from the ghettos of Eastern Europe to cities occurred within a single generation, which is too rapid to adjust. First off, it's not. In fact, the ghettos of many Jews sought to escape that. My own family, like how did my family end up where I am today, which is in Washington, D.C.? The Jews in some of my Jewish ancestors, one of them came to the United States at the behest of the family in order to find a spot to bring the family because they wanted to escape Russia. And he went through so many cities on the East Coast, and he rejected them because they reminded him too much of the ghettos at home, and that's why he settled on D.C., because D.C. didn't feel like a ghetto. And that kind of thinking is what drove many Jews to come over here, in particular. So diaspora Jews were trying to escape the ghetto. It wasn't so and in many cases, in some cases, what they created were ghettos in themselves. As I just referenced, there were some places that still felt that way. Their religion was highly autistic and collectivist.
Glass houses.
Yeah,
Rudyard, glass houses.
It outside the ghettos. We maintained it in the shtetls. We've maintained it. There's whole memes about suburban Jewish moms and kids going to kids going to Hebrew school.
Say what you will about communism, but the Soviet Union was pretty fucking stable.
Yeah.
For most of it.
Oh, ish.
It's about as stable as America was.
Horrific cultural PTSD from the history meant nihilism hit very quickly. This part is actually a little bit true. Number 6, I'll give him credit for.
Great. What is he batting for? Like one.
The horrors of the Holocaust destroying their previous strong faith in modernity. It destroyed the faith of a lot of people in modernity. It made people question modernity. That's why post-modernity became a thing.
Do we give him props for saying that the Holocaust happened? Or are we past that?
We're past that.
We're past that? Okay.
They universally migrated to leftist cities and used their schools.
You said leftist in philosophy.
Yeah, so don't worry. We already corrected that. You're right. It's fine. We understand. We misread.
No, Yek. The Soviet Union wasn't stable. It was born.
They universally migrated to leftist. Many of the cities that they migrated to used to not be leftist, and they can't really be considered leftist today. They're centrist at best.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people in the Frankfurt School would not be considered leftist.
No, no, they were. Frankfurt School was definitely leftist, and they moved to New York City, which is more left wing than other cities, but it's still not exactly a leftist city.
And what am I thinking of that thinkers they were considered like radical, like sort of left wing then, but not now.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
These trends did not occur in Israel. They did occur in Israel because Israel was founded by Jewish leftists. They were socialists. They were founded by the Labor Party. They had the kibbutzim, which were literal collective farms. These trends did continue in Israel. Wrong.
Philosophy were made by neurotic Jews in the mid-20th century who experienced all of these sociological trends that would slam modernity earlier than other people, so they were able to articulate it for everyone else. What this means is that the Jews were some of the spokespeople involved for the issues of modernity.
Yes, my favorite Jew, Mao. I'm sorry that I know the entire. Is it bad that I know it, or good that I know the lyrics to Red Sun?
It's good.
Okay.
They themselves were not the drivers. The problem is that too many of modernity's issues are seen in context.
No, Mao is my favorite Jew. Mao Zedong is my favorite Jew. His real name was Moshe Zadelstein.
Did somebody tell Mao about Abraham?
Is he one of the Orientals who hasn't heard of Abraham? Mao Zedong, who received a Western education. Never heard of Abraham.
No, Mao Zedong is probably is one of a part of the Abrahamic religions.
Right, communism. So he's Jewish.
Why didn't I think of that?
That have no Jews at all, like China, Japan, or Eastern Europe today. This is not PC to say, but so many of the issues today are so overtly caused by toxic femininity, and they openly claim that too, that blaming the Jews as the underlying driver feels silly. It feels like we're trying to deflect responsibility for the collapse of our own civilization.
You know what? You're right about that. Yeah, hey, you're right about that. Blaming Jews for the collapse of civilization is deflecting, and you should look inward. You're right about that. I wish you did that yourself, Rudyard.
To some group that's not even 1,000th of the world's population. Part of me wonders if the Jews aren't going to make it through the current era. Most American Jews today are only loosely Jewish, and they have one of the lowest birth rates of any group in the world in America. Will modernity swallow Judaism in the way Hellenism?
I don't think it doesn't matter. Who cares?
Most American liberal and or secular Jews that I know are getting married and having kids. So I don't.
Yeah, their grandmothers keep pushing them to.
I don't know. Jewish birth rate.
Don't do that. This doesn't fucking matter. This is an
irrelevant point. He keeps saying it, so I'm curious. Oh right, no, I know. I looked this up last night. The Jewish population in America has been growing at about growing the same as the average population in the United States, which is to say, it is actually therefore growing faster than the white population.
Moshe
or rather than the non-Jewish white population.
Moshe isn't though. He's single. That's where you're wrong. He's married to the entire continent-spanning ghetto network system.
It's true.
Okay.
Listen, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do want to get married. I do want to have kids. It's just that
kids are fucking expensive.
It's hard to find people. It is expensive to have kids. We're living through hell, and also I am gay, and I'm living in a country that is increasingly trying to make it more difficult for me to have or adopt kids.
Also, creating butt babies is very labor intensive.
I do keep trying, though.
He does keep trying. It's okay. You'll get there. Don't worry.
I know.
We have IVF now.
I don't want a twink. I want a bear. I want big and round.
And this is Big Boy Broy, so...
This is Big Boy Broy.
That's the name of the program.
This is not Tiny Twink Town. This is Big Boy Broy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
All right, we're almost
tried to and failed. However, at the same time, I know that the Jews are going to make it. Israel is one of the highest birth rates in religiosity of anywhere in the industrialized world. On top of that, they've already made it 4,000 years so far. They can't afford to lose here. I think the best thing the Jews could do is go back to God. The thing is that Jewish people are so married to the Jewish religion that I don't think they can survive without it. The Jews have a long history.
I would like to go back to the religion. I would like to live in a country where I don't feel like I am at risk. You know,
not me having to pause my streaming because I'm starting to shake from. Go eat food. What are you doing?
Eat food, you stinky.
Eating food at 2:32 in the morning.
And if they give up now, the game's gonna get less interesting. The ones who are destroying society are the seculars, and so I've joked that putting pretty girls in Torah school could be a taxpayer service for societal psychological stability.
Why did you say put pretty girls in Torah school? Why did you say that, Rudyard? Rudyard? Rudyard, why did you say that?
The game's gonna get less interesting. The ones who are destroying society are the seculars, and so I've joked that putting pretty girls in Torah school could be a taxpayer service for societal psychological stability. Gotta grab some popcorn for the next 4,000 years. Who knows, maybe the Jews will make it to Alpha Centauri.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI.
Bastard. Okay, anyway.
As you read enough history...
No, we're gone.
I'm done. Okay, I'm turning the camera back on.
Oh, fuck me, bro.
I am...
We're done. Stick a fork in us. We're done.
Oh, fucking hell. How often do we stream? I usually it really depends. Some months I stream once a week. Sometimes I do twice a week. Sometimes I do 3 times a week. Sometimes I go on hiatus.
I try to stream occasionally, but my stream schedule is kind of crap. I mostly do like 2. I do 3 streams, like 4 or 5 if it's a good week. I don't know. Where can they find you, Moshe Dale, at Twitch.tv?
In hell.
Yeah, that's where we are.
In hell. Anyway, so friends, philosophy and politics is interesting, but it can be very, very taxing, especially when you have to deal with morons.
Especially morons who are addicted to crap.
So first things first. The person who's with me is Yek Tan. Oh no, I don't. Yek Tan, can you log into the stream and plug yourself, please? So, I usually do video games. I usually don't talk about this shit at all for the most part.
Also, I'm hanging up.
Yeah, I do that. Hello, my name is Moshe Dale. I do different kinds of video games and art and sometimes talk about shit.
I do. I have a passing interest of philosophy, as well as physics and the sciences and things like that. But again, we're not trained. We haven't studied in this at all, so we aren't like classically trained in philosophy.
Yes.
We do like books and we do like suggestions.
So because Yektan is here and because work is fucking me, my next stream is probably going to be on Sunday, and it is going to be a live stream where we are going to be cooking. And by we, I mean it's mostly going to be Yektan. But we're going to be cooking, and we're going to chat, and maybe I'll do some art on the side.
Yes.
That's going to be this Sunday. I don't know the exact time. Next week, we're getting back into the official schedule, which for me, Wednesday, July 16th, War of Rights, and Robotnik Ring Racers.
Oh, I gotta practice.
And then Saturday, July 19th, will hopefully be a little bit of Railroader, and I'm hoping to get some friends involved because I love trains. That's what I got coming, but that is mostly going to be next week. This week, the next stream, Sunday, will hopefully be a cooking stream. Again, I don't know the exact time. I might change the exact date. If you want to keep up with me, please follow, friend, subscribe. Check out my Discord, which is linked below. Check out the YouTube archive if you're so inclined. If the best way to stay up to date with my schedule is to join the Discord, read the rules, and click the appropriate roll buttons after reading the rules so that you can stay tuned to what my schedule is.
And when I come back from Washington, D.C., I'm probably going to be continuing my game series, which is right now the Batman Arkham series, as well as Baldur's Gate 3. I'm doing a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Finishing up, hopefully doing a little bit more Stellaris, and probably getting back into Warframe, considering the fact that TennoCon just dropped a fucking bomb on us.
Bomb.
Yes.
Bomb. I love bombs.
Me too.
I love bombing the White House. I love killing the president. It's my favorite thing to do.
Okay, I know we were talking about Israel, but you gotta calm it down a little bit.
Strap me to a rocket and fire me at Tel Aviv. I am ready.
I go boom, become big hero.
So that's what I got. I could raid.
You probably shouldn't.
I probably shouldn't. So here's what we're going to do. I'll see you guys Sunday. My throat hurts. Yek, we need to talk about what we're doing tomorrow, but otherwise, you guys, I bid you adieu. And just remember, you are now in the age of Aquarius, motherfucker.
Good luck trying to dig out of the K-hole, you sons of bitches.